Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I don't know how much. What do I think about that intro? That intro is kind of weak. It definitely don't give the vibes of the previous intro. It's not loud and obnoxious and car stuff, right? It's not what it was before. Yeah, I gotta find something annoying. Once again, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? Yes, we are at random again today. Yes, we are reckless. Let me see. Where's that comment from Lion? Lion says, "Let me find out. Z ain't going reckless today. Nah, we're still reckless for a little bit longer. We're still gonna be reckless, um, for a few more weeks, probably on weekends. Once again, do not put in the comments. Don't put it in comments, right? And Leon says, "Did I forget to send you that clip, Lord, the mixed woman? Maybe, but shout out to my subscribers. Shout out to all of you who sent me emails." Hey, be careful what you wish for, right? So you guys sent me the emails, and I got them, and we're gonna be reviewing some of them. We're gonna be reviewing something else. I tried to bring something up for postmodernism. I really want to cover postmodernism. Um, I'm I might have that might be tomorrow's stream because I figured out how I'll be able to do it, but it was too late. I had to start the stream, and that's why it took me the extra 10 minutes. I was trying to finagle something last minute, and it just wasn't happening. It happens like that. It happens like that, and yeah. So y'all already know. I don't know how long we can do panel discussion. We definitely can't do the 7 and 8 hours and the 6 hours today. Probably not. Probably not. But yeah. So we will get to it, and let's do this first. Um, Detroit says black fatigue, chili cheese fries, and Fritos. So, I mean, if you want to get into it, I wanted to kind of leave that for a little bit later. I wanted to leave the heavier stuff, but Detroit did kick it off with black fatigue, which, oh, y'all know how Z feels of, oh, I've been seeing the videos. It is sad. It really is sad, the black fatigue thing coming from black people. Shout out to my subs. Yes, it is respectability politics repackaged. Exactly, exactly, right. It's just black folks being embarrassed by other black folks. Um, I don't like the no, it's not. And yeah, I saw Anton saying calling it ninja fatigue. No, not even ninja fatigue. You know the difference between black and ninja in America? Whether the nearest non-black person sees you as a ninja in that moment. Oops. All of that. The lady. Whose channel is that? Was that Jason Whitlock? Yeah, that was Jason Whitlock. Look, everybody debating weird, man. There is no black fatigue, and if there is a black fatigue, there's no difference between black fatigue and ninja fatigue. Respectability ain't gonna fix black people. Stop. This is weird. Y'all act like y'all don't have a couple, well, almost a couple centuries of history that say, yeah, that's not gonna work. Huh? We're about 4 decades out from 2 centuries of, yeah, that ain't gonna work. Huh? For some of that us, that's in our lifetime. For those of you in your 20s, that's in your lifetime. We 4 decades out to be like, yeah, 2 centuries of respectability, that ain't gonna work. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that, Leon. And Leon says, other news, America's credit rating has dropped. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Right. And dropped again because remember, didn't Moody's kick it down during Obama's administration? Which one of the credit agencies kicked it down during Obama's administration? Huh? Somebody kicked it down during Obama's administration, if anybody remembers, or is it me, or do I have that wrong? Right? Line says, "I'm fatigued of seeing black fatigue in my feed for real." And rhyming, by the way. Yeah, no, yeah, it's annoying, man. And like, look, I do think this is some psyop from up top. I don't care what nobody says. Somebody got to prove me wrong. Z, you sounded like a black woman right now. I don't care. Definitely sounded like a black woman with that one. Huh? JD Vance, no. Vivek, kick rocks. Huh? Black fatigue. Get out of here. You imagine living in America and white folks talking about they tired of hood black people? If y'all don't get the entire hell out of here, which white people are the right ones? Ooh, goddamn. The left, trash. Right, trash. Rich, trash. Poor, trash. Wait, which white folks are the good ones? I'll wait. Huh? I'll wait. To say black fatigue, get out of here. I know y'all ain't saying black fatigue with Trump in our office right now. With the planet being like, God damn, we tired of goddamn white Americans. Oops. Huh? I know y'all not talking about black fatigue in America when white Russians are tired of Biden and the Democrats, and then Chinese Asians are tired of Trump and the Republicans. I know y'all ain't talking about black fatigue. That's a good one, Vince. Neoliberalism fatigue. Say that. That's a good one. Huh? Ah. All of this it really does feel like a psyop. Seriously. But if y'all, because you know, black folks can't hear black folks say nothing. So y'all want to have the white woman tell y'all how asinine this black fatigue stuff sounds. By the way, I did put this in my description box a couple of streams ago, but we're gonna play it and then we're gonna play some of the fun stuff. So we're gonna start off serious and then get a little bit lighter, but we'll start off with the white woman explaining how other white folks sound with this black fatigue. And if the white folks sound foolish with black fatigue, black people, stop it. Right? Once again, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. Right? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And we're gonna play this from the white woman because y'all know y'all don't listen to black people. Y'all don't listen to black people, clearly. Y'all should, but you don't. Right? So here we go. If I can find it, that'd be great. There we go.
Black fatigue is real. I think society as a whole is there. We are just so unbelievably fed up with the ghetto ratchet behavior, entitlement, the victimhood. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. She'll be watching her back for the rest of her life. Yeah, because that's not thuggery, hidrattery, animalistic. This is why people have black fatigue. When you act like this, it's not normal behavior.
So I had not initially seen these two now deleted videos from a woman who was attempting to talk about what happened in Rochester, Minnesota, where a white mom called a 5-year-old child the N-word, doubled down on her racial slur, and then flipped off that kid's family. And how after that incident went viral all over the internet, a Christian fundraising site called Give, Send, Go raised over $700,000. But not for that little kid who had to endure that woman's racial slurs. No. They raised $700,000 for the white mom yelling racial slurs at a 5-year-old child. After the mom doubled down on the content in that video saying, and I quote, "I called the kid out for what he was," a Christian fundraising platform raised more than $700,000 for that woman. A GoFundMe page for her also raised almost $400,000. Now, my understanding is that both of those organizations are not going to be giving that woman that money. Because fundraising a bunch of money
That's
to support
over $1 million to call a kid the N-word.
So obviously, internet discourse has blown up over this subject, with racists saying that people being mad at this mom are participating in cancel culture. And again, they all want to throw a bunch of money at her and affirm her racist behavior that she doubled down on. And then you have folks on the other side who are saying a small child had to endure intentional, racist, hateful behavior, a verbal attack from an adult. And what does it say about our country that she felt free to treat a child that way? And then doubled down on her racism afterward and was also flooded with support from people who were like, hell yeah, girl, be a total shitbag to a little kid, lob those racial slurs.
What does it say about our country? America's being America again.
So this woman, whose videos I showed you at the beginning, she thought she had some meaningful contribution to this conversation, where she said, yeah, okay, it wasn't okay that this woman did this, but all of American society has black fatigue. First off, girlfriend, your little racist backwater does not represent all of American society, and how fucking dare you think you speak for all of us? Now, I want to take a quick little tangent here, because initially I had not seen these videos, but I had seen a number of creators I follow talking about black fatigue. Now, these were all black creators who were referencing, apparently, this woman's videos, but I was confused because I had not heard the term black fatigue used that way. I thought black fatigue was referencing the exhausting experience of being a black person in the United States of America. How the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow,
Ding, ding, ding,
how
ding, ding.
institutionalized racism, generational poverty, and the unending, exhausting push for racial justice in this country are causing black people to feel a bone-deep, spiritually deep level of fatigue. Right, and so I was confused about the term black fatigue
Ding, ding, ding,
being used
ding,
to
ding,
basically
ding,
mean
ding.
like white people are tired of having to not be overtly racist. White people are tired of having to like witness black people living their lives or see elements of black culture. Like I didn't understand what was happening, right? Because in my mind, I'm thinking black fatigue, like the book that Mary Frances Winters wrote in 2020 called Black Fatigue: How Racism Erodes the Mind, Body, and Spirit. Winter's book describes
Good
how in every
reference.
aspect of life, from economics
That's
to
where the
education
term
to work,
comes
criminal
from.
justice, and very importantly, health outcomes, the trajectory for black people is not improving. That the book is trying to illuminate the myriad dire consequences of living while black. And then I saw that woman's videos and I was like, oh, I get it now. I get it. Once again, white people are co-opting black people's terminology and twisting something important, a really crucial concept that we need to understand, and they're twisting it into something it didn't originally mean. They're twisting it into something poisonous and dirty and offensive, right? Just like DEI originally was about diversity, equity, and inclusion, really good, positive things. And the Trump regime has twisted it to mean something negative in the eyes of many Americans now. Right, it's not unlike how conservatives took the term woke and they twisted it into something that now has a negative connotation. They appropriated the word and then tried to transform it into an insult. Right, it's obviously crystal fucking clear that the woman at the beginning of this video is out and proud about her racism, right? Black fatigue to her means I'm tired of having to look at black people. I'm tired of having to interface with black people living their lives. I'm uncomfortable with black culture. I'm uncomfortable with any behavior out of a very narrow, polite range of what is expected of white people. I feel distress when I see people who are behaving in ways that do not conform to my white Christian version of politeness. But like even more than that, I think what she's saying with black fatigue is I'm tired of having to face institutional racism. I'm tired of having to look at black people when they show me, they demonstrate to me that racism is alive and well in this culture, that generational poverty is alive and well in this culture, that racial discrimination is alive and well in this culture. I don't like having to look at that. That makes me really uncomfortable, right? And notice how she's so freely, easily dehumanizes the appearance of black people, the behavior of black people, the culture of black people. She chooses to use terms like ratchet, like thug, like animalistic. And I realized watching her videos a couple
when they say thug, they mean the N-word.
Black fatigue, what she really means is the white woman's right to comfort. I don't want to have to look at things or people that make me feel any level of distress, that make me uncomfortable in any way. The prioritization of my comfort must be put above all else, including like black people's right to live their lives. So what this woman is saying is that she is
sounds like a white woman to me,
watching black people living their lives. Either because so many components of black culture don't meet the societal etiquette, politeness expectations that are put on white people, or her racism makes her intolerant of having to look at black people, witness black culture, or because on some level her discomfort is tied to guilt and shame. She does not like having to look at, be faced with any of the evidence.
I don't know if she has guilt and shame.
Poverty that are widespread in this country. That makes her very uncomfortable. She doesn't want to see.
I don't think she's capable of guilt and shame, not concerning black people.
She's describing the black behavior in black people that make her uncomfortable. Black people in poverty. The white woman's right to comfort is saying that protecting the feelings of white women, making sure that they do not feel any amount of discomfort or distress over justice and over the lives of other people. Black fatigue is just the white woman's right to comfort repackaged in a way that tries to blame black people for white women having no distress tolerance and no ability or desire to want to face their own racism and unpack it. It's saying, I, the protected white woman, have low emotional literacy and fragile feelings. And being reminded of my privilege and the fragility of my feelings, that's black people's fault. That is what black fatigue means when conservatives say it. That's what that woman meant when she used the term black fatigue. Like so many other systemic problems in our culture, so much discrimination, so much injustice, it all ties back to the institutions of white supremacy and patriarchy, which absolutely perpetuate the white woman's comfort.
You had to do it, didn't you? You had you was on the right track. You just had to shoehorn. You had to add that little. They be patriarchy for everything. A comet hit Jupiter, patriarchy. The Earth's wobble when it rotates, patriarchy. Yeah, you had us, ma'am. You had us with patriarchy. But yeah, the fragile, and it's not just white women, white folks, white Americans in particular, right? White folks, white Americans in particular. We know. Good point. GCC couldn't. GC says couldn't even say white patriarchy, huh? Say that exactly, huh? Yeah, yeah. So for all of you, that is a white woman speaking about the other white women and telling you what they're on, because you got and black people don't hear it unless a white person say it, and there you go. As I said before, Anton, why are you calling it that? Got the unmitigated gall to say, no, I'm saying black fatigue, but it's really Negro fatigue. It's really, and then y'all brought up the Chris Rock joke. You mean the Chris Rock joke that white folks use to weaponize against your average black person? What's the difference between a Negro and a black person? The closest non-black person that's going to call you a Negro when they're either annoyed, scared, mad, angry, or just randomly. What's the difference between N-word and a black person? There is no difference. There is no difference. And I'll debate Chris Rock into the ground on that one. Y'all keep on hiding behind respectability. Well, if we move like this and act like that and speak like this, everything will be okay. Which brings us right to Vince's comment. And yes, I remember the song. And Vince says, "You looking like a fool with your pants on the ground." Pants on the ground? The fact that you referenced the song, not the pants on the ground song. Oh no. Huh? Look, based off of what I've gathered from my subs, whether they stay in the chat, whether they come up to the panel, for the most part, it's a bunch of respectable Negroes. And yet, something not right about this framing. It's because it's not about black people. This is about white folks saying they tired of you talking about racism. Not that they're tired of practicing it. Not that they're tired of being anti-black. Not that they're tired of the institutions putting a thumb on the scale for them. Oh no, nope, none of that. Nope, nope, nope. Not that they're tired of the microaggressions. No, 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 no. That they're not tired of. They're not tired of that. No, no, no. They're tired of you talking about it. Huh? That's what they're tired of. They're tired of you putting it in your music. They're tired of you putting it in your movies. Huh? They're tired of you talking about it. They're tired of you intellectualizing it and teaching Afro studies in college and university. They're tired of all of that. Huh? They're not tired of practicing it. They're tired of you talking about it. Huh? Oh man. So this black fatigue thing, and the most disheartening thing, and I should have clipped the damn sister in the car that was talking about it, because I agree with her. I might play it on the next time we cover this, because it's not going away. It's not going away soon. Um, there was a sister in her car, dreads, a bit heavier, and she was talking about it, and she was on point to Z. This the white folks with this black fatigue thing. Yes, it's dangerous. It's dangerous because what they're doing is trying to justify what they want to do anyway, and Anton's too smart to not get it. That's why I want to call y'all cowards, because y'all are not dumb. You're either getting chipped off or you're a coward. Choose one. You're either a sellout or a coward. Pick one. Because you're not dumb. And if you're not dumb, then you appreciate that the reason why the white folks are saying this has nothing to do with ghetto culture and ratchet culture and as Vince his pants on the ground, and don't have anything to do with that. They want to put their foot up your rear end and remind you your position beneath them. And all they're doing now is getting their rhetoric together. Huh? And watching black folks harken back to the 50s and 60s with respectability culture. Oh, yawn. Huh? So let me get this right. fitted clothes and enunciating your words quote unquote correctly, that's gonna solve all of black folks' ills. Huh? As I said before, I was making fun, excuse me, but I was dead ass serious at the same time. Pronouncing the word ask correctly is gonna change everything. Huh? Wow. Respectability will solve everything. No, y'all just embarrassed by Negroes. That's cool, and white folks know y'all embarrassed, and so y'all are aligned on mocking and it is actually more than that because white folks have the power to do something about it and to harm black people because random black folks, black young men, if we're gonna be honest, are sagging their pants and aren't respectable enough and are eyesores to your standard white person. And so eyesore Negroes that are eyesores, huh? Deserve to get whatever is coming to them defined by white folks. What does that look like? Huh? And once again, Vince, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. It's frightening listening to these folks talk because you know what the end result will be. You know what the end result will be. These folks are either I can't give them slow or dumb. Whether it's the lady that was on Jason Whitlock, whether there's Jason Whitlock, whether it's Anton Daniels, these folks are not dumb or slow. You're not gonna respectable your way into not getting a foot up your ass by white folks and by these institutions, huh? Y'all really think black folks are poor because your nephew has $7,000 worth of? I keep on saying this because like I'm really trying to shake people awake. You really think black folks are poor because your nephew got seven, maybe $12,000 worth of apparel in his closet? You think that's why black people are poor, huh? You think that's what's breaking the hood? Because if you think that's what's breaking the hood, then you don't know money, huh? Black fatigue. Y'all let white folks run off with black fatigue. Oh, and it's frightening because black folks, too many black folks, were too eager to go along with it. I have black fatigue too, huh? And Revlon says they get paid to soft shoe. Revlon, it. You know what frightens me is if these folks are not getting paid off, right? They're not getting paid. Then that only leaves cowardice and just sheer sellout. And God forbid you're actually a true believer. I don't know which one is worse because true believer might actually in this case be worse if you really because what that means is you have no historical understanding. You're ahistorical, right? You have no you haven't opened a history book ever. You haven't watched a documentary ever. You really think that the battle the back and forth, the war, white folks, white supremacy, but all of that's over. Not is it's going away, not that it's being challenged. No, it's over. And black people are just complaining for complaining sake. And like Anton kind of spoke to that the first time he covered this. He kind of spoke to that. That is just complaining now. Imagine saying that. And that's why like certain folks, when they get into these conversations, you gotta look at how they're doing in their life, who they're around, what type of money they making, and be like, yeah, your status quoism. I see why you on that. You're doing well financially. I see why you sound the way you what you tell us is stop trying to upset the apple cart because you're doing pretty good. Huh? And Garfin, somebody said, and I don't know how true this is because certain Negroes be throwing that out there for everything. But somebody said Anton is not ADOS, and I was like, stop playing, because if he's not, right, if he's not, that would explain a lot too. but I don't know how true that is. Huh? But yeah, if you're a true believer, that's really sad because that speaks to you not and that also speaks to you never read anything from any um politician, any law enforcement, any top exec in America, where when the topic of black people come up and they're being recorded in secret to hear all the shady stuff they say. There's no way. Because if you think that black people's problem is that they're not respectable enough and white people have black fatigue because of the ratchet behavior, most white folks don't. Didn't we read something that most white folks don't have black friends? They're not around black people. Black people are majorly in the South, and when they're in the Northeast or the West Coast, they're in cities. Y'all are asking like average white folks that don't interact with black people, have very few and seldom interactions with black folks, and they're telling you I have black fatigue. When was the last time you were around any black folks? Ever? Like when was the last time? Random. And then the lady that started this conversation, not the one that called the kid the N-word, but the other lady that covered this, she said she was a teacher at one point, if I'm not mistaken. Huh? Like this is frightening. Black folks are the ones that's frightening Z. Yeah, Big Game says 75% of white people don't have a black friend. See? Huh? Okay, and KW Don says Anton is FBA ADOS. I heard him run down his lineage. Okay, right? Black Uru says in this, I agree with this. The country rewards treachery amongst black people. It's one of the biggest unaddressed ills amongst us. Yes. Right. Ah, that's frightening. Black fatigue. Black people let white folks, and I'm not saying all of us, maybe not even most of us, but some of us with microphones, Anton, huh? Jason Whitlock, and the ilk, in the like. There you go. Yeah. Running off with this black fatigue thing. That's frightening. Huh? Wow. In America in the 21st century, huh? Black fatigue. America is tired of black people and the ratchet behavior and the loud, obnoxious, and the fighting in stores and the when we have so many videos of non-black folks just doing all type of ratchet, quote unquote, ratchet out there things. But as I said before, the microscope is not on them. They get to duck and dodge and hide in the shadows. The microscope is not on Asians. Huh? Whether that's South Asian or East Asian. The microscope is not on white folks. And you watch black people who appreciate that still say, yeah, but we's our own worst enemy type talk. Sad. Huh? So on that note, we'll pause on that. We'll continue with our randomness, right? Our randomness. So we'll speak on that when y'all come up for the panel. Let's see which one of these do I want to start talking about that. Let's let Cam tell y'all what the money look like, right? Cam, tell them what the money look like. Once again, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, right? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And let's let Cameron, yes, that Cameron, Dipset Cameron, tell y'all what the money look like. Cam, go ahead, tell them.
Jay-Z got a bill. Didn't Kanye get 1.7 billion? Yeah, them niggas got billions. Them niggas, nigga, we ain't got no fucking money out here. None of us. None of us. We got no damn money. Oprah and Jay-Z put their money together, still can't afford the Boston Celtics. Throw all my money in with it. We still can't get to the fucking Boston Celtics, man. We are losing out here, man. I'm sick of it, man. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. And this is what I be talking about. I had this conversation recently, man. And niggas be laughing when I be talking and it don't be fucking funny. You have to invent things that people need. And when and don't get me wrong, software is not necessarily a necessity, but almost is. They took away payphones. They took away 411 where you could call for information. They made it where you have to have some type of technology in your pocket. Now, the software company that bought it, I'm not sure what kind of software they're involved in, but obviously it's some lucrative shit to where they have a spare $6.1 billion. That's first and foremost. But I just be like, yo, bro, games, games, and we ain't even in the fucking arena, let alone on the bench or the back burner. We are losing. We be sitting there hyped over, and another B, and another B, and another B. Ain't enough B's, man. It's not enough to get the Celtics, man.
And there you go. Huh? If y'all remember, I think during COVID, I think one of Cardi B's complaints was that she wasn't able to dress up and go out. But also, if I'm not mistaken, was it Cardi B also? Or who was it that was like, y'all don't appreciate it. We live off of tour money or whatever. We ain't making no money out here. It's dry out here. I can't remember what artist. It was a female artist. I can't remember who it was. Huh? Yeah. Cameron told you we ain't got it. Huh? There you go. Do black If I'm not mistaken, Elon's richer than all the black billionaires on planet Earth. Oops. Jeff Bezos is richer than all the black billionaires on planet Earth. One. Just Jeff Bezos. Just Elon. Huh? All the black billionaires on planet Earth, I don't think they even equal up to $100 billion. And Mark Zuckerberg is richer than that. Wealthier than that, excuse me. Huh? Not 12 cents. Leon says 12 cents per streaming their song. Wow. Huh? Exactly, Revela. Revela says that's Jeff Bezos with a divorce. Huh? So while y'all talking about black fatigue, the black folks with some money, recall what Diddy said. Recall what Diddy with Ciroc. Ooh, Z. Hey, if y'all want to put y'all tin foil hat on, we could have that conversation when y'all come up about this case. And when this case decided to show itself, oops, y'all forgot what Diddy was embroiled in? Uh-oh. You also want to ask what Diddy said about those cable companies in his channel, right? Revolt? Ooh. Huh? Oprah and the OWN network? Yikes. Huh? Uh-oh. So that's what Cam had to say about that. Something else. Young folks ain't drinking. Go ahead, Z.
Gen Z is currently killing the alcohol industry, drinking 20% less than millennials did at the same age.
Fucking quiz!
I don't know if they're queers, but first, does Gen Z have the money to be buying alcohol like that? Secondly, y'all neutered the boys. Third, drinking for what? It's definitely not drinking to connect, because connect with who? They ain't having sex like that. They don't have friends like that. They're borderline recluse. Huh? Oh man. So Gen Z is not all to all the Gen Z. I have some Gen Z that are subscribed to me. Shout out to y'all. Y'all not drinking like that. It's not really a bad thing, but uh, Dr. Scott Galloway did say he wanted to see folks drinking a little bit more, especially the young folks. Nah, Dr. Scott Galloway, 20% less than millennials. Gen Z is not drinking. Thank you. Drink to lower inhibitions. Gen Z, I get why Gen Z men said nope. Because lower inhibition, then I'm gonna want to pipe, then I'm gonna say something wrong, then she's gonna accuse me of some type of assault, and then I'm under the jail and I'm kicked out of school. Yep, nope. Or and as we know as men, when you get a little intimidated, you get a little drink in you get that liquid courage. The men said, yeah, about that liquid courage. Nope. Huh? The young men said, yeah, about that liquid courage. Yeah. See, the liquid courage, I would drink that, then I would go talk to her, but maybe I say something awkward, and that awkward could land me kicked out of school. Nope. Huh? Yikes. The young men are watching videos like this and they're saying, yeah, about that.
New ick unlock. Why the heck I just go get some ice cream, right? I get my ice cream. It's another guy in the store. He ordered his ice cream after me. Why the heck he get sprinkles on his? I ain't give you sprinkles on mine. And he looked a little like rough around the edges. He looked a little hood. I was looking like, interesting. Fruit Loop.
836 icks. Women have 836 icks. How many icks do they have for real, Z? Infinity. Yes, that's the number of icks they have is yes. So you can't get sprinkles on your pause on this. You can't get sprinkles on your ice cream, y'all. It gives women the ick. It gives black women the ick, apparently. Huh? Ah, right. So when the young men are watching things like that, why would they drink to lower inhibitions? You drink to lower inhibitions so you go and talk to a woman that when y'all go to the ice cream shop and you get sprinkles on your ice cream, she go, ew, and then she doesn't call you again? Yeah, that's it. She don't. And yes, there's women in the comments for that video that are saying, "No, I'm not riding with her. No, where do y'all?" And I love watching women see this and they be like, "Where do y'all find this from? What did y'all think we were lying?" Dear ladies, y'all really think y'all itch don't stink, huh? Y'all thought we were lying? What y'all thought we were making it up that men are running into this? Black men are running into this? Huh? And Cheryl says, surprised that getting ice cream is not the ice by itself. Like I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised that the ice cream by itself doesn't give them the ick. Huh? Yikes. She said getting sprinkles on your ice cream gives her the ick. And she said it too. Huh? And that's not the only video I have where black women are being like, where do y'all find them from? Where do these people exist? They exist, they're real. I said it. The internet will expose us all. The internet will expose us all. Now we can stop pretending like black men are making this up. Because that's what was happening before. Shout out to all my old heads, right? Before social media, before women wanted to get their little 5 seconds of fame on the internet and they started blabbing and exposing themselves, Women got to hide behind. I don't know who you're talking about. That doesn't exist. I don't know who you're. I don't know those women. I don't. Those women don't exist. You're exaggerating. You're lying. Uh-oh. Now, because all of these folks want to have their little 5 seconds of fame on social media or on the internet and be insta famous or right, some type of content creators, they're exposing themselves. Huh? And they're saying whatever to do it. Some of it they mean, some of it they don't mean. Doesn't matter. They're still saying it. Huh? An example of that is
I'm an interracial dater, right? And I don't know if it's just me, but anytime I see a black man and a white woman, I'm just like, I don't know. But anytime I see a white man and a black woman, I'm like,
exactly, bro. Exactly. 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 Look at his face. Exactly. Hey, y'all should have seen the comments for that one. I'm gonna post. By the way, I'm gonna post the links for all of this stuff after the stream. Y'all should have seen the comments in there. Once again, black women trying to cop, please. Huh? Where do y'all find these women at? Where do these? Who are these people? Huh? Remember, black women, y'all were definitely part of. Take their mics. Take the podcast guys' mics. Take their mics. What happened? Huh? Take our mics, right? Take our mics. What about women like this? Black women like this? Huh? Take the podcast guys' mics. Take their mics. Take their mics. Huh? Now there's a pun in there, by the way. Take their mics, you know. But yeah, take their mics, right? Oh, what happened? She's letting you know. And by the way, shout out to you, Kim Foster. It's not the same. It's not the same. When black men marry out and when black women marry out, it's not the same. And I won't ever say. Well, she said something like, "I won't ever say it's the same," or "I will continue to say that. I'll say that forever." Right? It's not the same. She said that we're in 2025. I want to say Kim Foster posted something like that on Twitter 2023, maybe 2022, and then she reposted it either 2023, 2024, saying, "I'm still on this." Yeah. Huh? Hang on one of your acolytes. Huh? What happened? There go one of your acolytes. What happened? And talking about dating white because she want to act dumb. Talk about dating white. And after this, y'all might hear a slight pause because Mr. Z got, we got things to do. So we're gonna play this and we're gonna mute up for just a second, everyone, and I'll bring y'all up in a minute. Talking about dating white. Here we go.
So everyone is sitting up here encouraging us to date outside of our race, and to open up our options. But nobody is talking about the fact that shit is mentally and emotionally draining. I just got out of a 2-month relationship with a white man, and the way that shit took a turn, from love bombing to straight up manipulation and confirmation bias of black woman stereotypes, bro. That shit is so damaging to mental health. To constantly try to be seen and understood, feeling like I have to code switch, no. And to be antagonized in the end is just insane. We really can't win, bro.
Oh boy. You can win, man. You got to get on the Black Man's Program, though. You got to get on the Black Man's Program, but you definitely can win. You can win, right? And y'all gives you a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Um, Actually, I want to read that comment now. Let's read that comment now. Leon says she is suffering from quote interracial dating fatigue end quote, and he laughs. Look, we're gonna play it one more again. We'll play it again. We'll play it again.
So everyone is sitting up here encouraging us to date outside of our race, and to open up our options, but nobody is talking about the fact that that shit is mentally and emotionally draining. I just
Oh
got out of a
no!
2-month relationship with a white man.
If it was 2
And
months,
the
it was
way
not a
that shit
relationship.
took a turn,
He was smashing.
from love bombing to straight up
Took a turn like he was turning you around. Oops.
manipulation and
Of course.
confirmation bias of like black women
It was a
stereotypes,
manipulation. You
bro.
lied to
Like,
yourself.
that shit is so damaging to mental health. To constantly try to be seen and understood,
Uh-oh.
feeling like I have to code switch. No. And to be antagonized in the end is just insane.
Uh-oh.
We really can't win, bro.
You can win. You got to get on the black man's program. Huh? And D says, you know that he treated her badly, or horribly, right? Look, I've said this a couple of times. I think it's important I say this again. Whatever proclivities a group of men have, whatever their stereotype is, the negative stereotype concerning them and intimate relationship with the women of their group, whether we're talking about ethnicity, religion, race, whatever stereotype, negative stereotype, fine, I'll take. Black men, they go get the milk and they never come back. Okay, cool, whatever. I'll take that if the white guys are willing to take that, they delete women. Oops. And if the Latino guys are willing to take, well, they delete women too, in the most gruesome way, right? Huh? I'll take that. Whatever, dear black women, whatever proclivities those men, whatever group you're going to, whatever group, whatever man you're dating, appreciate that you can find yourself in whatever station or position. No giggity on that one. Whatever position the men of that group divvy out or hand out to the women of that group, yeah, you're that now. You're subject to that now. You're subject to that now. So if white guys manipulate white women, if white guys dismiss white women in their feelings, right? If that's what white men do, y'all remember a year or so ago, maybe 2 years ago, white women speaking about weaponized incompetence from white men, etc. Black women tried to get in on it too. Funny, that doesn't apply to black men, and you know it. But if white guys weaponize their incompetence, guess what? You'll have a white guy. Maybe y'all are truly dating. Maybe y'all are in a quote unquote loving relationship, and he gonna pretend like he don't know what the hell you talking about half the times. Weaponize incompetence. He gonna act like he don't know what to do. He gonna act like he don't know how to clean. He may actually not know how to clean. And where I got this clip from, there's another clip of an African sister saying she was dating some white dude who who thought it wasn't a problem that he took a shower every other week. If I recall correctly, she was saying something like she was talking to some white dude that didn't see a problem with taking a shower every other week. So if the stereotype is that white men don't wash their ass every day, then guess what, dear black women, you're subject to that. Have fun with peen cheese. Let's be honest, Uzi, you ain't gonna say that. I'm gonna say it. I guess if it's for the white guy, you okay with giving, sloppy toppy with some peen cheese? Train tracks. Uh-oh. You said that, Z. You actually said that. I said it. Huh? Oh, no. Huh? So to this young lady, what you thought? And she said it. Everybody's trying to tell us to expand our options. Yeah, expect, and you're gonna deal with whatever those women in that other group deal with. In-laws that are way too involved in the business, huh? You're gonna deal with it. That's what you're gonna deal with, huh? The mother that still babies her son. Shout out to all of you who speak about these son husbands. Yeah, what make you? What is a son husband to a woman who's still married to his father? Anybody want to talk about the South Asian community? Ooh, goddamn Z, don't do that. Don't do that to black women. Don't do that. Don't do that. Huh? Oh, y'all didn't know about that stereotype. Go ask the Indians. Huh? Black women, you that and look how she ended out. There is no win. There's no win. There's no panacea. Yes, black women, yes, you're right. There is no panacea. There is no paymaster extraordinaire that's going to protect, provide, and shut up and bow to you and go with every whim, every emotion you have. Yes, if that's what you mean by there is no win, then yeah, you're right. There is no win. Huh? Talking about y'all dated for 2 months. That's not dating, ma'am. You was getting you was getting thrashed, as the white guys would say it. You were getting thrashed for 2 months. That's what happened. And now it messed you up. And if you're thinking to yourself that all you were to him was a little negress toy, you're probably right. No, you're actually fully right. If that's what you're thinking, you're correct. Huh? What's your thought? Right? So, ma'am, and at least she said everybody's telling us to expand our options to date out, and she dated white guys. And in the comments, once again, women cop and please. Women definitely, you better believe black women are cop and please. Well, why does it always have to be white guys? Every not black guy is a white guy to y'all. Stop it. Every non-black man is a white man to you. When y'all say white, y'all mean anything not black. Huh? Shout out to black women. What's your thought? And let me see. Did I have anything else? Oh yeah, this. And here we go with this one. Here y'all go, random.
Anti-intellectualism is going to be the downfall of the United States. Every empire historically has had something that has brought it down, and for us, it's going to be our own people not knowing how to do basic math or fucking read. The average reading level in the United States, being generous, is that of a 7th grader. A 7th grader. And they don't know anything about Asia, Africa, or Latin America. The majority of the people that I know who didn't go to college have never read a book in their life. Like, they spark notes or quickly skim read the books that they needed to read for school. They never actually even read them. Not to mention the average numeracy score in the United States is a level 2, which is literally just basic computation. Only 26% of current 12th graders scored above the proficient level on the national math exam. Not having an educated population means that as a whole, we will be more likely to fall for bigotry. We will fall for dog whistling. We won't be able to distinguish genuine arguments and logic from hatred. This is serious. If you want to resist and make an actual difference and you're tired of being manipulated, you have to go read a book and educate yourself.
I actually agree with her on pretty much almost everything she said. The college thing, a bit heavy-handed, but yes, no, not reading and not knowing, and yes, I know all of us have run into a person who don't know what the hell they're talking about, but they got serious opinions about it, and they willing to die for their opinions. They definitely willing to delete for the opinions. They're willing to delete you for the opinions, but they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Uninformed like hell, right? Well, that's my opinion. Ma'am, sir, your opinion can be wrong. Welcome to the South, where the South is the home of the hiding behind your opinion, as if saying that's your opinion somehow makes it immune or that you can't critique that person's opinion, ma'am. Right? Sir, just because it's your opinion does not mean that it cannot be critiqued and criticized and dismissed, right? So I agree with her on that, but that speaks to also some of what I was saying earlier with the black fatigue thing. It's very anti-intellectual. It's very ahistorical, right? Black fatigue. Whenever Mr. Z hears someone speak on that, all it screams to me is you're a person that doesn't really appreciate history, right? You don't appreciate America. You definitely don't appreciate American history. That's for sure, right? That's what it speaks to Z, right? And I might Borg a little bit, so y'all give Z, y'all have a bit of grace with Z, because I'm probably gonna Borg in a minute if I'm not already. Hopefully you guys can hear me clearly, but just want to give you guys that warning from here, and I will be bringing you guys up shortly. I should have did that a minute ago, but I wasn't thinking about that. My apologies. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of hit y'all with some of this random stuff, and continue my minute late reviews. You know what? I think I'm just gonna call it minute late reviews and news, even if it's kind of current, even if it's kind of trendy. We're still gonna call it minute late reviews because that's just such a dope shout out, right? Shout out to Dre, shout out to us. That is just a really good, title, like minute late reviews. I love that, right? So, yeah. So I agree with her. I agree. The anti-intellectualism, thinking with your gut, which I don't know how much I'm against that. I think people hide behind that. I think people hide behind the experts getting it wrong here and there. The experts purposely trying to manipulate. Let's not pretend like that doesn't happen. We appreciate that happens. We're not going to be naive here. With that, people use that as an excuse to dismiss what people who have been studied in a subject or matter for decades, for years and decades, what they have to say on a matter. And yes, they could be lying. And yes, they could be trying to manipulate. And yes, they could be trying to get a particular result. We appreciate that, and we're black, so we really appreciate that, right? We know. With that, right? With that, minimizing when someone is studied in something or when someone knows what the hell they're talking about, because your feelings, your little fragile ego and feelings can't deal with it. I'm looking at you, white folks. Huh? What does that solve? Oh, I forgot. Y'all worldview can't handle something going against what you previously thought. Say it better, Z. What you previously felt. Huh? What you previously felt. So I would argue it's this, and who said it earlier? Was it Leo? The previous stream, I can't remember who said it. Someone said that Crystal and Kerosene also covered the black fatigue thing. I saw it. I clicked it. I didn't watch it. I did not watch it. I clicked it. It's in my history, and I didn't watch it. Right. But I'm bringing this back around to the black fatigue thing to say you have a bunch of people that just don't. They don't appreciate American history. They don't care. Huh? And that's both black and white and non-black. For black people, it's a frustration. It's I don't care. We not winning now. I don't care. I don't care what the history say. I don't care about none of that. Right? I don't care what happened. And they'll start sounding like racist white folks. I don't care what happened 200 years ago. All righty then. But what happened 200 years ago affects your life today. Much of why you sound the way you do is because of what happened 200 years ago. Your frustration is because of what happened 200 years ago. You want to start, and shout out to all the folks that say it the right way. You want to start the clock in 1985, right? Not 1619, not 1965, not 1865. You don't want to start it at 1965. You don't want to start it at 1985. I keep on saying 1985. Sorry. You don't want to start at 1965. You don't want to start it at 1865. There you go, Z. Right? You don't want to start at 1619. You want to start it at 1985. No. And you have these short-sighted people, and they're the ones doing all the talking because they're frustrated with black people, or they're embarrassed by black people, or they're tired of having to quote unquote explain black people. Nobody needs you to explain black people, bro. And I'm pretty sure you're doing a horrible job at it. First of all, there's no need to explain black people. Secondly, even if you felt the need to, you shouldn't. Definitely not the Antons of the world. Absolutely not. Huh? Once we start getting into the conversation about there's difference between black people and N-words, there is no difference between black people and N-words. There is no difference. And I'm tying this to the video I just played about the anti-intellectualism, because that's what it is. People using the same, how are you using the same rhetoric from 3 and 4 decades ago? That clearly didn't work. There is nothing that distinguishes the N-word from the black person. The difference between the N-word and the black person is whether that non-black person want to call you the N-word in that moment. That's the difference. That's the difference. With y'all weird stuff. The way we behave and pull our pants up and whoever said it earlier, I think it was Revlon who said it's just repackaged Jordan's and Weave talk. Exactly. It's just it's respectability repackaged. It's just Jordan and Weave talk repackaged. And lame ass black folks talking about, I have black fatigue too. Shut your dumb ass up. Dumbass. I have black fatigue too. Oh. Could we push them off the edge of the earth? Please, could we push them off the edge of the could we put them in a space shuttle and launch them out of the goddamn solar system? I have black fatigue too. Oh boy. Whose cousin? Whose man's is this? Whose cousin? Whose brother is this? Whose sister is this? Get him out of here. Right? I have black fatigue too. Who's sanctioned? Who bought this person in? Huh? Kick him out. Huh? Jeez. Man. And I see what you're saying, Ron. I see what you're saying, AB. What I'm saying is there is no difference. I know what y'all are saying. What I'm saying is in America, there is no difference because respectability doesn't mean anything. Being respectable doesn't mean anything. What I'm saying is white folks calling you the N-word, the difference is whether they feel like calling you that day. Non-black folks using the N-word, calling you the N-word, calling you a Negro, hard ER, is whether they're aggravated that day, whether her husband fussed her out that day, whether his wife fussed him out that day, whether he's mad at his kids, whether he just want to call you it or not. That's the difference. Huh? I'm not speaking about our behavior. That's not why they call you the N-word. They called you the N-word because they want you. Just like that lady called a 5-year-old the N-word. Huh? If you call it a 5-year-old the N-word, that's not about behavior. That's because you want to call a black body the N-word. Huh? And when she was asked, what did she say? Because he's acting like one. There's no acting like an N-word for a 5-year-old. A 5-year-old? No, you just wanted to use the word. And if you would have used it around a certain type of black adult, Huh? We don't know how that would have went for you. I'll say that. And shout out to all the so y'all always threaten violence because somebody said the N-word, and your problem is, and the problem is, huh? Calling a 5-year-old an N-word and you shouldn't be touched up? Okay, yeah, that's it. Okay, all right. I'll leave it there. I ain't trying to get this channel snatched. Y'all realize we continuously allow for white folks and loser ass black people to have us debating black people's humanity. For those of you that don't appreciate YZ has brought this up, what, for the 4th time now? We are allowing for people to debate black people's humanity. The fact that there's even a discussion about a 5-year-old being called the N-word, and somehow magically we start speaking about the way black people behave. And no, it's because of the behavior of black people, and she just so happy to call this, and the reason why they're funding her is because, you know, ratchet black people. What do ratchet black people have to do with a 5-year-old being called the N-word? Huh? Because it's not about the 5-year-old. It's about black people's humanity. What that 5-year-old represents in innocence. Calling a 5-year-old a racial slur means that there is no such thing as an innocent black body, period, in America. There's nothing black in America that deserves any grace, any kindness, any of it. And I'm watching black people in America, supposedly smart black folks, educated black folks, well-resourced black folks, entertain debating black people's humanity. And if you don't think it's that serious, then you ain't been paying attention to American history. I don't know, for the past like 400 years? 5. Huh? Oh yeah, and the fact that he's on the spectrum, yeah. Indigo, you're right. You're right, right? A 5-year-old on the spectrum being called an N-word, and black people are actually entertaining, debating, calling other black people the N-word, and respectability politics with this phrase, black fatigue, which y'all are using incorrectly. And I saw Dr. Thunder covering that dude that covered it also. And at the end of it, first let's make sure. I thought Republicans and conservatives were supposed to be anti-postmodernism. Some of you see where Z's about to go. I thought Republicans and conservatives were supposed to be anti-postmodernism. Huh? But yet, y'all are okay with changing definitions and phrases and terms? What did the author of the book say that black fatigue was? Huh? Was it not black people being tired of the everyday microaggressions, insults, jokes, beauty standards, etc., from non-black folks, namely white folks? But y'all are giving it a different definition. I thought y'all was supposed to be anti-postmodernism. I thought y'all were about sticking to the book, to the definition, to what the word is, what the word originally meant. Uh-oh. So to the brother that Dr. Thunder covered a couple days ago, speaking about black fatigue, and at the end of his coverage, he said something like, you know, this is the definition, and this is what the author said, and anyway, I dismissed that. Wait a minute, I thought that's not, wait a minute, I thought y'all didn't do that. Oh, I forgot. The white folks said, white makes right. I'm white and I say so. So the black folks that are with that are writing with that. Y'all writing with those guys. Oh, I forgot. None of this means anything when we talk about black people. See, when we talk about black people, we throw the rule book in the trash can. When we talk about black people, we torch the rule book. So yeah, we might be anti-postmodernism, But we talk about black people here, so we get to switch up words and redefine things, like the word woke and like the term black fatigue. Okay, I get it. I'm sorry. I didn't understand earlier. I get it now. Mr. Z, low IQ over here. It took me a minute to catch up. My apologies, I got IQ in the single digits. Huh? I forgot I was talking about America, where when it comes to black folks, we take the rule book and we torch it. We take the rule book and we put it in a shredder. Huh? Yikes. So let's play that clip one more again. And here y'all go.
Anti-intellectualism is going to be the downfall of the United States. Every empire historically has had something that has brought it down, and for us, it's going to be our own people not knowing how to do basic math or fucking read. The average reading level in the United States, being generous, is that of a 7th grader. A 7th grader. And they don't know anything about Asia, Africa, or Latin America. The majority of the people that I know who didn't go to college have never read a book in their life. Like, they spark notes or quickly skim read the books that they needed to read for school. They never actually even read them. Not to mention the average numeracy score in the United States is a level 2, which is literally just basic computation. Only 26% of current 12th graders scored above the proficient level on the national math exam. Not having an educated population means that as a whole, we will be more likely to fall for bigotry. We will fall for dog whistling. We won't be able to distinguish genuine arguments and logic from hatred. This is serious. If you want to resist and make an actual difference and you're tired of being manipulated, you have to go read a book and educate yourself.
See, I got this one. I gotta say it the right way. I gotta use the profanity. I gotta say it the right way because this one is as accurate as you could get. And Better You says, and shout out to Better You, this brother be coming with the gems too. Better You says, in America, the rule book is fuck niggas. Z, why you laughing at something so sobering? Because it's true. What's the rule in America? Fuck them niggas. It's only funny because it's true. It's funny because it's true. Will somebody tell me I'm lying? Right? Rule book? What rule book? It's funny because it's true. Huh? Oh, man. Better You. Yeah, that's 100%. I agree with this. Right. Exactly. Right. Exactly.
He's right,
Ah. Huh? It's only funny because it's true. Huh? Yeah, I never understood the correlation between being an intellect or being knowledgeable or any of that with not being racist. And Vegas Dev says, I went to college with plenty of quote unquote educated white folks. They were racist as F too. I never appreciated this. You saw this with the or you heard this better yet with the clip with V. Stiviano and Donald Sterling, and she kept on saying, you're a smart man and whatever. I'm like, when did weren't the intellectuals like the biggest racist? Like they found ways, they're working backwards from their conclusion, clearly, but they find ways to intellectualize their anti-blackness. When you're measuring people's skull, like what are you doing but trying to find a way to intellectualize your anti-blackness, to intellectualize a racial hierarchy that you want to believe in anyway? Right? If you're measuring people's skulls, right? If you're talking about IQ scores, you're working backwards from a conclusion anyway. So yeah, that correlation between he's smart and he's worldly and he's well-rounded, and what that mean concerning black folks? You have a lot of intellects who are anti-black, and if you're trying to maintain a hierarchy, then how intelligent black folks are means nothing, right? And how intelligent a non-black person is means nothing because they're attempting to maintain the hierarchy. This speaks to what Sarge Willie Pete says often when he was listening to what's his name again? When he was listening to damn, this guy's face is right there too. Right? Oh man. What's this racist guy's name? I forgot this guy's name. His face is right there too. But yeah, and the guy says who would want to give up power, or who's going to hand over power easily or whatever. And Sarge says all the time, like, okay, well, we could pack it up then. Don't talk to me about merit. Right? His face is right there, and I know the name because I've seen it before. and Sergeant Willie Pete makes reference to this guy all the time. But yeah, Jared Taylor, thank you, Red Pill, thank you, Louis. Yeah, Jared Taylor. Right? And that's exactly. Don't speak to us about merit or working hard or any of that. If your goal is to maintain a hierarchy, and by the way, I'm on my like third listen because I keep on getting distracted and whatnot of Brianna Joy Gray speaking to a professor that's speaking about like neoliberalism, race, and all this other stuff, and tying that all in to explain how we pretty much got here. Right? Which ties into what I'm talking about now. Yeah. So yeah, no point in talking about that. So yeah, I'm glad that you said that. Like this kind of correlation that people try to make between being educated or being intelligent or being knowledgeable, right? Being quote unquote smart, and as if these folks are like that tends to make you less racist or less anti-black. Not if you try to maintain a hierarchy, right? Not if you're racist. All you'll do is just try to use your smarts to maintain your position, right? Huh? And Black Ooze says, a smart white person is far more dangerous to black people than a dumb white person. Thank you. Right. And thank you for that. Once again, Louis, because I his face was right there. I just couldn't get it out. Right. And I kept on hearing, unfortunately, his voice, right? the slow, because he speaks very deliberate and intentional. Right. So yeah, I kept on. I could hear his voice, and I'm like, God damn, his face is right there. The fact that we have to remember the faces of the people that seek to do us harm, psychological damage, right? Man, so let me give y'all this link. Y'all gives you a second. Look, we didn't spend 2 and 3 hours giving our commentary today. And if there's anything y'all want me to play again so y'all could give a comment, let me know as y'all pull up. Once again, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Where's my little thingy? There we go. There we go. Actually, yeah, I want to actually play this one more again. Okay, I'm talking about the money.
Jay-Z got a bill. Didn't Kanye get 1.7 billion? Yeah, them niggas got billions. Them niggas, we ain't got no fucking money out here. None of us. They got no damn money. Oprah and Jay-Z put their money together, still can't afford the Boston Celtics. Throw all my money in with it. We still can't get to the fucking Boston Celtics, man. They are losing out here, man. I'm sick of it, man. I'm sick of it. And this is why I be talking about. I had this conversation recently, man. And niggas be laughing when I be talking and it don't be fucking funny. You have to invent things that people need. And when and don't get me wrong, software is not necessarily a necessity, but almost is. They took away payphones. They took away 411 where you could call for information. They made it where you have to have some type of technology in your pocket. Now, this software company that bought it, I'm not sure what kind of software they're involved in, but obviously it's some lucrative shit to where they have a spare $6.1 billion. That's first and foremost. But I just be like, yo, bro, it's games be on the games and we ain't even in the fucking arena, let alone on the bench or the back burner. We are losing. We be sitting there hyped over, and another B, and another B, and another B. Ain't enough B's, man. It's not enough to get the Celtics, man.
Killer Cam, Killer Cam, Killer. Dipset, dips. Cameron told y'all, I don't know what y'all talking about. We don't got money like that. We got money. We got more money than you. We have enough money to travel and maybe buy a couple of nice things, but we don't got the type of money you think we got. What's going on, y'all? What's going on?
Nothing much. What's happening, bro?
Go ahead, AB. Go ahead, and then we'll circle around. What's up with you?
Why do these women think we give a shit about them dating white men? I know. I've told y'all my position on divestitures. I just don't care. I already have white relatives in the white in-laws in the family. Y'all not doing anything I haven't already seen before.
Look, but how are they supposed to flex on you and tell you that you're a lesser being than the white guy?
That's not my problem. I mean, if you prefer the white guy, you prefer the white guy. Go be happy.
AB, let me play it for everybody. Let me play it for everybody so they can see what you're speaking about. Wait a minute. Here we go.
I'm an interracial dater, right? And I don't know if it's just me, but anytime I see a black man and a white woman, I'm just like,
We don't give a shit.
I don't know. But anytime I see a white man and a black woman, I'm like,
that's AB's face right now. That's AB right now. AB like, and Mr. Z's like this.
So we don't have the capacity.
Not. I did that because Adam put the comment down. I had to do it. I had to do it. I got you.
I'm with the late great David Carroll. I'll help you pack your bags to go to that white man.
Hey man, you heard her. It's something to celebrate when it's a sister with a white dude, and when it's I guess a brother with a white woman. It's yeah. Hey, they keep on telling this not the same.
That's what they keep telling us. Like that anyway, so may as well pack your bags and send you over there.
Yeah. Hey, you want to pack their bags and send them? I don't want to send them. This is me. You trying to be nice about it, AB, not me, bro. Don't what they say about the doorknob, don't let the doorknob hit you with a good Lord split you. Hey, that's me.
Yeah.
For real.
Good,
yeah, that's what I'm on. But go ahead, AB.
Like my I'm doing a stream later. The gynocracy is real. And I got a picture of that big back statue. Only I made it I painted it green and made it a semi-statue of liberty. Give it a separate.
I mean, it was supposed to be. I mean, that's
in my opinion, that's the statue of the gynocracy. And I'm just going to be upfront right now to all the SBE knuckleheads out there. Yes, I'm shaming, blaming, and explaining. If you don't like it, kick rocks.
I never understood the shaming of shame, blame, and explain. You live on a planet with 340 million Americans, 8 billion plus people. If you ain't shaming, blaming, and definitely explaining, then I don't know where you got to be on an alternate universe. You were definitely on planet Earth. Shout out to Trail Earth 616. You're definitely not on Earth 616 if you don't think you're gonna be shaming, blaming, and explaining. And campaigning. Ooh, goddamn, Z, there you go. Go ahead, y'all.
But the environment is changing, so we just need to let these ladies, lovely ladies, as brothers say, and let them fuck around and find out.
AB, I need you to read the comment on the screen. You gotta put this as your title. Read the comment on the screen.
Salute to the statue of negative liberty.
That's what it is. Man, Starman. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Shout out to Starman, the Statue of Negative Liberty.
Statue of Negative Liberty. Yeah.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. Shout out to Starman. Exactly. Exactly. But Amy, let me move on real quick.
Yeah,
What's going on with you? What's going on with you, buddy?
Nothing much, brother. Nothing much. How you doing, man?
Cool. Is it bedtime mysteries, or it's a little late in the day for that?
A little too late, man. But it's it's a lot. I think that last clip you talked about showed with Cameron, it's really interesting because I would argue that a lot of the wealth of like the wealthy black folks isn't really tangible wealth; it's speculative wealth.
Ooh. We got Black Uru up here. I think you're right. When I get to Black Uru, actually he's after you. I definitely want to see what he says.
The of wealth is speculative wealth. I mean, the entire stock market is basically speculative wealth. You know, you look at the wealth of Elon Musk, most of that is not tangible wealth. It's speculation on the value of the future profitability, the future production of the entities that he has interest in. So today, look, if you rewind the clock 100 years, where wealth was in railroads and oil fields and stuff like that, you can make the argument in real estate. You can make the argument that most of the wealth was tangible, or much of the wealth was tangible. But today, most of the wealth is speculative at best, especially when you go hedge funds. You got people who are quote worth billions of dollars on minute percentages or percentages of commodity trades and shit like that. I mean, there's nothing really real about most of that.
I agree with that. The thing is, Elon owns Tesla. Well, is a majority stakeholder in Tesla, which owns the equipment which produces the cars, which fuels the speculation. Like,
yeah, but that's not the real value of that enterprise, because for most of the history of Tesla, it didn't even earn a profit.
It was unprofitable. That's a fact.
So
it just started earning profit with the Tesla 3.
I mean, and the same thing was the case with Amazon, and a lot of billionaire great fortunes are invested in enterprises that have either been, and certainly was the case with Facebook. For much of the history of most of these great so-called great modern enterprises, for most of their history, they didn't even earn a profit. Most of their value was the future belief that at some point this entity would garner usually some sort of monopolistic or oligopolistic position in some markets to such a degree in which they become impossible to compete against. And
what you said about Uber, Black Uru?
Uber, but the even more prominent example of that would be like your Apples or your Amazon.
Yeah.
Hey, Z,
push out the competition, and that's what makes you. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hey, Uru. So what you're saying is, or what it sounds like you're saying, right? And this is to ask you a question. You mean that like potential means something?
I see how you came back around with that.
Well, yeah, if you're a white man,
he caught it. Black Uru caught it. He caught it.
Thank you for your answer.
Yeah. I mean, potential means a lot. Man. Yeah.
So we speculate on the white dudes. The black guys don't get ain't no speculate on this.
You're coming with negative equity.
Well, negative equity is describing what Cam is describing. What he's basically the whole story you got to tell is much of those the people who I guess recently bought the Celtics and whatever, they're able to garner interest and positions in things that much more talented black men cannot. So they're able to rent seek. They're able to rent seek off the talent of more talented, harder working people who are generally or who are very often black people and especially black men. You know, Kanye West mentioned it himself. He gave us an example of it. Kanye gave y'all a lot of information while they painted him to be crazy and whatever.
No,
He
he really
gave
did.
you a
He
lot
really
of
did.
invaluable information.
You
Like the
ain't got the
thing where he
answer,
said
Sway.
he creates this interest, he creates these brands. He's Kanye, he's this great talent. You know, I mean, you can debate whatever you think of that, but to some degree he is. And then Trump's son-in-law can just come in and steal 10% of it for doing nothing. That's how the whole business world works. That's how white men and small hat men, that's how they work.
Yeah.
They get to
It's
steal
someone who do
the
see our
interest
potential.
into everything. And so you do all the work, you create all the value. You're Michael Jordan, right? You almost basically single-handedly created a whole sports apparel industry. Michael Jordan should be the richest or one of the richest men on earth. He really should be. When you consider the value generated from everything he did, he should be richer than Musk or Bezos or any of those guys. There is no sports apparel industry and sponsorship and endorsement. All that shit
He should be
generates
Arno.
from what Michael Jordan
Yeah.
started 40 years
Yeah.
ago.
Yep.
But yet the so-called owners of Nike are worth 10 or 15 or 20 times more than what MJ is worth. That's rent-seeking activity. They didn't create shit. They were able to use their whiteness and the logistics associated with their whiteness to get 90 cents on the dollar from what he did. And that's what they do all across all industries.
Let me do this. So I want to say to Zoomer Doomer, brother, I'm going to do a stream with your name as the title. Right? Speaking about, because I've been paying attention to a lot of videos coming from Zoomers, so Gen Z, and younger millennials that just sound absolutely over it, defeated. Just I ain't doing it no more. I actually want to do a stream on kind of the what's the word I'm looking for? There's Zoomer Doomers, there's Z's that are Doomers, and I don't know how much I appreciate the sentiment. I definitely sympathize with the sentiment, and I'm probably going to do a stream on that, speaking to that, but also trying to encourage also. But Zoomer Doomer, because I've been actually looking for you for a little while, because I wanted to, because I was like, there's somebody in the Black Ministry that goes by that name, but I'm definitely going to do a stream called Zoomer Doomer going to that. So I just kind of giving you a heads up on that. Go ahead and finish up with that Better You. But yeah, Black. I'm gonna play it one more again for everybody, just in case y'all didn't know what Black Uru and Better You were speaking about. But go ahead, Better You.
Yeah, and even to kind of piggyback off of his comment too, essentially companies like Uber, DoorDash, Lyft, and others, we have anti-dumping laws. For those who don't know what dumping is, basically I produced a lot of cheap shit and I'm looking for somewhere to sell it. You want it, but we don't really have any laws from a domestic front that kind of protect the consumer base and the nation from those types of practices from a company over here doing essentially those same things, running out the local cabs, running out the local delivery services, so on and so forth, to create monopolies, so that once they're ran out of business, now those businesses are the only game in town.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me play this for you guys one more time. This is what we were referencing for those of you that just got in. It gives you a second. Where the hell I went? There you go.
Jay-Z got a bill. Didn't Kanye get 1.7 billion? Yeah, them niggas got billions. Them niggas, we ain't got no fucking money out here. None of us. They got no damn money. Oprah and Jay-Z put their money together, still can't afford the Boston Celtics. Throw all my money in with it. We still can't get to the fucking Boston Celtics, man. They are losing out here, man. I'm sick of it, man. I'm sick of it. And this is why I be talking about. I had this conversation recently, man. And niggas be laughing when I be talking and it don't be fucking funny. You have to invent things that people need. And when and don't get me wrong, software is not necessarily a necessity, but almost is. They took away payphones. They took away 411 where you could call for information. They made it where you have to have some type of technology in your pocket. Now, this software company that bought it, I'm not sure what kind of software they're involved in, but obviously it's some lucrative shit to where they have a spare $6.1 billion. That's first and foremost. But I just be like, yo, bro, it's games be on the games and we ain't even in the fucking arena, let alone on the bench or the back burner. We are losing. We be sitting there hyped over, and another B, and another B, and another B. Ain't enough B's, man. It's not enough to get the Celtics, man.
You know, quiet as kept. You know, quiet as is kept. Before Kobe died, he had a lot of investment into technologies.
Yeah, Stafford.
Yeah, can I?
Yeah.
Well,
Can I say something?
but I want to respond to a broader, because I disagree with Cam. It's not that black people don't invent, and including even invent. I mean, much of the basis of technology in information systems and certainly even in the smartphones, black people created and participation in the creation of the technology. The issue is not what you create. The issue is what you can control and what you can own. You know, if you can't own it or keep ownership, or if they can steal ownership of what you created, it doesn't matter what you create.
George Washington Carver, anyone? Go ahead, yo.
You talking about the patent office?
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, yeah, I believe it's a combination of things. So the combination of things is that number one, as I think Black Uber said, about ownership, right? Oftentimes Black people don't own things in this country, and there could be there's a reason for that, right? So no matter how much money you generate in terms of revenue, if you don't have ownership, it doesn't matter. So in other words, if you're LeBron James and you generate $10 billion or $20 billion for the Lakers, that's all good and well, but you still get your contract. You don't get proper participation, which is what the owners get. And that's just standard, capitalism in America or the West. Now, with that being said, a lot of times Black people do not own things. And also they lie about it, which is also unfortunate. They lie about ownership. Jay-Z lying about owning the Nets, Oprah lying about owning her own show, Diddy lying about owning Ciroc. They do that because they want to sell you on Black ownership in order to profit themselves. And now comes to the next complexity of the issue. Why don't Black own things? Okay, there's several reasons. That's also complicated. The reason why Blacks don't own things is because the internal economics of the Black community is no longer the same. Prior to like the 1950s and when there was segregation, if you owned the Black product, Black people would only be able to buy it because you really couldn't sell it outside the Black community. A.G. Gaston, who was the financier for the Civil Rights Movement, was able to become one of the first Black millionaires because he sold primarily to Black people and a Black customer base. You really can't do that anymore prior to the abolition of segregation. So segregation, getting rid of segregation had a benefit, I guess, of getting Black people to be able to integrate to the white society and get quote unquote better products, whatever the quote was better. But also now you have competition with products that are non-Black. And oftentimes what you see is that Black people, whether they admit it or not, they'll work hard to purchase non-Black items. And even if there is a Black item, they won't purchase it just because it's Black. While other communities will do that. Other communities will purposely purchase their own community's products in order to help their own community. Now, we can argue why that happens in the Black community, probably due to socialization, indoctrination, a whole bunch of other stuff. Rappers or people affiliated in the streets will kill each other to buy European luxury brands and buy gold from Africa, but from Jews. Like I'm like, why don't you buy gold from Africans? I have no idea. Like it's weird things like that. Now, the next layer of complexity is the fact that wealth is a multiplayer game. It is a cooperative game. It is not a solo first-person shooter. It is not. So what happens is that no matter what happens when it comes to ascending to the top, there's always going to be families, uncles, friends, associations, networks that are in place that are behind the scenes. You see the person, the tutelary, whatever the puppeteer is, the entrepreneur is, When in reality, there's always this network behind him or her that allows it for happening because you can't do everything by yourself. You're gonna need lawyers, you're gonna need accountants, you're gonna need insurance, you're gonna need um, um, people with certain skills that you don't possess. You need funding. You need financing. Prime example, when a black person started their company, in order to cover the payroll because it was so large, another family friend of the family was covering it for them with a no interest bearing loan. You know, this is why I seen witness firsthand that reality of wealth is not really discussed because it's like a unspoken rule that you really it's like life in general is a cooperative sport. You can a cooperative thing. You cannot go on a solo. But a lot of black people, because it's presented this way, they think that I can just become successful, and it's like, nah, you need people.
No,
So yeah,
let me
go ahead.
say, sir, real quick, Socrates, because I wanted to just address 2 points, very important.
Sure.
The decadent veil. So this is where Antonio Moore and Yvette Carnell come in. The lying part. That's a twofer. That's the black folks that are being the figureheads or the face of whatever entity and playing that illusion, that game with us where they kind of own it, but we like those of us who are in the know that it's not really that. At best, they get partnership, but probably not. Right.
Don't talk about Oprah
So
like
that
that.
well, yeah. The own network is a prime example. Actually, yes. Right. So like, and that's on purpose. So that is a game that America's been playing because black wealth in large part is so degraded that you to show the world that America isn't what it was in the 50s and the 60s and the 40s and going back to slavery, you have to have these faces of black folks who are successful, who are globetrotters, who are doing well. And I would say it's not just black entertainers as in musicians, but obviously the athletes. They act as representatives to America's surpassing that dark past. That's how they frame it, right? That's number one.
Don't talk
Number
about
two,
BET after Bye Bye Iger like that.
right. Well, real quick, Vince. Let me end up with this part. The
All right.
other part that's really important is everything you just did, Socrates, spoke to me about black family, and the reason why I would argue that a lot of black people don't want to have the conversation about network and black family is because you're going to have to address the fact that yes, the women are a problem. The gynocracy is a problem. The gynocracy is costing us too much goddamn money with black women
Goddamn
trying to do
money.
the independent thing. There's right. I got
Absolutely,
squirted.
absolutely,
Right. So that's why I didn't want to
absolutely.
address that. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, the reality is that I'm picking this point, but the reality is like, and it's hard to discuss this because
Go ahead, and then we
there's
got
so
Vince,
much
and then I think Black was trying to
there,
go. Go ahead. Go ahead.
there's so much countervailing narratives that are false. So, which you have this conversation, it almost sounds like you're lying, like you're making stuff up. That's what's hard to have it. If I tell people, most wealth is silent, most wealth is people doing basic things for their own communities that you never heard of. Yet the public wealth and public stock exchange is like 30% of companies that exist in America. Roughly 70% of companies that exist in America are not known, are not publicly traded, are small time, petite, just upper class millionaires who are just living their life. They have a couple of mechanic shops or a couple of barber shops, and that's it. That's the reality. The visibility, though, is a CEO of Fortune 500 companies, but that's not very common at all. And yet the problem is people think, especially a lot of black people, they want to be CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, or they want to skyrocket to be these millionaires. And it's like, how about you own the barbershops in your neighborhood? How about you own the laundromats in your neighborhood? How about you own the supermarket in your neighborhood? Can you start there? And this is
Stop trying to limit us, Socrates. Go ahead.
this is what Mrs. Z
I
says,
mean,
the family dynamics.
the problem with Socrates, with all due respect, brother, the problem with what you're
Sure.
describing is that it does not account for all of what has happened, particularly the last 60 years. It's like with all due respect, it's like you're describing a football game only from the perspective of the fourth. Because I was born into a world where there were black-owned coffee shops and grocery stores and television repair shops all over the place. Beauty shop, everything. Black people owned everything in communities. Dry cleaners, car repair, owned all the business on all the blocks. You could walk up and down the west side of Chicago and see black-owned businesses, mom and pop, second, two generation, three generation owned businesses. So it's not that black people didn't know or don't know how to do that stuff. And it's like what Z just said. I think maybe AB was agreeing to. It was really the destruction of the black family that destroyed the black business base. Because once the family broke up, then teaching and maintaining those lessons and those relationships that you were referring to,
Hey,
maintaining those
Uru.
relationships became impossible. Because now you got baby mamas and who lives over here and who's the daddy of this child and whatever. You can't build and maintain no business community in a family structure like that. So the problem is, it's not that I disagree with you, but like I say, it's like you're describing a football game in the fourth quarter. It's not
Uru,
the whole story. It's like after the fact of what really happened.
Can we add context to that? That I think, from my understanding, and you've been around, but you could definitely correct me if I'm mistaken, right? A combination of things happened. The black family broke up, and the black wealth moved out of the community, which took away the jobs, but exacerbated the breakup of the black family because of the jobs, the economic feasibility that it was available.
Well, but the business didn't just decide we're going to move out of community. That's not really what happened. What happened was when the family started to break up, there was no grandson or great grandson to continue the shit.
Yeah, you're right.
So because
Yeah.
a lot of businesses, black businesses were in the city, and very often those owners, they
So
might have lived in the
the
city, they might have lived in
the
the suburbs, they might have lived
the
somewhere else, but they still maintain a connection with that community. So it
well the
wasn't
Wait,
reason.
just
wait,
that you
I'm
had
before
sorry.
you go, Vince.
necessarily live
Can
in
I?
that community, but you had to maintain some connection with that community in order for that business to continue to prevail and to succeed. But when the families broke up, you lost that will and that focus and those resources to continue that enterprise, along with all the
Before,
other issues, the
Can I get
external
30
issues
seconds?
that occurred
yeah,
as well.
before anybody go, look, we got 100 listening, and we got like 67 likes. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right. Let's
Can
do
I get
Vince, and I know Better You was trying to say something. So go
Okay.
ahead.
Well, all right.
Hmm.
I ain't get my what I actually wanted to say, y'all, because I wanted to reply to Black Socrates and my refute to him saying I'm independent. I don't need nobody. I can do it on my own. And that's what I wanted to say to Mr. Socrates.
Right. Thank
And
you for that. Go ahead, Better You. Oh, go
so
ahead. Finish it.
wait, that was hold on, let
Mhm.
me that
Go
because
go.
I'm gonna be brief with this part. That's all I wanted to say to Black Socrates, but I wanted to add on to what Uru said, because I think we have a third element of what's going on because of the breakup of the black family implies the breakdown of traditionalism and passed down family business and stuff like that. I think between the 50s and 70s, so much happened with everything that Uru just stated. And the reason why I said what I said, Uru, is because I was watching a documentary based on what happened in Baltimore on Pennsylvania Avenue when, that's the first place where they had redlining at, is when they broke those red lines down and stuff like that. And people able to start to move the economic foundation of those communities on Pennsylvania Avenue moved, and then vice and crime and everything started happening, combined with everything else going on. So that's how I came up with, my understanding of what's going on. And that was nothing to take away from
No,
what you said. I'm
again,
just, uh-huh.
it's never one particular thing, though, brother. Too
Yeah,
often
I
we
understand. It's a
talk in
combination of
absolute,
things.
and it's never just one thing. It's all those things
I
that
agree.
come together. But if you ask me what I think was the single greatest uh,
Okay.
detriment to black businesses, I think it was feminism. Because I think it fundamentally took the base away from making those businesses. It took black men away from black women, vice versa. And you can't build if you can't, if a man and a woman can't even actually be together, it's almost impossible to build in that
I
environment.
understand what you're
That's why
saying.
that's why the vast majority of American millionaires have been married to some woman, one woman for 20 years.
And I remember you said something about the whole
Yeah,
wife
but
thing the other week.
Wait, before you go, we gotta get better you, and then we gotta get better you, and go ahead, better you, and then we got you, Socrates. Because we gotta get Tunnel Runner because he's been quiet and AL's been quiet. So go
that's
ahead,
fine.
better you, and then yeah.
So to add on to the point about the wealth creation, one thing that I felt we didn't quite touch on, but definitely does play a big role with certain transformative technologies is the patent office. Because of the way the U.S. patent office works in conjunction with the ability to get capital, a lot of times, historically speaking, you've had Black folks who come up with some very transformative inventions that have changed the way that we live, but because of the fact that they weren't able to get capital in essentially the patent kind of shows you how to do certain things, which lets you know something's possible. You just can't do it the exact same way, or at least close enough to where it's infringible. Which even that, it takes money to defend a patent and capital.
Well,
And
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question on the point you're making. Who really did create the light bulb? Thomas Edison or Lewis Latimer?
Lewis Latimer.
That's the fun. That makes the. That's why when you talk about wealth in this country, as you described, you cannot talk about wealth in this country without talking about theft of property, particularly intellectual property.
Real quick to everybody, I just want to say this is why white folks got black fatigue. You see what y'all doing right now? This is why white folks got black fatigue. They tired of you Negroes and all your talk about slavery and Jim Crow and whatnot. Look, this is why they tired of you. I'm joking, but I'm not joking because this is really actually the real black fatigue, dear Anton. This is really the issue. This is not about black men not pulling up their pants or even about black women in the weave. No, this is actually the issue.
We tired you niggas
Just
standing
in
up for
case.
yourself.
I'm just saying. No, seriously though. But yeah, and y'all continue. Yeah, this is actually why they have black fatigue for all of those slow folks that don't get it. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, yo.
No, it's basically just like we were saying. It's matter of fact, there was a congressman that said a long time ago when they was talking about something. It's like we stole it fair and square. It's the rules how they
Yeah. No, that was the Panama Canal. That was the Panama Canal. That was during Carter's administration when he was giving it back. Yep. I read about this in school too. Yeah, my professor was talking to.
Remember.
Man, hey, bro, when my professor said that, I was like, ain't no way, no, but it's for real. The Congress member, this is somewhere in like the mid-ish 70s, and he was like, no, we stole this fair and square. oh, oh shit, you said that, and no, for real, that is America's whole worldview, including with even black people. Like we beat y'all fair and square. We used y'all as property fair and square. Yeah, and look, and you know those folks that like when they're gonna freeze the world in the place where they're winning. So even if you're playing a video game, if you're whatever you're doing, if you're playing sports, the person only they want to freeze it when they're winning, right? So think about Black Panther, right? When T'Challa wants to fight again, and Michael B. Jordan's character in Baku says, "Yeah, nope." Not even,
Nope.
that wasn't in Baku. That was no, that was in Baku. That was that's the other one. But yeah, Michael B. Jordan character is like, "Yep, nope, I beat you already." Exactly. That's America. That's America. Like, I'm winning. That's it. Freeze right here. We're done. Bro, we didn't even hit the finish line. Nope, we're done. Right. So yeah. I agree with you on that. Total Runner or AO, what's going on?
I cut out. What was the last thing the person said before I cut out? There was a person right before you, Mrs. Z, who was speaking. I think better
Oh,
you.
that was better. Yeah, that was better.
Yeah. What was he? What he said? 'Cause I cut out my internet. Just cut out.
Better
For
you.
some
Go
reason he
ahead.
said.
Basically, in a nutshell, I was talking about the role that the U.S. patent offices play with
I got you. Okay.
transformative technology in conjunction with capital or the lack of access to it there.
Understood. Well.
But real
It's
quick, before you go,
Go ahead.
Socrates,
Go ahead. Go
wait.
ahead.
I got,
Go ahead.
yeah, because I want to see if AO want to say anything or if Tunnel Runner want to say anything
Sure.
because they haven't said anything yet. Tunnel Runner,
Okay, yeah,
AO, no.
I just want.
Oh, go ahead,
I
Tunnel,
was going to
and then we
say,
get AO.
okay, I was just going to say, in a country where you have states no black people in it, how can you have black fatigue? There are literally towns that no black person has ever lived in.
What you
In
talking about,
America.
Colorado and Oregon?
So how can
Go
you
ahead.
have, when you have a whole state, Idaho, I mean, there's 0.00000% black people in these states. So you can, it's if you are white, you can get
Montana,
away
North
from all
Dakota,
kind
South
of black people.
Dakota, Vermont, Maine,
Correct.
goddamn,
Wyoming.
As a matter, all the mountain states ain't nobody, there ain't no Negroes in the mountain states.
Notice in almost all these all white states, they also have the lowest populations of people. If white people are so tired of black folks and brown folks, why don't they all go to Vermont and Montana and those places?
And no one wants to live there.
The Dakota. The Dakotas.
Wait, hold on.
The Dakotas is just meh.
I don't want to live there because
Now
I
do
lose
I.
all that flavor that those Negroes bring to society. That's why I don't want to live there.
Well, I think that the whole black fatigue argument is, again, I think based on like a simulacra type situation where we have an idea that's based on perception that's not rooted in reality. And what do I mean by that? All right, let's say X, right? How many Americans are on X? Say about 20%. How many of that 20% are active users? Let's say another 20%, right? So that 20% of the 20% are really driving most of the content on X. So make it seem like they speak for a quote unquote majority of anyone. So what I often tell people about the Michael Anthony situation, Anthony Metcalf situation.
Wait a minute, Socrates. You calling Twitter X? Look, we call it by its OG name. We call it by Twitter. Fuck what Elon talking about. Go ahead.
All right, Twitter. Twitter. So Carmelo Anthony and Michael Metcalf and Shiloh Hendricks.
Those were the stories that dominated.
Yeah,
no, not really.
Care about that? Make up probably, I want to say, 5% of the population. That 95 to 90% of people have no idea what's going on and don't care. If you ask the average person in the street these questions, they have nothing to tell you because they don't care. And that's like, so the question is, who's having this fatigue? I believe for people who are constantly online. People who are constantly online have a pressure that exists because they're online. And they have a perception of the world that's based on constantly being online. For most people who are not online like that, they have no conception of these battles. It's like trying to talk to someone about Black Manosphere issues who don't go online like that. They'll look at you like you're an alien. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, but here's the danger of what you described. You have a current president and one of his white men henchmen who are very much plugged into this shit that goes on online. In fact, you could make an argument that Trump is president today because of his savviness of
that's true.
Social media. Yeah,
that is true.
So
that's not even an argument. That's the statement.
I generally agree with you. It would not at all surprise me that we start out of the blue start seeing bills proposed that is directly citing white fatigue or some bullshit like that as a part of those proposals. Because those particular people who run the country today, they are very much plugged into the internet and social media bullshit.
Yes.
Black Uru, those bills are taking place as we speak, starting statewide. My state within itself is literally trying to change the SNAP program. They already adopted the immigration policy. Cheeto.
You broke up a little bit, AL. We can't hear you.
These policies are literally going on.
We had a presidential election that was turning on internet stories about Haitians eating dogs.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, so I mean, I get what you're saying, but I think it's kind of complicated by who the men are in particular who run the country today. They are very astute at using the social media
they plugged in.
to their leverage, plugged in. Their advantage.
And don't wait, real quick. Was that AO?
No, that was me. That was last time.
Okay, let me say this real quick then, because what AL said, that's very, because with DeSantis too, it's the same thing. These people, I agree with Black Uru that they're plugged in, and I agree with AL that is having real life on the ground ramifications. These people are already moving, because we may not. Many everyday Americans may not be plugged in. I got what you were saying, Socrates, that we're talking about 20% of 20%, right? With that, what Black Uru is saying and what AL is saying, both all of what y'all saying, because it ties in right to each other. What Black Uru is saying is that, but the politicians that we have currently, and particularly this administration that we have currently, they are very plugged in. As a matter of fact, much of the kind of quote unquote manosphere tour that Trump went in during this campaign was because of Barron, and like they said it, right? So they are plugged in, and his people are plugged in. So this black fatigue conversation. Go ahead.
Vance was using red pill talking points during
Yes,
the
he has.
campaign, man.
I was the one saying it. I said, "Hey, JD Vance is a white manosphere guy. If y'all don't see it, I don't know what y'all. JD Vance is white manosphere like a mug. I could smell it on. I could smell it on. But the second he started blowing, I'm like, these talking points, and just like Black Guru was saying, and what AL is saying is 100% true. They're moving in the states, and we saw that with the watering down of Black history in some of these states, particularly in their books that would be given to the students in high school, middle school, and maybe even elementary school. It's the watering down, and it's the euphemisms for slavery, and that's their way of massaging history slowly but surely, where when you pan out the next few decades, then it borderline to be like Black folks volunteer to come over here type thing, and that's pretty much how they're trying to frame it now, right? So yeah.
So Mr. Z, to back Uru's point about it being influencing the administration or the president and his cabinet. Yes, but also that plays into what I'm saying about the 20 or the 20%, because in local elections, how many people are voting or paying attention? And that's something that I personally, because I got involved in local politics and I also gave up on local politics, because it's back to my point about 95 or 90% of people not caring, whether they're not interested or focused or paying attention. But the reality is, yes, these things happen in the local area, in local elections, your municipal, county, and state, and no one cares. People don't even show up like that. If you look at the voting rolls, it's abysmal. The only time they really care to vote is national elections. Go ahead.
But that multiplies the potential influence of what goes on nationally. Because if there is no rebuttal at the local level, and you got a guy like Trump who's putting his fingerprint on everything, all that shit is going to trickle down to the states and municipalities. The influence and the effect of that, since there is no active rebuttal at the local level, at the state level, to what Trump's doing, is going to multiply the influence of what he's doing beyond just the federal government, because everybody else is just going to be rolling over to whatever he runs down. And you're going to see that real soon. Well, we're going to see it in your Medicaid programs and all those kind of programs, because all those programs are conduited through the states. So, yeah, I mean, Trump makes some policy, but it's definitely going to ripple down to everybody else. Certainly, if they're going to go after, for example, Section 8 and all that stuff, that's definitely going to have some major local and state impact. So, and again, since there is no real rebuttal at the local levels, at the state levels, it's just going to make him even more powerful federally.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that, but the apparatus.
After wait. After let me kind of mark out the itinerary. So go ahead, Black Socrates, finish what you're saying. Somebody was trying to speak after him, and then we're gonna move on to the next clip. Go ahead, yo.
Yeah, the apparatus that set that up is just prior to Donald Trump. It wasn't just Donald Trump where people stopped caring about local politics. This is why I also think that political discussion is kind of fruitless, because the people.
Socrates, you broke up. Where's that me?
No, I hear you. I can't hear him.
Socrates, they got you. Oh, wait, that's
Charlie on his internet.
Goddamn. They send them boys at you, Socrates. The AOC got you, Socrates. AOC sent them boys at you. Go ahead. Who was that trying to speak earlier?
I am. Look,
go ahead.
I don't want to divert from what we are talking about, but I do want to make light of another video that you showed earlier. I'm gonna make the statement after you show. You have to show this little quick video that you showed of that Black woman and how she felt about the divesting. The white man, the black man with the white
Which
woman.
one? Because there's two of them.
Listen to me. I'm gonna explain to you. The black man versus the white woman and white woman versus the black man. And she was side eyeing the black man with the white
Oh, okay,
woman,
okay.
but she was congratulating the fact that the black woman was with the black man, the black woman with the white man. The
Okay,
reason
okay.
why
I'll play it right now.
once you highlight, then I'm going to make my statement, then you can go, and then I'm going to leave.
Okay, okay. Here we go.
I'm an interracial dater, right? And I don't know if it's just me, but anytime I see a black man and a white woman, I'm just like, I don't know. But anytime I see a white man and a black woman, I'm like,
That's AL's face. That's AL. That's AB too.
Okay, yeah, okay, that might be my face, but what I'm about to say is going to hit hard. And I want y'all to need you to listen to comprehend. That means listen, ponder on it for a second, just then give an answer. Give an answer. All I saw in that
But hey, man,
project.
man, and Greg
Period.
Abbott is messing your internet up, AL. Whatever you said, we did not hear it. They on
Say
your
so.
ass, AL. You gotta say it again. You gotta say it again. I did not hear nothing. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
All
you're good.
that
You're good.
was a big firm concubine letting out her frustration. Now y'all ponder on that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm at.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're definitely right. Go ahead. Better you, and then we'll get whoever is trying to talk after that. Go ahead.
Nah, I couldn't quite hear AL. What did he say?
He said that's a concubine airing out her frustrations.
That was a disgruntled concubine. That was a disgruntled concubine projecting and just frustrated at the fact that she didn't like what she saw. It's cool when the black girl does it with the white man, but when the black man does it with the white woman, she wants to side eye. No, you can't have it both ways. You're not gonna have it both ways.
I gotta agree.
Oh yeah,
I got to agree.
I agree with that. I hope somebody.
You know what I think?
Go ahead, Black Guru, and then we'll get Better You.
But no, go ahead, better you.
Nah, I just like those are the types I hope get left out in the cold. I hope they have to suffer the coldest.
Out here freezing. Burr.
You sound like Dave Chappelle when he was a pimp on the plane and his balls.
Hey, I hope bad things happen to you and only
No. Here we go. No. Ed got an answer for her.
Mario, Jorge, Cartwright, Shane Sung. We got a thrift store of leftover bitches. They're leftover because apparently it ain't enough niggas is worth a damn. Whatever. Point is they left over. We need you to come pick them up. No instruction manual. Figure it out. Sprinkle some white ice on it. Maybe, I've heard the white ice is colder. Sprinkle some white ice on it. It goes with everything. If you come within the next 24 hours, we'll give you a complimentary book on how to date black women for white men. That's a $4 value.
I die every time.
But I want to thank Edward Emerson for that rebuttal. That was heartfelt and it was well mixed.
Black fatigue.
You know,
Black fatigue.
Go ahead, Black Guru. I clicked on my mistake. Go ahead.
Black women, older black women would make a point of saying what not to say in the presence of black people. Like, don't curse around men. Don't speak too negatively, about men. Don't behave too hostile, particularly in public. I mean, people have all kinds of shit going on behind closed doors, but don't speak it. And what's his name? Judge Hatchett about how her mother told her uh, to be very careful about what she say about her husband. That if you say certain things to a man, he'll never forget it. And, no matter what, he might love you, whatever, but he'll never actually forget what you say. And I think what's sad about what I see here are young women who have been denied that kind of wisdom, and they're doing incalculable damage, not just to themselves personally, because this girl done put her face on this thing. So I mean, potentially everywhere you go, you got a scarlet letter, with respect to how you might be viewed about black men. But even beyond her own individual self, you're a part of this growing negative PR job of the image of young black women.
Go ahead, y'all. Is that me? Why is everybody mute?
Oh, I'm sorry. My daughter actually. No, it's part of this growing impression or reputation or image, and as you see all of these videos, at a certain point, it's like you're creating this image that everybody's going to see. You're creating this voice that everybody's going to hear. And even though it may not necessarily represent this young woman or that young woman or whatever, at a certain point, it's going to kind of predominate the image of all young black women. It's really sad what a lot of them is doing because they're so myopic and so solipsistic. They don't realize they're kind of sabotaging the collective of young black women. It's really sad.
I low key kind of think that's the goal. I think it's almost innate. I think if they go into self-destruct mode when they don't get what they feel like they deserve, what they wanted or they desire, there's this part of human beings, I think women in particular in our society, because there's the guardrails aren't there, where they say, damn it to hell, and I'll harm you by harming us. And there and
Z,
like I go ahead.
didn't you say that like a year or two ago when you talked about Scorched Earth and made that video? Like I didn't realize
Yes,
that
yes, yep,
until you
yep.
said it. We see that type of destructive behavior with people that's emotional. If I ain't about to get it, nobody about. That's how I come with the supervillain arc kind of situation.
So I said that to my dad about white folks, and my dad recited that to me. And he say it to his friends now. He said that to me maybe 2 months ago. We were talking, and he said it. He was like, "Z, like I tell my friends what you said," and I knew what he was gonna reference. And he was like, "I say it all the time. These pale faces, they really have the mentality like ain't gonna be no number one. If I ain't number one, ain't no number one. We'll burn it. We'll nuke this world to back to the Stone Age." And I'm not saying all of them are on that, but I think some of them are. Good.
But what's that you saying about being like having a temper tantrum and stuff like that? That's also people being ugly. If I'm not ugly as far as personality, there's some very beautiful women out here that got bullshit ass ugly personalities, and because they're terrible and lack self reflection, that they throw salt in the game. And some people, it be people's emotional state and what they have going on that those salt on it. Like it's the jealousy, it's their lack of
I got you,
ability and
Vince. I got you. I
capability.
got you. Here you go. Here you go.
This is what I tell average looking and below average looking women. If you can't date up, be alone. Life is easier that way. And I know that's controversial. I don't care. I don't care.
When you hear that, you see what I'm saying?
I
When you
got a
hear that,
rebuttal for that.
it's going to what you're saying. Go ahead, go ahead.
As Tupac have a little meme saying, "Man, shut up."
But for real, I mean, like when you hear that, when you hear that from her, listen to what she says. She's telling you, she tells average and below average looking women. Understand that most of us are average as human beings. Most of us are average height, average look, and we still make it work. We've been making it work for literal tens of thousands of years. And what she's telling you is
Yes.
she's telling average and below average looking black women, that just a couple generations ago would have still been married with children and had a
And
family. She's telling them it's better to be alone. If that's not scorched earth, I don't know what
Yes.
is. Go ahead.
Remember,
No. It's
remember
it's
when
it's
I
it's
was
neo.
describing?
Wait,
No, I'm
wait,
joking.
y'all. Black
But
Uru, and then Vince, and then Socrates. Go ahead.
If you recall what I just said, I was describing what elder women did because with time and experience comes wisdom. And yeah, young women are going to get emotional and say all kinds of crazy stuff and get haughty and arrogant and vain and they're going to do self-destructive things. That's why it's important to have an elder influence who's going to be able to see the bigger picture. But girls, look what environment y'all creating by saying what you're saying. You're scaring away the men. You're going to chase the men to white women and other not. Those are the kind of things that older black women would say. I heard them say, "Child, don't talk like that around that man. You're gonna scare him over to some white women or some Mexican women." I remember actually hearing that.
no, he not. Listen,
And
now he
they've
gonna want
broken the
that
line.
box.
They've lost the benefit. They've lost the benefit of that kind of guidance, and now they're just floundering by themselves in their studio apartments or whatever with their box wine, drinking the box wine, getting online, saying all kinds of crazy shit that's ruining their individual prospects and the prospects of them as a collective. It's really sad to see.
And
Well,
let
that's
me say this
called.
real quick, everybody. Real quick, real quick. Saint Seer says, "Stay Uru, stop scaring the bros." And Better You says, "Stop scaring the bros." LOL. Exactly. Did you hear that, FD? No, it ain't the bros scaring the hoes. It's the hoes scaring the bros. And then clearly, with that type of talk, and there's a lot of them that sound like that. Oh man, there are so many of women in general who sound like that right now. It's like I'll end out with this, and then you got it, Vince, and then you got Socrates. They're one upping each other with the insanity talk. They're one upping each other. See, y'all thought it was just some movie shit. No. The internet done made them worse with this. And that's where Cynthia G come in with the delete unborn black male babies talk. They're just it's one upping each other. Oh, that's your nuke. Look at my nuke. No, I got a bigger nuke. No, mine's got more. Mine's your more. No. I got the hydrogen. No. Look like I blow up planets. No. I blow up the whole solar system. That's what they're on now. Right, and they're taking it to this point where I've got to say it slogan. She's saying to average black women, which are most people on planet Earth are average looking. She said, "I tell average and below average looking black women, if you can't date up, it's better you be alone." Now, as saying that to a black woman in a white supremacist neo-colonial ethno state, what are you condemning her to? I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Vincent, and you got it. I'm sorry.
Well, Uru, I would call what you're calling it young ladies who think that they could just do and be however they want and nothing happens with their relationships or anything. Vagina arrogance, saying that he want this box, he
Yes.
won't do anything for the box. It doesn't matter. He's so hungry, thirsty for this insatiable, big pink brown box, and he will not. He will go through all my sufferability for access to this box, and that don't be the case. Like some people have morals and values that's bigger than just sex. Like functioning and getting along together. And I think that that goes into the poor opinion that women have of men in general, especially black men, about all we are is sex crazed whores who don't have any kind of like ideals and ambitions worth respecting.
Man, look, man. When I first heard that, I'm so glad that shout out to Compassionate and Kellis. But I referenced it in Compassionate text me. He was like, "Hey, bro, give me the timestamp." I sent him the timestamp. He had it up in like, I swear to God, at least like 5 minutes, 10 minutes max. He had it up in no time. The reason why I keep it is because I need to emphasize that this has been the dominant sentiment concerning social media conversation amongst Black women for a while. I'm not even talking about real in IRL or any of that. This has been the dominant sentiment. And shout out to Jason Black because he said it. And he's been saying it for a little while now. you can't scare the women with not being married anymore. He said, and he said his issue with Kevin Samuels is when you tell the women buy a dog and die alone, they like, I bet. Now going to what Black Uru said, do they really mean that? Probably not. But as a millennial, nearly 40-year-old millennial, when they say it with all that energy in the moment, they mean it. And I've been around enough spiteful ass women, black women in specific, to know that the anger, the rage, the I don't care if I die, I'd rather die with my. And that's what I told BGS that when they say it at the moment, they mean that shit. Now they may not mean it literally two
Z.
seconds
Okay.
later, but
But now
in the
I'm
moment
sure
they
you've
mean that.
seen
Go ahead.
I'm sure you've seen the recent employment report
Oh,
where
yeah. 106,000
black
jobs.
women lost
Yeah, I seen it.
over 100. Yeah, in the month of March alone. So now, again, there's one thing to be popping that shit. Like I say, sip on your little, cheap wine and get on the internet and be popping that shit and get a whole lot of likes and whatever other kind of remuneration you get from that. But once a few 100,000 or 500,000 or whatever number of them lose their gig and struggle to replace that job, how is that shit gonna be sounding to? How's all that you girl, black girl magic bullshit gonna be sounding to?
Like bullshit. Like how it
Yeah.
sounds already.
Well, Nemesis probably heard and said bet.
At the end of the day, like I said, and I'm gonna end out with this: when they say it in the moment, they mean it. Black U's right. Like, do you mean it 10 seconds later, a week later, a year later? Maybe not. But I've been around enough angry, spiteful black women or black women that I love that in the moment they say some shit, you be like, you don't mean that, and they be like, I mean it. And I'm telling you right now, in that moment. Oh, they mean it. And when Christy said what she said, I'm gonna play it for y'all one more game, and then you got to Vince. When Christy said what she said, in that moment, she meant that shit. And now, is she talking about herself? Probably not. But is she in that moment? Is she okay with condemning the masses of black women to a lifetime of practically solitude and vibrator talk? Yeah. And I'll play one more game, and then you got to Vince. And then stop the piece.
This is what I tell average looking and below average looking women. If you can't date up, be alone. Life is easier that way. And I know that's controversial. I don't care. I don't care.
She said, I don't care twice after that, just to emphasize it. Go ahead.
I'll say this. This is my. I think I've been very my opinion about my disposition about the situations we have interpersonally and with women of our race and our families and stuff, right? And this is my argument. If I ever come past this in the future or whatever, I think I'll just reference this stuff right here. Our women are myopic. They're very myopic. They hit the gas too fast, hit the brake too slow. Especially they utilize that with how they express themselves in a lot of ways. No matter how smart, educated they are, how much money they have, there's so many times that they're myopic, and we see it in the relationships that they form, the things that they say, and how they go about certain things. There's a lot of smart women, but there's a lot more women that I ever thought in my life that were myopic. Think things through, and it costs. You put that with vagina arrogance, we got a lot of the issues that we have right now. That's my that's my only constant. I didn't understand and learn that until I got older. I have a whole different. I was definitely seeing the world differently than not understanding a little bit of things just by being educated and also life experience. Our women are very myopic and it's very concerning.
I want
Go ahead, Blacker.
The enormity. I want to emphasize the enormity of what I described earlier, the job loss of black women, because in the reporting, what they said was that demographic of employee, black female, lost more jobs than any other demographic of people in this country during that month. That's including black men. Hold on, man. Let me finish my statement.
I apologize.
That's an abnormality. Usually, black men are a lot less employed than black women. Usually, the unemployment rates of black men are higher than black women. So, for black women to lose more jobs then black men lose jobs. That's a sea change in the employment environment. And to the extent that that holds up, that's gonna have reverberations throughout not just the employment of black women, but even the social structure around things. You know, so I think that as we watch them, you know, sort of flailing about and drowning and whatever, you know, you're gonna have to really take a real hard look at what's gonna start happening when the effects of this thing, along with getting rid of Medicaid and, you know, all these other supplemental resources to them, it's gonna be a damn shit show.
Let me say this. Like, wait. I gotta get this up.
I'm sorry.
A couple of weeks ago, we spoke. No, it's actually more. A couple of months ago, we spoke about Jasmine Crockett in Congress pleading to the white conservatives about DEI. This is what she knew was coming down the pike. That's number one. She knew this was a number two. Black girl magic don't exist. It's based off of systems, and it's based off of the largesse of mainly white liberal women. And what happens when white liberal women's conservative brethren put a foot to that ass? Because you're living off of their largesse, dear black women, guess what? And because you're the most chronically single group of people in America, guess what? So once again, the safety net that is liberal politics, the safety net that is the largesse of liberals, mainly liberals, and liberal women in specific. Then you have to also appreciate too, if they're slashing government jobs, we know black people are how many we disproportionately occupy government jobs. If they're getting rid of what they deem as BS jobs, that's going to hurt women writ large. Starting with, once again, black people, but mainly black men. First fired, last hired, right? Last hired, first fired. If that applies to women also concerning race, then that means black women. What does that mean for you? So when you couple the government jobs with first fired, last hired, with getting rid of so many BS jobs that could be automated or that you could create some type of software to do that, this hurts women writ large, black women in specific. So you're going to see those numbers, I would argue, increase for women who, in many respects, your jobs could be automated. Yes, we know there's certain blue collar jobs that could be automated through robots, but how many white collar women's jobs in cubicles could be automated through software, where they don't need the paper pushers anymore like that. They may not.
I'm sitting here right now using AI right now as a tool. I'm right here sitting down right now using the AI tool that's collecting information that could have been typed by someone else. Let me tell you, it's a problem. And I want to say one more thing to Uru, that's okay.
Go ahead. We got to get Socrates. I ain't gonna let him talk yet. Go ahead.
I apologize, Socrates. Shit, what I'm about to say. I hate when this happens. Fuck it.
Go ahead, Socrates. Go ahead.
Yeah, I believe that they believe at the time, and you know, historically in Greek mythology, Nemesis is a spirit that humbles the prideful. So Nemesis said bet, and I don't understand why women wouldn't see this happening when the money runs out, which is often the case with liberal democracies that want to spread money to everyone. Austerity will set in because there's not enough resources, and the people who are going to be hurt the most are the quote unquote most vulnerable. I hear that black women say they're the most educated, so I think they should be fine, right? I think I said in the first conversation, life is a co-op game. It's not.
Let me say this real quick, Socrates. Neon, put your comment again. I accidentally deleted it. The one you put right under the coffee cup mugs. I was trying to highlight it and I accidentally deleted it. Type it out again if you don't mind, please and thank you. Go ahead, Socrates.
Yeah, life is a co-op game. This idea that I don't like what was it Chrissy or Yanni was saying to me is that what happens when
that was Chrissy.
neoliberalism.
I want to play the one from Yanni where she's like decenter men, and I don't give a f. As a matter of fact, I gotta play it because but I gotta play it for Black Uru just for posterity. I gotta play it because especially with Black Uru say I gotta play it, but it's 3 minutes long. But I gotta play it. I'm gonna find it. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a combination of neoliberalism meets feminism, right? Feminism makes men the opposition, men patriarchy are the enemy. They hate men, so therefore the only utility you can derive from men is when men obviously pay pigs or pay masters to fund your life. If they can't do that, they have no value, which is silly because
Oh wait,
as a
Socrates, it's still here. Go ahead and finish. I'm gonna play it after this. We all gonna be pissed off today. Go ahead. After this, I'm gonna play it. Go
yeah,
ahead. Yeah, I still
as
have
a
it. Go ahead.
as a single woman, I'm not sure what demographics, what statistics, what indicators they're looking at. Single women, single black women in particular, are the poorest demographic in America. And that was prior to the austerity measures. That's prior to welfare being cut and all this other DEI being cut. That was prior to that. What do you think is going to happen now?
Well,
They're gonna be hurting.
that is
Go ahead.
true. That is true, Socrates. But as Z was describing, you know, you had a lot of you were referring to as largesse as being a somewhat literate man. I always enjoy my my SAT
Words.
glossary. But
Right.
but the word largesse means charity, and I'm gonna fucking say the word
I know.
charity. They've enjoyed
Yeah,
the
I know.
charity of this white feminized system for 60 years now, and Trump is single-handedly tearing it apart. You know, so the
Yeah.
charity is going away.
Yeah.
And so,
And
like you're right, Socrates. They had the but they had the benefit, even though they were essentially broke, or were nominally broke. They had the benefit of a lot of programs to supplement what they were not getting in terms of earnings and through lack of wealth. So
I
because they're
remember.
broke, because they had no wealth, they could get all these supplemental programs that inflated their overall economic situation. But now that those are going away, now their real wealth and their real income and lack thereof becomes much more of a prominent issue.
I remember.
let me do this. Let me do it.
Uh,
Wait. Before anybody go, we gotta get better you, and then we gonna play this, and then because we gotta get better you first, and then we or better you. You want me to play this real talk with Yanni, and then let you speak. Either way, let me say this real quick. We got 120 people watching. It's 119, but we got 120 people watching, and we got 69 likes. Cause I'm about to do y'all like BGS do y'all. Could I get a like, please? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. If you're not gonna hit the super chat, at least get me a like, please and thank you. Please and thank you. Go ahead, better you. I don't know if you want to go before or after your girl. Go ahead.
I'll give some commentary after, but before that, I'll just simply say this statement. Eve bit the apple and thought that she could be better than Adam. And what she's realizing is Karen shrugged.
Karen shrugged.
Karen shrugged.
Yeah, I like that. Karen got a shrug because her Adam yanked that damn chain, so Karen got a shrug.
Because Brandon pulled the damn plug. That's why Karen.
Thank you.
You mean Brad took his wallet home? Brad put his wallet away?
Yeah, Brad put his wallet away, so Karen can't keep on flicking off crumbs and pennies to Keisha, and Keisha out here looking sick. And her pride, man, we're gonna play this. If you want to know, shout out to Vince with vagina arrogance look like and being myopic look like. Here y'all go.
Decenter men. This is not coming from a place of hurt, trauma. This is coming from a place of peace and happiness. And
no, it's not.
I just remember when I used to go out, and I used to just go out just to have a good time, laugh, great conversations, and just being a personality. My personality wasn't about getting a man. It was just about having fun. And I just want to get back to that. I just want to get back to me. And I'm tired of social media. I'm wanting to decenter men, decenter social media. And I just want to just be about me. I want to be selfish and self-centered as an ex-people pleaser, because everything nowadays is about getting a man, keeping a man, having a man's baby, and it's just
and
much.
The problem
and
is
I'm just getting nauseous just thinking about it. There has to be more to life than just men. And so
really
now that I have these centered men for my life, I find myself actually having a good time. I go out in social settings. The objective isn't to get numbers, to get a man, to get a date. It's just to have great conversation. And I've been enjoying myself. I have. I'm flirting.
Converse with these.
I'm having amazing conversations, meeting new people, and I'm just keeping it at that. And I like that. I feel in control, and I like how I have this I don't give a fuck attitude, and it's just very freeing. Whereas before, it was all about getting a man and hanging around women that wanted to go out just to get attention and to get a man, and it's just so exhausting. But now I'm actually having a great time. And
we don't believe you. Your face is not convincing.
I love it here, actually. I'm just tired of these videos.
Yo, sass ain't sassing.
It's a man, it's a woman telling you, get a man, you need a man. You're gonna die alone.
They're trying to save you.
And I like being alone. I like it. It's peaceful. And this decentering men thing, I think it's necessary because a lot of women are exposing themselves to like temporary relationships just because they're listening to people online. And I don't know, I think it's kind of cute. I think it's funny because I'm a woman that actually enjoys being alone, right?
Sound like a
I
hater.
enjoy my aloneness. I think it's funny because some women feel like they're one-upping you because they have a temporary relationship.
Because they are.
But your relationship is temporary. Even the women with rings, your marriage is temporary. Like, it's not lasting.
You sound like a hater. You sound,
a lot of women are
you sound like a rainbow, actually.
Temporary relationships, friends with benefits, temporary relationships. They're just in these temporary relationships because social media is telling them that they need a man, or they
no, their relationship is biological.
Better get your man before you hit the wall. It's like, it's just too much. And now I have moved to a space where I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. And it feels so good because I just don't give a fuck. And nobody is going to force me to give a fuck. And I like it. And another thing, when it comes to this decentering men, I have embraced my masculine. I've embraced my feminine side. I've embraced my light feminine. I've embraced my dark feminine.
Of course you embrace your dark feminine.
I've embraced all of myself. And I love that for me.
Before anybody go, don't nobody go yet. Wait. Black Uru, as a father to adult women, what say you, sir?
Well, I just think she is basically, it's a very nihilistic view of life, particularly for women, especially for Black women. You're just you're advocating for a kind of dead-end existence. You know, everything about the biology of a woman is designed to conceive, carry, deliver, nurse, raise children. Everything about her body, obviously her milk-bearing breast, her cervix, her, all parts of her vagina, everything about her, even the texture of her skin, the tone of her voice, everything about a woman is designed to make babies, to raise babies. You're going against your basic biological imperative, and you're advocating for I guess she's popular, so what would be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of young women to do the same. It's a very nihilistic, almost a kind of a cataclysmic message that she's communicating. It's very treacherous for the interest, sadly, of a lot of young Black women. It's sad to listen to that because we know the vast majority of women who listen to that are going to end up, if they follow what she described, is going to end up fucked in the end.
Yeah,
it's really sad.
I think so. Wait, because I'm doing it like this for a reason, Vince. I'm going to all the men with daughters. So AL, you're up next. AL, I know your daughter is in her teens, if I'm not mistaken. What do you say to what I just played, if you heard it? Okay, I think AL, we cannot hear you if you're talking. There you go. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, yes, I heard it. She will be 20 June the 5th this year. And two words put together. Bullshit.
You think real talk with you just talking bullshit. I agree. And she in Texas with you too. Talking about that. So yeah, it's just again. When I first heard this, I was like, oh, it's bad. Like you're really on some crash out. And I think Black Uru, as a matter of fact, the first person I heard describe it is I more pronounced than nihilistic was Compassionate Callous. That's why I'm glad he's up here. He was the first person I heard. Even I didn't come up with that word or think of it in that way, but he was the first person I heard say nihilistic. And so I agree with Black Uru and I agree with Compassionate that this is very much a nihilistic view of man, woman, black woman relationships in the world, to be frank. And I think Chrissy gets into that too. But for Chrissy, there's maybe an escape hatch with non-black men. With Real Talk with Yanni, is just epic to hell, especially because of her current financial position. She's doing well financially, YouTube money and whatnot. So she really can have that worldview and then try to, bury it with other things, I guess, going out and whatever. And she says she's celibate. I don't know how true that is as of now, but I guess she can occupy herself with doing other things. Giggity. Doing other things and yeah, and we've heard her speak about those other things. So that's
Hey, Z, that's what you get the people, the women living in their cars, living in their campers. That's where they go. I'm not going to settle. I'm going to live in my car. I'll even take my child and we'll live in the car because I am not going to bow down to any man.
Wait, real quick, y'all, real quick, because Strell has a daughter too, and Strell is saying BS. Strell is saying BS. Strell has a daughter too, and he's saying, "Nah, I don't believe it."
Yanni's in the worst position. She's benefiting from that influencer, this influencer economy, influencer culture, and she the type you could tell she can't. She takes this personality into real life. Like she's just
I think so.
On the internet. She, especially like you said, if she's doing well and she's in those, she probably does that for a living basically. She takes that personality of her, and that was a weird way to describe being yourself. Like she said, I like the personality that I take into the world, which but that's actually how she thinks and talks to people in real life. So she's just getting ran through, and she's calling it celibate. And she's just getting consistently frustrated. I guarantee.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no! Compassion said, "I don't believe none of it." Real quick, let's let Vince go, and then you got to Better You, because Better You has a baby girl, and I want him to speak on it too. So Vince, you were gonna give us the definition. Go ahead, Vince.
Okay. I call it going outside. As a man with no kids, but been around women a lot of my time in life, and I always remind you to go listen to that playlist. Just to understand some of what I'm saying about what it means to go outside. A lot of times when we hear that someone usually, ends a relationship, usually a man for woman, it was a reason, because men don't break up with women like that, right? But it's the other aspect of women who, it's usually like, how can I say it? It's things in her life where she's not seeing or understanding that is causing her to not have a significant relationship. Same with dudes. We're talking about women right now, right? It's a song that I heard that made me understand that what she's saying is cope. It's bullshit. It's a song in that playlist that I told you about. It's called Living All Alone. And it is a very like people there's an answer for what they're saying about this loneliness stuff and what's going on. This is just a new generation going through something that been played out already. Now when I heard it in the music, I'm like, this sounds like the other side of them faking how they feel about the whole situation. But the song is called Living All Alone by what's her name? Let me see real quick. Living All Alone by the other song is Go Outside in the Rain. Phyllis Hyman. It's Phyllis Hyman, Living All Alone, and the other one is Go Outside in the Rain.
Let me do this real quick. Let me read this from Leon. And Leon said, Leon, you might have to come up to explain this. I'll clear the floor for you. But you might have to come up to kind of go into more detail. And Leon says, Z, bullish. The women are not nihilistic. they need to eat from the tree of knowledge and grow the f up. Well, they ate from the tree of knowledge. That's why we're here. But no, I think I get what you're saying. But yeah, if you have maybe 2 minutes to spare, I'll clear the floor for you when you come up. But you might have to come up and kind of elaborate on that for maybe a minute or two or three. And go ahead, Better You, and then we'll get Compassionate his opening statement. And Tunnel Runners came back. He hasn't really said much, so go ahead, Better You, Compassionate, and we get Tunnel Runners.
I think she's high on her own supply. Like, this is what happens when you think you can exist in a vacuum.
Wait, say that part again. That last part. This is what happens when you think you can what?
When you think you can exist in a vacuum.
I agree.
That you can jettison half of your population and be unaffected by it. It's troubling in a lot of ways, because in a lot of ways what she's talking about is going to condemn a lot of women if they acted on it to a lower quality and standard of life. And frankly, I mean, it might sound good in the moment, but you really are setting yourself up for a harder time, because there's a lot of people who right now, 100-something thousand Black women lost their job. If you go by the marriage rates, 75,000 of them ain't got no man. I just spent a year being unemployed.
It ain't a good look.
Imagine being in that situation, having kids and everything and all that. Like that ain't easy. I can tell you right now, this job market is hard shit out here. So,
yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Compassionate, and then we'll get
I'm looking at Yanni's IG right now. She in Texas, and she decent, but I guess she's Yanni the type of chick. She like a lot of the chicks in Texas. She a lot of millennial corporate. She's in that. She's got, like you said, she's making the YouTube money, so she's under that single. What's that petite bourgeoisie shit you talk about?
Yeah. Yep.
She's out. She's in a heavily competitive dating market, and doesn't like a lot of women in her position. I think she has to have these sentiments because she can't. She's competing and losing. Apparently, either that, a combination of her losing and grifting at the same time. Like y'all spoke to, she understands that she's speaking for a contingent of women who really can't get relationships from Black men that they want. So she's relegating herself. Go ahead. What?
She said that she's taking L's though. She said that, like I like that Z went back to one of the origin of her villain arc, and that she was taking L's, and she said, you know what, I'm gonna just be a hoe. I think that's what she said, and then she overcorrected.
No. You. No, she didn't say it like that. She just said, "I'm gonna be out here."
Oh, my
I'm
words,
be out
not
here.
hers.
Yeah. But no. But I'm not saying you registered it wrong. That's not the word she used. I ain't saying you registered it wrong though. But
that's what I see.
Yeah. So she did say that, and I have it saved somewhere. I'll play it and tie it to this on one of the streams because just in case any woman is listening, this ain't really about Yeti. We're using Yeti as an avatar for the rest of you. But what we're saying is, she did say, okay, I'm gonna go out there, I'm gonna date out, and I covered this maybe a month and a half ago, maybe something like that, 2 months ago, something like that. But yeah, I'm gonna go out there, I'm gonna experiment, I'm gonna go have fun, and you fast forward, give or take 7, 8-ish years later, something like that, and here we are, maybe 8-ish years later, and here we are with her sounding like this a couple years ago. So yeah, 8 years later. So yeah, no, and I think like this. I wasn't successful in my pursuits of what I wanted, how I wanted it. And so to hell with everything, not with that one individual man, not with that one city. No. F it all to hell, right?
A few moments later.
Yeah.
And she sounded like this, right? So yeah, go ahead, Compassion. We got Dr. Thunder up here. We go let him go. Oh, as a matter of fact, let's do this because Leon just came up. Leon, explain that real quick, and then we'll get Compassion to finish up, and then Dr. Thunder. Go ahead. Yo,
Leon.
Leon. I guess when he's ready to talk, he'll talk. But yeah, go ahead, Compassion, and finish what you were saying, and then we'll get
Yeah, I mean,
we'll get done.
it gotta be. I mean, she and like we talk about, she got the luxury of doing. That's what makes it so insidious. She got the luxury of basically being bitter like this because she's making this money from YouTube. I mean,
All right, so
go ahead.
Go ahead, Leon. Go ahead.
So we have to remember that she was broke, almost about to lose her apartment before she became a YouTuber, struggling. Like all this extra shit is all taking place during COVID when they started paying people for YouTubes. She is broke outside of YouTube. You know, it's like I know how much FD used to get paid. You're a $50,000 earner. You know what I'm saying? YouTube made you rich. And so YouTube plays a part in these people economic success. Outside of that, they weren't doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? When I was talking about the tree of life, it's this like conversation me, DGS, and Maggie and a few others have. But you come into adulthood, you have babies, you go through pain, you experience life and gain wisdom and intuition. Otherwise, you stay a kid. And then you face death. So you have to come into so I'm just saying they need to eat from the tree of life and grow the fuck up.
So in other words, Leon is saying, grow the hell up, grow up, ladies, grow up.
Yeah, grow up.
Leave the Prince Charming fantasy weird stuff that's why I have the clip from Wisecrack with Malcolm in the Middle. That's why I play that because it's not just about selling the girls who became women in our around our age products and lifestyle. It's about selling them ideas and dreams and aspirations. Right. So yeah, I get what you're saying with growing up. Go ahead.
You have to really think about why, for his as far we can go back, most women weren't allowed to incur debt. You know what I'm saying? Because how their mind operates is my man or I will gain this and we'll be okay and finish paying it off. It's a clear reason why they never wanted women to have debt. And what we have seen is them try to simulate the higher groups. And it's like, I understand women don't like hierarchies when they're put into it. You know what I'm saying? But they want of the other group to simulate, and it doesn't work out. And they strive to be included and be in these spaces. And like Black Guru said, you want to be a CEO of a white company and work your life away when you could have just owned a small business. That could have been a medium business. And, I got homegirls that used to do hair. And I'm like, I understand that y'all want to break out and have your own spot. But this lady used to own this place. And now y'all are renting for like $300 and y'all thought it was cool, but y'all didn't own anything. And now y'all can't even afford to rent the place because it's $2,500 a month. And now you have to charge $800 to do fucking hair. Y'all don't use your brain. Y'all want to be individualistic. And literally, y'all think guys are individualistic. When you see women's business practices, bro, it's like I gotta have my own, and you're automatically put into debt. Like they promise, what Golden Sachs promises them money, then women start spending more money before they even have money to profit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I gotta go. I'm on reckless time.
Right. All right. Thank you for coming up. Go ahead. Finish with that. Yeah, and then we got to get Doc in here. Go ahead.
So my only thing would be, imagine trying to build wealth with a community with this type of mindset. Imagine what that community would look like. Imagine if you would, even how you would amass and even pass down wealth with a community with people with that type of mind state. That's all.
He's right, Yeah, you wouldn't.
Go right, exactly. That's his point. That's the point. Go ahead, Doc. What's going on, Dr. Thunder?
Hey, what's happening? How's everybody
So
doing?
tempted to call you Deacon Reverend Dr. Thunder, but I'm gonna let it go today. I'm gonna let it go. Go ahead, Doc. What's going on with you?
It's all right. I am, I came up to talk about a different topic. If somebody else wanted to say something more about the current topic before I change the topic, I just want to
No,
be.
you good? No, go ahead.
Last
I'm
dibs.
good.
Anybody? Last dibs. Last dibs.
Let me beat that
Nope.
dead horse enough.
Right.
You got it, brother. Get the
Let
thunder.
me get a hit at this pinata. No, I'm playing.
Right. Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead.
All right, so I want to talk about black fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you saw that, I had emailed you
Yeah,
something,
yeah.
and we went back
I'm
and
still
forth a
mad
little
about
bit.
it. Yes.
You know, okay, so here's one of my issues with this. Black fatigue has been co-opted and has been appropriated. The term has been appropriated because what black fatigue actually is, it refers to a state of chronic exhaustion and emotional distress experienced by black individuals as a result of systemic racism and racial discrimination. That's what black fatigue is. It's in this sort of context and category with another term, racial battle fatigue. And this is a term coined in 2003 to describe the psychosocial stress responses from being a racially oppressed group member in society and on a historically white campus. The term was introduced by William A. Smith, a professor in the Division of Ethnic Studies and Department of Education, Culture, and Society at the University of Utah. The framework intends to offer a lens to better understand racial undertones of a campus environment and educational experience for people of color. Smith's research was originally conducted on Black faculty, both men and women, and then on Black college students prior to more focused examination on African American men. So right there, actually, you even within the development of this idea of racial battle fatigue or black fatigue, you start to see it traveling along the same pathway as the civil rights movement, right? So, first, the civil rights movement is focused on black people, specific to black uh, issues, and was requesting tangibles, very specific things for us, right? But then what starts to happen is other interests. You start hearing terms like people of color, right? You start seeing them taking the same term and applying it to LGBT and all this kind of stuff. Now, what's interesting is it seems like the end game for any of these terms or any of these purposes that were supposed to be for Black people is they end up getting appropriated and actually used in a reverse manner. It's like when somebody says um, reverse racism, or when somebody this black fatigue is a perfect example of this because it's not about being tired of ninjas or quiches. That's not what black fatigue is. And so the way that this term is being used, it's uh, it's pretty frustrating because what it highlights what it highlights is just the usual strategy of taking something that was for black people and flipping it upside down to the point where it's unrecognizable but benefiting the dominant society. And in this case, more akin to white fragility than actual black fatigue.
Doc, you didn't catch it earlier, but I was saying about this, like the people that are using it to bludgeon black people with, aren't they supposed to be anti-postmodern? Don't they believe in sticking to the book and sticking to the definition of words and the origin? And aren't these people the ones that tend to be at least strict constitutionalists? Why are they bending words in terms? I thought they didn't do that on that side. Uh-oh.
Well, it seems to be the I don't know what's the right word for this. The issue that Democrats and Republicans seem to have is anything that seems that it would favor or benefit black men. and understand that this term was developed in particular with the interest and focus on the experience of Black men, African American men, ADOS men, as they interact in particular with PWIs. That's specifically what this was about. And so it doesn't matter if the purpose is to benefit Black people in general, Black men in particular, you know that they're going to come in and find some kind of way to repurpose that term. And it's like clockwork.
Yes. Yeah. No. I agree. Yeah. That the Black fatigue
the
thing enraged me.
The most troubling thing that I have observed, because look, I expect white people to do shit against Black people, especially against Black men. I mean, that's been coded into the entire history of this country, even predating the actual existence of the United States itself. That's a given. It's these Black people, man, who are trumpeting this. I mean, to me, it's sedition.
Good word.
It's treachery. What they're doing with that, and I just think at some point, as Black men move along and creating their voice, and in this environment, particularly the Black manosphere, there's got to be something done about the treachery. There's got to be more of, in my view, an active rebuttal of the rhetorical treachery of this kind here. It can't be this whole live and let live. We know we got some people. I think at a certain point, it's time to unsheathe the swords on some of these folks.
Yeah.
I'll say this real quick, everybody. Real quick. Yeah, real quick. So these folks act like they forgot about Paris Denard and Omarosa and the reverends that were rocking with Trump the first time around. Like, where are they now? When was the last time y'all heard from them?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But go ahead, Compassionate, and then you got to Socrates. Go ahead.
Well, no, to Uru's point, this type of, like you said, especially Black people co-signing essentially concepts like this that were meant, like to Doc's point, it contributes to it creates a precarious environment at the least for Black people, Black men specifically, that are already on the edge of that precarity. I mean, this the concept, like, again, Black people, Black men specifically, because I remember you played a clip, Z, of a Black man co-signing Black fatigue and essentially making all the wrong decisions or making all the wrong points regarding it. So yeah, I think it's dangerous and definitely has.
Well, they use respectability, right? That's my issue with this is I'm on a panel right now, and I can gather that pretty much all of us are respectable. Like, and I mean like that. Like, you can tell by the way we speak on the panel. I can see like we know how to conduct ourselves in public, right? And what gets me is that these folks, and I don't know how much they believe it or not, but the rhetoric still is respectability is our lack of being respectable, our lack of pulling our pants up. Like, the dude really had bought up investing or playing in the stock market. Like, this type of talk is in the Jordan's conversation. He really bought up Jordan, right? So
yeah,
Black folks have an issue with other Black folks not moving like non-threatening other groups of people. I don't know if I want to throw anybody under the bus right now, Asians, but their dream is for Black folks to move like non-threatening other, I guess, non-Black folks. And what I don't think they fully appreciate, or they do, but they're just cowards, is that the microscope that's on Black people isn't on anyone else the way it is on us. And so regardless of what Black folks do, go ahead.
No, you said that, which was key, I think. And what the video dude proved was that many Black people have bought into that commercial. Our dysfunction that's been commercialized for so long at this point now. A lot of Black people have bought into that branding of Blackness to the point they feel it's like you just pointed out that essentially we're the only dysfunctional people or have a
no, let's make sure we stand on rightly. The way they phrase that is that Black people are the only ones that celebrate our underbelly culture, and that's what I was emphasizing. Is that's not actually true. Like I was literally watching a mini doc about the gangs in India, the gangs in Pakistan, and the music that then some of the music and the hymns that's coming from that. Like if you don't appreciate, if you don't know, then you don't know.
Yeah.
If you don't know, then you don't know, and then you sound the way you do because Black and it's what it is working backwards from a conclusion, right? Black people are the permanent underclass of America currently. They're the underclass of America. They're the underbelly, right? Yes, we have Black celebrities. Yes, we have Black politicians. Yes, we have Black people doing big things. We literally got Dr. Thunder here right now, right? So we have Black people that are prosperous and that are successful and doing their things. But generally speaking, Black people are supposed to be the underclass of America. And if you don't know, you don't know that the way it goes in these different environments. If you pay attention to what's going on in China with the Uyghurs, right, you'll see similar-ish dynamics, right? You'll see if you see what's going on oftentimes with the U.S. was accusing Iraq of doing with the Kurds, right? When Saddam was in there, you'll see similar-ish, not all the way, dynamics, right? But if you don't appreciate that, and if you're not a student of history, then you don't really appreciate why you have certain folks like Mark Lamont Hill, as much as I disagree with some of the stuff he says, why he speaks about, that little slice of Europe that they have in the Middle East, and why he has a soft spot for the oppressed in that space, right?
Yeah.
Because he can see the parallel between what's happening with them and what's happening with us over here. But if you don't know, then you don't know. And then you speak from your perch, right? And what ends up happening is you use anecdotes to paint a larger picture, and that's what you see Anton in specific do all the time. Nobody in my family divorced, all my family's successful, and we're doing it like this, and it all boils down to, well, what we did was we pulled our pants up and we kept our nose down and we worked. And like that's just not how it worked for the other 40 million plus Black Americans, is that all they have to do is keep their nose down, marry their women. The women need to stop being raunchy, and then we'll be good to go. That flies in the face of why you have the college school scandal.
Yeah,
that flies in the face of why that flies in the face of why you have Jared Kushner's dad buying a goddamn building to make sure he go to Harvard. If it's really about respectability, if it's really about merit, then you wouldn't have these people trying to cheat the game.
Hey, can I jump in here?
Yeah. No, yeah. Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead.
I'm not sure that this is the right approach, though, with this. And I hear this strategy used where we'll say, well, we're not the only ones that have dysfunction. Look, there's other people that have dysfunction also. I don't know first of all, I don't know how effective that is. And also I think it can get lost that there is a different dynamic in the Black community. There is a tangle of pathology in what it is that there's aspects of the criticism that are true, but the issue is not really is there rampant dysfunction in the Black community and Black folks are ignoring it and we're tired of it, if that is valid or not. The issue is it's just a matter of further appropriation of any of the resources or even intellectual property that actually could be used to actually fix the issue. So it's like we're going to point out that we're frustrated with your behavior, but we've also been the ones that created the behavior, created the conditions for the behavior to continue to get worse and worse, and then we're not going to give you reparations, and we're not even going to in a good faith effort do what's actually necessary to fix and demonstrate the resolve necessary to fix this issue. Instead, we're going to grandstand, point at you and laugh and say, and say that we're justified because we have black fatigue.
Right, exactly.
That's my issue with this whole thing. And I'm not saying that other cultures don't have
dysfunctional
I'm not
yeah.
I'm not going to say that that other communities don't have their toxicity, because it is true. But it is true also that because of those other communities being able to develop these class systems in separation, where in our community you have more money but you still talking the same,
class compression. Yeah,
right. So that is an issue, that and so that's valid. So it's tricky, because some of the stuff that's getting said is actually, I mean, look, I'm tired of the same stuff, that being a common thing in the black community is being expressed. I just can't take you trying to throw that in my face as if that's some kind of valid reason.
And that's where it's tricky, Doc. And that's where, like, because you spoke to terms being bastardized that were meant, or were even in some cases invented by black folks to describe black experience, and then kind of flipped. And victim blaming is one of those terms too.
Yeah, that scares the hell out of me.
Black PhD in the 70s or something came up with it because back then, during the civil rights movement, white people would gaslight black people in terms of trying to explain away, well, this is why you're treated the way you are, because you're respectability, and victim that essentially blaming the victim. But now that term has been, so like you said, it's tricky, because I think traditionally black people recognize, like since the Birth of the Nation film, where it was trying to characterize black men as rapists, black people recognized the propaganda that was spread, and essentially our dysfunctions. I remember reading Miseducation of a Negro, and how banks, or it would be articles written at the in the early 1900s and shit, about how black banks failed and stole all the money, and black institutions were corrupt, and so on and so forth, conflating, of course, black banks, if some of them did fail, but it was purposefully characterizing black culture is inherently dysfunctional. And at the time, like Carter G. Wilson, like, people observed this gaslighting shit, essentially. So it turns into a situation where, of course, every group of people have a dysfunctional sect of its culture. But black culture has the problem of ours has been systematically conflated, commercialized, and propagandized and pushed around. So we've always, or traditionally, resisted capitulating to that type of propaganda, because from our point of view, we understood it was propaganda for the most part. But now the tangle of pathology has kind of scaled to a point for so long that it's now in a tricky position where, yes, we do have we have a fucking 28 day later level spread of a social disease, as Edward Anderson would call, but it's intertwined with the mischaracterization and propaganda that we are traditionally used to combat.
Let me say this then, Compassion, because I'm glad that Dr. Thunder said what he said, Doc said what he said. And the reason why I used the Kurds or the Uyghurs or the Palestinians as the example is to say they're in their position and they're moving about the way they're moving about because of the systemic oppression. That was the whole reason I used that as the example. That's what Compassion read into that, and he's correct. And to stress that you don't say to people that, hey, we're not gonna take our foot off your neck, but could you act better about this foot up on your neck, right? So and that is what America has been attempting to push onto black folks for the longest, that they could act their way into better treatment by this society. And I don't buy it, and nor is there any historical record of that being the case. Number one. Number two.
Yeah. Hello.
Right. And go ahead.
So
yeah. Well, I wanted to say about
better you than Socrates, because better you is probably not gonna be long with it. Okay. Socrates, we'll get Socrates. Go.
To simplify what's happening with this black fatigue thing and everything, the great American pastime is nigga bashing. And all it is an evolution of nigga bashing. It always is a gaslighting component to it because it's always one of those things. Well, if you would comport yourself a particular way, you could ascend into polite society, but you won't do this. But it ignores the fact that one, a lot of the conditions, well, pretty much all the conditions we face more or less can be traced back to our position in society and societal discrimination. And all of this is really just people have ingested that aspect of supremacy and they don't know their history and they have no perspective in the world. So those people, after a while, after you indoctrinate them enough, they will look and they will begin to nigga bash themselves too.
No, but not,
Let, let me real quick, Let me get this out, and then we got to get Socrates. Because this is what I forgot to say earlier. Something I was watching forever ago. This is over a decade ago, and they were speaking about the difference between the Indians in the UK and the Indians in America. Right. So you're talking about a family that this brother decided to take his wife and come to America, and that brother decided to take his wife and come and go to the UK. And because of in the UK, they're posh too, and the Indians got their nose in there, and it's the same similar dynamic. But there's a whole lot more street Indians that's kind of getting into some mess compared to America. And what they saw is the way that the UK treats Indians is different. America automatically got a spot for them. You got the tech industry, you could get into Wall Street. We already see you as intelligent. We have a lane for you. And the UK, because of the UK's oppression of India, it's a different view of Indians that enter the UK. And so the treatment of Indians is different. And that's how you see a slight disparity in the outcomes of the Indians who come from the same grandmother. It's just this brother took his wife and his children and came to the US, and that brother took his wife and his children and went to the UK. That's what I'm saying. And so you don't then look at the individual Indian grandson in the UK and say, what happened to you? Now, yes, do we have our individual agency and we can make moves? Yes, but with that, there are limits, and those limits often are designed by that society. There is no point in living
One
in
other
this.
thing, there's a much bigger pie for a relatively small population of Indian people to eat from than there is in the UK. That's an element of it as well. It's just you just don't have, the UK does not have as much, so it does not have as much opportunity for that population of Indians. And you don't have the permanent bottom line underclass of Black Americans baked into the shit that everybody can build from. And I mean, everybody can build from that. You don't have that in the UK.
Yeah. And that is what causes it. And so listening to Anton, listening to the brother that Dr. Thunder covered the other day, I didn't get the name of his channel, that guy, listening to the brother I covered, whatever his name was, that I covered the other day too. These folks, it's either, it really is this to me. They're so frustrated with Black folks that they're seeing this thing through a straw. They are being myopic. Because we all have a bit of frustration about what tends to be some of the underclass of the Black community and their behavior and how it paints the rest of us. With that is not going to cause me to be myopic myself and start saying there's a difference between Black people and the N-word. In larger dominant society, that's a sliding scale. That is on a slide. And I think a lot of Black people struggle with believing that you being an N-word or a Black person, a Black man, Black woman, is on a sliding scale dependent on the non-Black person that's in front of you in that moment.
But Z, ain't this a full circle situation of what you've always talked about, which is the neoliberalism? I think, what do we expect from a society who views everything through a nihilistic post-structural lens? Like, the assessment of race is essentially how we assess the healthcare problem or a lot of our economic problems in this country now. Instead of addressing the structural components that lead to healthcare being extraordinarily expensive and inefficient, we suggest symptoms, or we suggest individuals need to take more responsibility and exercise 15 minutes a day instead of addressing the pharmaceutical industry or the commercialization of the food industry and how that contributes to the health disparities that cost the country too much money. We tend to reduce everything down now. Like I said, when we make a racial assessments, we're at the point now where we're not like what you described with the Indians just now.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at that structurally, where you can deduce, and we do that in this space constantly. We're the only people.
So you're saying they're not doing the social math?
No,
also coined here on Z's channel. Go ahead.
They're not.
I just had to pat myself.
Dr. Thunder can probably attest to this, that essentially everybody's moving from a post-structural premise on everything. Yes. So it's not, from our point of view, it's obvious that it's all this shit is correlated to the underlying institutions and structures. And like Uru just pointed out, it's a reason why the social dynamics in the UK work the way they do from a structural standpoint. They don't have, I mean, like it's clear, but in a post-structural lens, the best you can do is reduce it down to like Anton does, which is individual behavior, individual decisions. So what would we expect? I would not expect any actual sophisticated analysis of these things, other than
even if we go off of the rules, even if we go off of the rules that they go off of, Jeff Bezos, what was his stepdad? Oops. Mark Zuckerberg, his family told him, "Hey, you could either own McDonald's or we can invest in this business you got." Like regardless, Bill Gates, like name all these people that they want to model after, or they tell you to model after. Like this is some insanity that these folks are coming up with and trying to use an example. Whether
the Outliers book was a bestseller, and it was almost like people were surprised that Bill Gates has it's a reason why he had the resources in the time he was born and so on. All these factors, structural components lead up to him becoming Bill Gates.
And here you go, Compassionate. Larry Ellison, Steve Jobs, Bill Gates roommate that also is the billionaire. His name is slipping me. Somebody know it. They put it in the comments before. Like all these people are like all around the same age because that was a certain window for a certain time. Then when you look at Mark Zuckerberg, you look at Tom from MySpace, you look at a bunch of them. You look at what's her name husband they're all around the same age. He might be a little bit older though. Ohanian. All of those folks are around the same age. Well, so when you start dealing with the people that start,
how many black guys were going to be able to just steal technology from Hewlett Packard?
Right, exactly.
How many black guys are going to be able to steal technology from Xerox? Right. How many? Because you know that shit was at the foundation of much of what Bill Gates pulled in the early parts of this shit. So how many black guys were going to be in a position to do that kind of thing?
And let me say this, and then you guys, Socrates, I think Dr. Thunder was trying to say something too. Let me say this real quick. And how many black friends did the Winklevoss have? For those of you that don't know, watch the Social Network. I think that's the name of the movie. But it's a true story, and they won their lawsuit, but they didn't get nearly what they should have got. That Mark Zuckerberg just straight up pilfered much of their ideas and to create Facebook, right? So from the Winklevosses, which was already a rich ass family, they also attended Harvard at the time. So like, once again, how many black friends did they have? How many black people were they going to bring in on this? And how many like all of these things matter, right? So when you hear Anton or any of these folks, whether it's Jason Whitlock or whatever the lady name is on his channel, and you hear them speak, it's like, I get it. I'm like, living down here in South Florida, like you see the loud folks, you see the obnoxious folks, you see the bonnets, and it is embarrassing, but that's not really why black people are poor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say that several things can be true. There's an ancient mythological saying that all truths are half truths, and that all things can be reconciled through contradictions, etc. And I think this is one of these examples. So you have a top-down approach, right? You can look at it from the macro to the micro, systemic structural issues and the environment. Or you can look at it from the bottom up as an individual and decisions that you make. The environment informs the individual, indeed, and the individual informs the environment. Both things are true. So what does that mean when it comes down to it? Respectability is always an inevitability. It's not something that exists only with black people. It exists with all groups throughout all history. What does that mean? That the upper class always seeks to differentiate itself and separate itself from the lower classes. That is universal. It's in Africa. It's in Haiti. It's in Labadie in Haiti. It's in Jamaica. It's everywhere on the planet. That's a universal. That anytime you have a group of people who think that they're better or want to have a certain type of life or certain preferences are going to separate itself or themselves from the masses of their own group. Now, with that being said, the black community wants to have two things happen. They do need an upper class to invest back into the lower classes, but they don't want to separate them. But they are separated, and they actually exist. Like the black bourgeoisie in
Wait,
America.
Socrates. I got to let me ask you a question. You got all the time to speak. Let me ask you a question to this though. Is it that they don't want to separate it, or is it that they're forced together?
Both things are true. So what happens is that talking down to black quote unquote niggers is not a new invention. Blacks did it way before. I don't know if they did it along with white people, but the black bourgeoisie has this perspective on the black community for a long time. It's found in Kenneth Roth's work. It's found in 1960s documentaries where blacks in New York, Philadelphia, and California were upset about the migration of Southern blacks into their neighborhoods because they said I'll mess up our communities because they're backward black people. So, and these bourgeoisie still exist, but they gave up on the black community. Seriously, they gave up on it, right? Their position is to be quiet, live in their little, Baldwin Hills, a Metro DMV communities, talk amongst themselves through Jack and Jill organizations and through the fraternities and the boulets, and that's it. But other than that, they keep us silent. They don't say anything. But in reality, they don't really mess with the black community like that. Now, the question is, what to do with that? And I'm like, listen, the best thing you can do is, because like I said before in the first conversation, wealth needs to come from stability. You need to have some type of stabilizing factor. If your family situation is unstable, if your neighborhoods are unstable, if everything's unstable, that's not a sound platform to try to do anything, let alone try to get up some wealth. So the issue with the black respectability or the issue with black Americans, and this is including the racism and the structural issues, is the fact that you cannot live in a black neighborhood. And that's my issue. It's like, regardless of how much racism exists, an Amish person can live in an Amish neighborhood regardless of how much money they have. Even if they took all the money away from them, which historically has happened because they've experienced terrorism, all type of issues the Amish community has in their history. But they still have each other. A lot of groups have each other. The problem with the black community, and regardless of the racism, is that I can't leave my door open in my own black neighborhood, not because of a white person, because another black person will try to rob me. And the issue is, yes, it's because of greater pressures in society. But how can I attempt to even help another black person when I can't trust them? And that's really like that's 100% an issue. Like I cannot invest in other black people.
I'm in a largely black community. I leave my door open all the time. I'm in the south suburb of Chicago. I leave my back door, sliding door, front door. I leave it open all the time. Very often, a widowed neighbor comes and walks right into the house. There are lots of black communities that are safe, and you can live in comfortably.
I mentioned Baldwin Hills. I mentioned
in the
DMV
country
area.
But even before that point, because you guys were talking about upper class, lower class, there is no upper class of black people in the United States. I don't know if there's ever been an upper class of black people in the United States. I doubt there has been, because here's the fundamental issue. Who employs most of white people? White people. Who employs most of black people? White people. So you don't have an upper middle class. Whoever employs the predominance of the people, that's your upper class of people. And so if most of your employers are some other people, then that's your upper class of people. If most of the people who fund the school, who built the schools and fund the schools and control the schools are some other people, then that's the upper class over you, period. There is no black upper class. There really never has been a black upper class. You have an upper middle class of people, but even the billionaires and the black billionaires, They still don't fundamentally run the enterprises from which their wealth is derived. You know, Michael
Do I?
Jordan, he's got the Jordan brand. That's through Nike. That's not a Michael Jordan company. That's a Nike or a division of Nike. So since we don't really have an upper class, all this whole business of dictating neighborhoods, and because all these other things about how people are going to comport themselves, how they're going to live, where they're going to live, how they're going to maintain their communities, their roads, and whatever, those are upper class decisions, you know, primarily, and then they're filtered down into upper middle class people, your management classes of people to sort of administer and monitor and manage the executions of those programs. And then you have other people, supervisory level, etc. But when you don't have that upper class of people who basically are writing a check for everything, then it's hard to maintain any kind of standards amongst the majority people of that particular group, because ultimately they are subject to some other master.
Let me say
And
this,
that other
Dr. Thunder.
master, as you guys described, has taken dysfunction amongst black people, has created much of it, has
And
perpetuated and
monetized it.
advertised and marketed much of it, has become even more wealthy and powerful through it. So they don't have a vested interest at all, even though they'll complain of it, or some white people will complain about it, but they're all profiting from it. They're profiting from all of the dysfunction amongst black people, the hyper commercialism, all the crime, you know, and the money. Any sort of black crime, it has a lot of expense associated with it, and people are becoming rich from those expenditures. So that every part of this thing that we decry, white people, certain white people, are greatly benefiting from.
Let me do this real quick. To go into Black Uru's point, we have a certain hip hop superstar mogul who no longer lives in the US. He lives in Bali, so y'all know who I'm talking about. And his daughter, when she was in high school, the youngest one, if y'all recall, she said she was being called the N-word. Now we already know that she was out here with the old crinkly, crackly, old wrinkly balls white men. But before that, I know it's funny as hell. It's funny as hell. But before that, if y'all recall, she recorded herself in high school. Everybody knows who her dad is, right? And yet she was being called the N-word. I don't know if you got an upper class. If you're mega millionaire sitting for like what, 40 years? If his daughter is being called an N-word.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
when I say upper
To her
class,
face.
I mean interracial in relation to other black people, and there is a black upper class in relation to other black people. Maybe not in relation to white people, but I don't really think about other white people because I think to myself like, yes, there are black neighborhoods where people can live in, but they're very segregated from other black neighborhoods, and there's issues with this because they talk about it, like in Baltimore, no, Maryland, excuse me, Maryland. There's upper class black neighborhoods, and they make it a point to not want certain black people in their neighborhoods. It's like this is the thing. Jack and Jill organization exists explicitly to exclude certain black people. There's fraternities that do this. So there is this separation among certain blacks, intraracial. And I'll give a point. I went back to my own neighborhood. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, NRC, looking at shops that were vacant. Would love to pour money into it, but then I have to think about it like this: if I put money, Carson is one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in New York City. If I buy a neighborhood, if I put money into one of these businesses, I have to deal with the fact that my employees might be in danger, they might be harmed. The insurance costs, the cost of what happens if something goes wrong, if something happens in the area, which drives the insurance in the area. All these factors that come into it. So it's like, what is an individual supposed to do? Like, what is a black person? Besides waiting for some weird structural issue, top down to things to change, which we've been waiting for a very long time. I don't know when it's gonna happen. I don't know what's gonna happen in my lifetime. I don't think anyone knows what's gonna happen in their lifetime. While that's where people are mobilizing and hoping for that, what is an individual supposed to do in his day to day? What are you supposed to do? Is he supposed to wait for reparations, wait for structural changes of policies to address black people's issues, and then eventually do something, or it's supposed to live. They have to
No,
just live their lives. Yeah, go ahead.
the
I
answer
think
to your question might be checkmate, nigga. You
What
yeah,
you
he
mean?
he got you fucked at this point. Once you ask that question and you don't, and you're not in the position to you collectivize with other individuals to form,
Galvanized. I got you.
galvanize those institutions. Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead.
yeah. So I think the answer to the question is both. Um, I
Bottom man
think you
talk.
have
Go ahead,
to.
Doc.
I think you have to do everything that you personally can do, but then you also have to be, uh, you know, not waiting for like you're sitting around doing nothing. You're doing all the things that you can do to mobilize yourself, your community, blah blah blah. But then you're also doing all the political stuff that you need to do, doing the caucusing, doing all the stuff. It would be a long process, and that doesn't. And I'm I'm fairly certain that it'll never happen. Um, you know, but that's the answer. But it's like one of these things where you don't have a choice, so that's all you can do. If you don't do this,
Yeah.
then things certainly will get worse, because the way that the way this thing works is if you're not progressing, then you're actually going backwards. You
Yeah.
know, so
One thing I wish that black men would collectively do would be to combine their resources and attempt to commandeer every damn local school district that's near them, to try to take every school board, every school district that they're in. If there was one thing that I would do, that I would champion, and I'm not saying it's a cure all, but I think if black men could make a assault on these school districts, and then take some real significant role in changing the way schools are being taught and even being structured, and teaching assignments are being made and who's being hired, I think that that would have a sea change in many black communities, and especially regarding the interests of black boys.
The only thing,
It's
and you
not a
be right.
cure all.
I
It's not
think,
a
but
fix
I
all. It's not a
Yeah.
panacea. But if it was one
yeah,
thing that I wish black men would do, it would be that.
yeah, but I think there's a maybe a less there's a maybe a less um time. I don't know, and less expensive, less politically um related way to accomplish a similar sort of thing, which is boys only schools. Um, getting black men uh, coordinated to send their boys to black to boys only schools. And the other thing I'd say is private schools, generally speaking, because that sort of is doing what it is that you're suggesting without a lot of the extra lifting on the front side. And then once you get a critical mass of black kids in private schools, then uh, then you can sort of move accordingly. But I think a mass exodus from public schools in either choosing boys only schools or just private schools. My son's in a Catholic school. Um, uh, I think that's the way to go, and is less problematic. Um, it presents less challenges on the front side, because then once you actually have enough people that are doing that, then it would be that community of folks who are true believers that you could sort of use that collection of people to try to um, recruit others, and this kind of thing. Because I just don't see, and I'm not a pessimist, but sometimes, I have to admit that the situation is dire, and it's not going to change. I mean, and even if we put all forth effort,
into it, it's not really going to. The outcome's not going to be that much different than it already is.
Yeah, I agree. I
Can,
think
can I say that real quick? Because I know about this in personal experience. So in my area, I was quite prominent because I was trying to get involved into politics, not really for them, just to help. All right. And what I found out just made me completely disgusted and throw my hands in the air. So they wanted to help with the public school system. They wanted to help with the black kids in school. Tap the NAACP, tap the Urban League. Guess what? The NAACP and the Urban League are firmly in the hands of the teachers union, which is firmly in the hands of the DNC. So they're against private schools, they're against charters. Even though all that research says that black kids actually do better in private institutions, they do better in charter schools, but they still don't care because they want to preserve the teacher jobs. So not even teacher jobs, the administrative jobs, because administrators actually outnumber the teachers. So I was like, telling them this doesn't matter. Bringing this information doesn't matter. You have blank stares, and it's like, yo, again, I see the problem. I think a lot of people see the problem. I've spoken about the problem, but is there a willingness to even change it? We know that the black community, a lot of it is led by women, right? Black men are talking about leaving, going overseas, throwing their hands in the air. So it's not really a black male-led initiative. And the question is why? Can black men lead? And I say absolutely not. If black men in mass try to go into the black community and say something, they'll be shouted down by the women. They'll be shouted out by white liberals. They'll be
There's
shouted
ways
out
to
by
fix
white
that.
women.
and no, and let me say,
By all means,
let me
by
say
all
this.
means, go. Yeah,
If I can jump in here, I just want to say one thing, and then I'll pass. So when you talk about black male leadership, and this may be a controversial take on this. You talk about black male leadership. It occurs to me that in order for you to be a leader, people have to follow you.
Correct.
Now, if we know, because of some of the issues that were just stated, if we know that the black women are not going to follow a black male's leadership, then de facto what that means is that black males are not going to be able to lead in the black community. So it's not an issue of muscling up, getting getting yourself to a certain level of prominence, and then they'll just follow you. No,
Right.
the issue is that no matter what you do, you just a ninja. So there's no way that in mass that black women are going to follow a black man. Now, it seems like we used to have something that seems to be contrary to that when we talk about black church, the ministers in the church. I mean, and then you can even talk about somebody like a Martin Luther King. Okay, you can talk about people like that. Well, so the two things: one, if Martin Luther King was talking, I think was talking in the public, well, not in the public square about the kinds of things that have to change, I don't think that he would have been followed either.
Right.
Right. So in other words, there have been isolated instances of black males that have been able to lead. It seemed like black women were able to follow them, but it was because that black male had their permission.
And that it
Low
obviously
key.
The environment in which these situations were occurring impacted it. But I want to say this because I agree with everything, the assessments up until this point. But I think what I noticed in our assessments and even in some of our remedies, black men, and bless our heart, because we're good men. I see this. We constantly come to the realization the people we're communicating with are not communicating in good faith.
Yep.
So cool. If that's the case, and I think this space proved it with much of our research and discussions. The other side is they're either dumb or they're in on it. So I would ask you guys this, which with how we think about this problem. How would you approach black men manifesting destiny for Black men and boys. In this environment, which we just laid out, obviously leadership is contingent on people wanting to follow, and we don't have any the people we want to follow us don't want to follow us. Cool. And they're
but compassionate. You don't even. I'm sorry. I'm not, bro. I can't even let you land with that compassionate. My apologies. You use the term manifest destiny. Manifest destiny. How did the white folks get what they needed and wanted?
That's why you gotta let me finish the question.
Oh, okay.
I want y'all to do a thought. How would y'all approach this? Like even Socrates said, you threw your hands up in the air when you tried to really put your political boots on and really get in there and make a difference. But you started with the fundamental Black man flaw. Honorable Black man flaw is assuming the people you were talking to were in good faith and not completely crooked or completely corrupt. So how would you approach those situations, knowing the people I'm finna talk to or I'm finna negotiate these things with are completely corrupt and willing to do anything to win?
Compassionate. I gotta say it again. Wait, compassionate. Wait. Give me a second, Socrates. Compassionate. When I made my I answered it. How did the white folks?
Exactly. Okay. So since we platform it with
I'm
just
we got Doc up here, so I can only so yeah,
John Milton,
but I'm pretty sure the good books say stuff about that too, so anyway, go ahead.
In Paradise Lost by John Milton, there's a famous quote by Satan when he said that he'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven, and that's why I think the Black women's on, right? So
yeah,
Black women are actually pretty fine with the condition of the Black community. They might complain, but fundamentally, as long as their position is secured, they are perfectly fine with it. And that's the issue that you come. So I have a friend of mine, right? Most of the Black men that I know in my life are the most successful Black men in their families. Hands down. The most successful Black men in their families. How much of their family members listen to them? None. How much of them try to help their family members? All of them. A good friend of mine, he has a twin sister. This is how crazy this story is. He's an engineer in Con Edison. He's a programmer on his off time, trying to build a company, trying to build his family. He tried to build a platform to bring his family together. He tried to do this. He tried to do everything. He scheduled the reunions. He did all of this stuff. He has a twin sister who's in the projects. She has a son. He said, I will tutor your son. I will mentor your son. Guess what happened? She's not interested. She could care less about the future of her own son. And it's to the point where he also threw his hands in the air. Because what you going to do? Kidnap your nephew? Or what are you going to do? Like, I'm telling you. The reality is situation.
I'm saying if it wasn't for the laws, I would say yes.
And that's where I'm getting at, bro. I get what you could, bro. Socrates, one of my best friends is in the same situation, and he's trying to galvanize his family. But what I know he's missing is what your friend is missing, is a level of heavy-handedness and ruthlessness that I think the situation requires. People are playing for. I think we try.
No, wait, compassionate. Land with what you were real quick, yo. Land with what you were gonna say. We'll get Doc, but we got G up here. G hasn't said anything. Leon came back up. Wait. You were gonna say something earlier, compassionate. You want to finish that statement you were gonna say?
Well, no, I was really levying the question that I think.
Okay.
I think we get caught up in realizing we're talking to bad faith actors, and it's like, okay, cool. Well, then it's equivalent to being at war.
And then we'll get Doc after this.
And not understand you're at war. But we need to just accept we're at war for finite resources and power. And it's to the death, nigga. This shit ain't for this is not like a game. These
other people are playing for keeps.
Right. It's that serious.
Why do I use the terms sedition and treachery? And sabotage and treason, because there are some natural things you do to traitors. There are things you do to saboteurs. There are things you do to seditionists. It's coded in history. It's coded in history what you do to these people.
And
I don't want to be too explicit, but I'm using these terms so that it kind of conveys what, like you described, compassion, what is really necessary. There is historical precedent to what is necessary to deal with treachery.
And reading them statistics is not one of the things that
Okay.
that you do to traders.
So let's do this.
Yeah,
I think was that you,
let
better
me
you? I know Dr.
question.
Thunder
Let
and
me
Better
ask
you
you a
trying to do
question.
it. Wait, real quick, Tunnel Runner, because I think Doc was going in that. I'm not sure, but Doc went. Let's do this. I'm gonna organize this. Let's do Doc, Tunnel Runner, Better you if you don't mind. And I know Leon's up here. I know G is up here. So let's do that, and then we'll get Leon and G. Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead, Tunnel Runner, and then Better you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm going to digress a bit and just make a final point about this black fatigue business, and then I'll drop down. Really great conversation. So two points here. One point is I was watching this sort of panel discussion where it was Jason Whitlock and Anton and then the woman that's on Jason Whitlock's channel,
I
and then there
saw it.
was right, and then there was
Boyce Watkins, Dr.
Boyce.
Boyce Watkins. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I didn't realize this, and maybe somebody can tell me if this is actually true. Is Anton Daniels a tether? So this is why
The brothers in my comments said that he's ADOS. Yeah, he's ADOS.
Okay,
He's
because this is
he's just Christian Detroit ADOS.
so this is why I'm asking this. Apparently his family is from the islands.
Oh.
So here's this is what I so ADOS would that would be American descendants of slavery. That means that your lineage is all from here due to slavery. If he actually is descendant of immigrants a long time ago, but still descendant from immigrants, with the sort of common thing that you hear a lot of these immigrants do with the bootstrap bro pathology.
Broadcast from master bedroom speaker. I'm leaving.
Oh man,
with, I'm sorry. That's my intercom. It's my intercom.
Oh, okay.
But anyhow, but with the
Doc live in a mega mansion, y'all. Go ahead.
We know the talking points of these tethers. We know they come in and they nestle up, to the conservatives, and they say all of these, y'all lazy, and I'm actually Nigerian, I'm not black. We know that whole discussion. So I wonder about that, and if that has any part in
that would absolutely
why
change
he talks.
Yeah,
the way that he says certain things. Now this is allegedly. I don't know if this is actually true or not. I'm just putting that out there. The second thing I want to say is maybe the thing that, and Uru said something earlier. It's this black people embracing this bogus usage of black fatigue. And I'll go one sort of layer deeper than that. It's as if it is in defense of massa. It's like this. White folks shouldn't have to put up with your stuff. It's not even
that's
because
exactly what
they
they're saying.
themselves. It's not even because they themselves are tired of it. It's because they can imagine how white people must be tired of this.
It's like secondhand embarrassment.
Yes.
Yeah. And with that,
that's treasonous, though, Doc.
Yep.
That's treasonous. Either way, that's still treasonous.
Yep. 100%. All right, folks. See y'all later.
All right,
Doc,
Doc.
thank you for coming up. Wait, Doc, before you go, wait, because I gotta read Better Use Copy before you go, because we got the lows, And Better Use is, and thank you for the super chat, Honorable Reverend Bishop Dr. Thundercats. Thank you for the super chat, Better You. And Doc, thank you for coming up. Thank you so much. Doc, I'm tired of y'all with this. Doc, thank you so much. And then you see, we this conversation been damn near serious since the beginning, since once I let y'all up. So I'm glad about that. Thank you for coming up, Doc. It's always a pleasure. And until next time. But yeah, when you sent me, I was like, Doc, I was damn there like wincing while I was watching, because it was so annoying. I think what got me was in the commentary. It was at the end when he described where it came from, or at least he mentioned Dr. Winters, or I'm assuming she's a PhD, but the author of the book. And so he went in that direction, and he said that, and then he dismissed it and then minimized it. And I got annoyed, I got angry, and then I also thought to myself, like I said to you before, it's like, but aren't y'all supposed to be the anti-postmoderns? Aren't y'all supposed to be the people that stick strictly to the definition of a word or term?
But
Isn't that
are
what
they
y'all
though?
supposed to be about?
But how
No,
are
they're
they?
not.
They
They're full of
can't be.
crap. But that's
Yeah.
my point. Yeah.
Let me just say this in party. That I haven't I've watched a lot of videos on this since this term started to trend. The bogus usage of it started to trend, and I have seen almost nobody say what it was that I said when I got up on the panel.
Yeah.
To say where the term came from, what it actually is about. The fact that it is about the Black experience, something that Black people experience, dealing with the dominant society. I've seen nobody, almost nobody. Now that one brother that I reviewed that video, the one that you watched, I reviewed that video. He mentioned it, like in passing. He at least mentioned it.
Yep.
So that's actually why I even used his video. But nobody else, and I'm seeing a crazy number of these videos with Black folks doing these videos, and nobody is even mentioning this. It's actually scary because the
That's
term
my
has only
point.
been
Yeah.
around since 2003, so it didn't take very much time for them to start using it for something else. All right, man.
Yeah.
All right, Doc. Thank you for coming up, Doc. Thank you once again. Let's go
Hope Thunder.
Tunnel Runner. Yeah, let's go Tunnel Runner. Let's go Better You, and then we'll work our way around. Leon's up, so we'll go to Leon afterward. Go ahead, Tunnel Runner, because you haven't said much.
Well, gentlemen, the thing we were saying is that you have to get people who will follow you. You have to find a woman who will follow you. That's the goal. Whatever color, whatever, wherever she comes from, her number one assignment is to follow you. That's the goal. You need her to follow you. And that's the only way you can turn it around, if she's going to follow you. And that's not easy to find these days.
Yeah.
The second thing is, if this has already been going on with this for Black fatigue, if that was the truth, that means that we only have one state that has 39%. Mississippi has 39% Black population.
Yeah.
And that would mean that even though it is the poorest state, even though it's has a high crime, even though all that goes on, there's still productive Black men and women and children that come out of that state. Even though some of the richest states like Vermont, and you still have drug addicts and ratchet behavior coming from those states, which has like almost a 0% or less than
Black
1%
population.
Black population. So it's already has been shown that if you separate, you still will have the same problems if you don't solve them from the root and from the people that are doing the situation. It's not the group, it's the individual and what they do and how they are supported by the government, are not supported by the government.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Better You.
Gotcha. So to the question that Compassionate said, society would look very different if Black men were not so benevolent. Even to kind of throw it all the way back, the Battle of Zama Hannibal beat the Romans.
Mm-hmm.
He just didn't get the reinforcements that he needed to actually put them all the way down.
Yeah.
And if we were to actually tighten up the screws, which I do think we do have the capability to do, because when we play by the rules and we're handicapped and we're hamstrung, we still are hyper competitive, and we're able to come out and persevere through those situations, and in a lot of situations come out on top. If we actually said fuck that rule book, oh, it's a brave new world, baby.
Well, see, that's my point, and I think the natural state of things is all is fair in love and war, and I think what's been occurring, I mean, we just got to accept at some point we're playing by rules that everyone else isn't. Like, we're not sabotaging anybody else, but why not?
I'm with you.
Compassionate said, "Why we the ones playing clean?" That's what Compassionate just said.
Can I get in, Z?
Go ahead. We got to hurry up because Leon. I don't know how much time Leon got, so go ahead and then we get Leon.
No, Leon can go first.
Go ahead, Leon. Well, before Leon goes, let's read his comment. And Leon says, "Stock market is Mayo man's long-term socialism." And Leon said, "Listen, they selling y'all on capitalism. Them niggas don't believe in it. I believe him too. He's right." He said, "It's socialism for them and capitalism for you. Hard, cold, leave it to the market ass capitalism for you." And they make sure. And no, he's Leon,
you know how it's true. You know the ultimate example of that. It was called the 2008 bailout.
How's it? Yep.
That was the greatest example of socialism in the history of the world, right there.
Say that.
And you know,
I real quick. I use example all the time. Is that Jeff Bezos and Elon were competing for a government contract for some type of shuttle, some type of space something, and Elon beat out Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos called one of the senators in Washington State and said, "Get me included in that bill." And then he did, and now he got a $10 billion contract also. Hey, see, when you lose that damn interview, or when the next man get it, that just is what it is. You just out there. You just didn't get the job, right? When Jeff Bezos lose, he calling senators and shit and get included in the bill anyway for billions.
And that's the
go ahead.
Yo, peace to the people, man.
What's going on, G? What's up with you?
Yeah, and I was just go comment on the part the brothers was just talking about with the business ownership and classes. The brother asked a while ago, I'm way behind, about starting a business in Canarsie. And I have to point out that the reason other businesses are successful in their community is because the owners live inside of the community. It seems to be this thing where a lot of people want to invest in a business in a place they don't live. So we have to decide if we want to live together, because if you're in a community with a hardware store, a salon, a restaurant, a gym, all of those people most likely live in that community where that business is at. That's how the business stays safe. They also invest in things inside of that community, like Girl Scouts, and like they socially engineer their communities. It seems like we don't want to socially engineer our community. Like, I know, for example, in the community I live in, it's predominantly, the other people, but all of the business owners live within 2-3 miles of each other. So at the hardware store, he lives there, and also he gets his grass cut by one of the lawn care dudes.
No, we lost
G.
G, you out. You went out.
Yo, can you hear me now?
You giving
I'm
away
sorry.
Yeah, I'm about to say you giving away secrets. They didn't cut your line. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's how the community works. It seems like we don't want to live with each other. We want to live another place and own a business there, like colonize our own community. Like,
wait, pause. I'm glad you said that, because I've been having that thought, that weird colonized. I remember when people was like, bruh, I'm so glad he said it like that, because what I was watching, and it was like, we need to gentrify our own neighborhoods, and I just remember doing the biggest face palm and be like, nigga, that's not how that shit work. The fuck are you talking about? But gentrify, we gotta gentrify our own communities back. I'm like,
that's how you know you've been hanging around them crackers, dog.
No,
that's how they
Hold on.
think. They don't.
Start thinking like that about you start thinking about that about your own community.
I,
That's how you know you.
Well, that's the
Well, some
shit
some
I
of
because
get what
with
it's
that
real
before y'all
quick.
cut
I get
the
where the
line.
sentiment get real quick, Leon, and you got it. I get where the sentiment is coming from, but just vocalizing that and then not appreciating exactly how that hits the ear, it's like, bro, I know what you're trying to say. I get it. Like buy
look,
up the neighborhood back. Like black people buying the neighborhood back. I get you. But bro, the phraseology and like the way
But,
that hits the
but to
ear,
G's point, you're doing it
no,
like
yeah.
they wanna have a
you know you.
business in the black community, but they don't want to live with the black people.
Yes. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
no, you
But
can't. Like, that's not how
let's
businesses work. Go ahead.
true.
I,
We
I
go.
was I was
Let's let
gonna
Leon
say
go
some.
real quick. Wait, because Leon might be at work. That's not the only reason. And then you
Yeah,
guys,
I'm in
Socrates, and
work.
then G again. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
So I grabbed some different earphones, and I think these ones sound way better.
No,
I
you
don't know
say it way
why.
clearer now. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're good. Yeah.
Yeah, my Samsung Buds, damn Galaxy. I don't know what's wrong with them,
Hey,
but
bro, I bought Skull Candy ones, and these shit's been lasting, and they've been pretty good for the past, I don't know,
yeah,
3 months now. So yeah,
yeah, I'm
and then
done with the
and
Buds. But
these shits was $30. Go ahead.
I think when we think about businesses, just like Black Guru said, you can be a mechanic, but your son might want to go to college, and
Hmm.
accelerate because a lot of these businesses,
That
regardless,
was funny.
people tend to look at it as a class and caste situation. Like you're a mechanic, you're a blue collar, you haven't made it to, being a lawyer,
Hmm.
this type of job in this field. Oh, your mom's still a caretaker, at least become a nurse and become a real caretaker, get your bachelor's. So you're just not an assistant nurse. Like these things take place. You're not going to have four generations of mechanics that want to sit there in that same shop and be mechanics. And then you just think about how longer people have been living, and it's like you have to wait until your dad passes away to take over this business. And it just didn't happen that way. People wanted to simulate, and like I say, intersectionality, women, they wanted to assimilate to something they felt was greater, that has status, and that's the primary one of the primary issues. Once, like I was talking to my African friend just the other day, and he said, they can't live without these nice houses. And I say, yeah, but your women see it and they think they need that house. But y'all, if
Yeah,
they never saw
yeah,
the
yeah.
house, it would not matter. And it doesn't matter if it's a Mercedes. Your money isn't coming back when you buy a Mercedes. If it's a purse, it doesn't matter. Any designer, anything that you assume has status, that's money out of your community. So
But what it happens when you're trying to tamp down a feeling of inferiority, a feeling of not being, ooh, I'm just about to call out black women again, a feeling of not being the white woman. So everything you do is it's
black
psychological. It is to
women gonna
attempt to
take
achieve
what
that.
they can get. Black women gonna take what they can get. You heard that girl in the '60s, '70s, and '80s all say it. They want to assume a status, and that's when I say everything that's going on right now with this class compression, these layoffs, these incomes being cut, not being able to live. Like I don't have to negotiate with you right now. I'm not bring. If I was single, I wouldn't bring any of these hoes to the table. I would wait until the table cracks on their back, then I would pull some shit like Medea in the movie where his wife was cheating with the white guy, and at the end of the movie, he handed her $20 for
Oh
cutting
yeah,
the
yeah, oh
front
yeah.
yard of somebody's grass. Like I'm not
Oh
negotiating with
no, I don't know
terrorists.
which one that is. I thought you were talking about a family that prays. That's the one where the Cartwright. That's the one. Shout out to Charles.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah. With,
yeah, she was sleeping with the white boss, and then he found
hmm.
out, and she ended up getting terminated. But
Backhanded
at the
over the
end,
counter.
yeah. And at the end, she's cutting grass with her husband, and he hands her like $20 for doing her job, and he looks at her with contempt. Like as these classes compress, there's nothing you need to negotiate with. If they're not beneficial, fuck them. I'm literally, if you have skills, I'm not trying to interface nor defeat the system. This system has a limited time, and if they lose, they probably nuke the world anyway. That's how I look at them people.
No,
If
I agree.
they if they lose, they're gonna nuke the world. As their numbers decrease, and we already know a certain percentage of white guys can't have kids.
Pause right
Like,
there, real
let me
quick,
be
Leon.
clear. They don't have the time that y'all think.
Let me make sure I emphasize this because I don't think people really appreciate that. For them, it's an existential crisis. It's a
Yes.
battle of ideology and race, and for them, it's a battle for
Mhm.
their very existence. It's a battle
Oh,
for their
let me
very
let me
existence.
add to it.
With
There
Yeah, go
there
ahead.
is a thing called white fatigue, Mr. Z. I'm sorry to say that, Dr. Thunder, and the rest of the guys. There is a thing called white fatigue. It's like we built prisons, we built unions, we made tests, we put them in prisons, privatized prisons to suck more tax money out, and it's making us suffer because our taxes are so high. We're so mentally fatigued that we do on homestead to cut our taxes, but then that
No,
cuts funds from our
that's that. Wait,
that
wait a
that
minute. That's
cuts
not our
that
fault.
cuts funds
That's
from
you,
our
the
school,
one.
right? So we're so
I
fatigued at trying to kill these grown black
There we
niggas
go.
that
There we go. And I was about to say it.
they, they
Yeah.
just keep they just keep on making more babies, and they
Hey,
just stay around, and they're so fucking resilient. Like, we literally spend 200,000 per prisoner, then we pay them a wage that the taxpayer pays for the corporation to make us North Face that still costs 80 fucking dollars. So they're still marked
hey,
up 3-4,000%, and these niggas just won't give up. I'm so fucking
hey.
fatigued. That's
It's
white
not my
fatigue.
fault that it's costing you what 50 billion or whatever they said. That they said 50, it probably costs more, $50 billion a year to keep these Negroes locked up or keep your foot on these necks. That's on you. And China said, yeah, we ain't doing it. Right? So
You
so
could.
if what the US is on is spending money to keep a artificial hierarchy constructed, then so be it. If y'all want to have a handful of elite rich white dudes and everybody else struggling, particularly black men, then so be it. Then watch what happens to your cranium when them goddamn blades come out.
But the only problem is that this warfare they've been levying against us, as far as black men this entire time, has rendered us tribeless, Mandalorian. Like we were speaking about community. We like in actual economic terms, you can't really regard something your community or a geographical area or metropolitan uh, uh, city blocks that you, unless you own property there, you own real estate there, commercial real estate included. We don't I think one stat black women are correct in is I think black women do own more homes than black men currently.
Ain't no point in owning a home if you don't have a family.
You're right, but my point is the black men's position. Black men don't own properties or own communities or have communities. For women aside, we're in a position where we're this experiment or this warfare, I gotta call it, that we've been experiencing in this country has rendered us, we're disunified and we don't have a locus that just speaking in terms of black maleness that
Yeah.
we can center around,
But
that we can we can fight back against this or maybe get on the offensive with a lot of this stuff. It has rendered that almost nearly impossible based on the deterioration of the families, the communities, and the institutions.
Let me do this then. Let me do this then. Because of that, what you said, talking about that, Saints here says this is the kind of circling around black to black women losing their jobs. And what I sent you in email, and this is what he sent me an email talking about that. I don't know how they're gonna be able to maintain them homes, but this is happening.
Black women, they are doing the same thing to us that they did to black men 40 years ago, which is pushing us out of the workforce. That's what they did to black men. And that is what caused the major divide within our community with regards to the gender wars. We saw black men the way they wanted us to see them because they didn't have the upward mobility that we had because of our jobs that we were able to get in the federal government. For one, the federal government was one of the biggest job employers for black women, and they're pushing us out left and right. We lost more jobs last month than any other demographic, and those jobs are not coming back. And if they come back, they not gonna give them to us. I don't care what degree you got, because you can see right now they don't care nothing about those degrees. Soon as we started getting it, they ain't mean anything anymore. I say this to say we gonna have to work with black men. Whatever grief you got with black men, get
Message.
over it. It's time for us to work together. We need them and they need us, and this is just more proof of that.
God damn. Oh,
Look,
Actually, it's Z.
I
Hold
gotta
on, wait a minute,
correct you,
Z.
sir. I gotta
go
correct
go
you on one point.
go ahead, and then AB got it. Go ahead, go ahead.
Monahan Scissors proved that it wasn't black men's lack of employment that caused the gender divide,
Mm-hmm.
which we
Yeah, I
know.
didn't like her framing of that. I get what she was trying to say, but no, go ahead.
Yeah, no, but that's a typical narrative that Monahan Scissors, which is what we talked about at nauseum already, it proved that no, it wasn't that black men didn't have the economics, which is what broke the families. We know it was the tangle of pathology essentially. That's the
Goddamn Democrats.
yeah. So that's the and that tangle
Shout
of
out to Dr.
pathology
Clark.
ain't gonna leave now. Even when she's talking about we need to work with black men. Okay, what's that gonna look like? How we still ain't reconciled the tangle of pathology that y'all really don't want to follow black men.
It's actually much deeper than that. It's not just them that need to work with black men. If a certain demographic of palm colored folks don't work with black men, don't expect to beat China. And I said what I said. You think it's just 50 billion? Ha! 50 billion.
That's what I said. That's what I said. That's what I did say that. I did say that. I was like, I don't think
Let
that's
me
50
put
billion.
it, hold on, wait a minute, Z. Let me put it to you this way. That's probably 1% of what it actually is.
Go ahead, BGS, and we gotta get
I was
we
going
gotta
to
get Bruce
ask.
on Wayne that's talking and everybody else. Go ahead,
I
go
was
ahead.
going to ask AB how long I've been saying this about the environment.
Yeah.
I'm just laughing. That's why I talk about DEI. I said, ask the white women about them losing their jobs. Okay, it ain't just black women.
We
Okay.
we spoke about that earlier, where it's like with them slashing the BS jobs, with the shrinking of the federal government, or at least the jobs that they're slashing. A lot of that were women, office jobs. They're in their cubicles, they're in their little pencil skirts and they high heels. And what happens? To me, this is just the tip of the iceberg, because in my estimation, the government sets the tempo, and you're gonna see this thing roll downhill, both public and private sector around the country. And
Yeah.
oof. It's gonna hit men, but it's gonna really crush women. Go ahead, black women in particular.
That's why I told black men are complaining about DEI and this kind of stuff. And I said, that's why I played that piece from Star Trek, man, with Spock, man. Sauce for the goose, the odds are even, man. All
Yes,
black
they
men have been
are.
asking more for since 1865 is for the odds to be even. That's it.
And
Okay. No, nothing special. Okay. We know we're gonna have to work for ours. We know we're gonna have to be better than the next guy to get a job. And seeing as at least the odds will be even. And basically, what black women allowed the white women to do is take black men's jobs.
I can tell you, working with AI may not be able to take my job yet. Notice I did say yet,
Mm-hmm.
but it's more than good enough to take y'all's job.
Wait till it starts hitting the medical field. Okay. We ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, that's gonna be
It ain't
ugly.
start hitting the medical field yet.
You might see UBI when it hits the medical field, because
I
that's
don't
gonna
know
be
how long
ugly.
you and AB was listening, BGS, but I'm at the point now that, like you said, black men have not been asking for anything but an equal playing field. Just a fair shot, man. Just judge me by the content of my character and not by the color. I'm at the point, bro. Well, fuck all of that. I want an excise amount of advantage, even if I got to cheat, even if I got to sabotage, even with these black women coming back to the table for all the black,
If you
men
ain't cheating, you ain't trying to win.
Look, no, just accept. What I don't want black men to do is assume any of this shit is in good faith. Like
No,
you
it's
said,
not.
yes, the environment is dictating motherfuckers' behavior, and take advantage of it with no remorse, bro.
Exactly.
With no remorse.
Anytime there's a level playing field, black men actually exceed. Okay, they succeed in a level playing field.
Oh yes.
And what we need to do with a level playing field is tilt that motherfucker at every point to our advantage, like everybody has been.
Because everybody
Hey,
yep.
Are you saying we should put our dick on the table for real?
Hey, fuck all the
hey, I'm just saying isn't that everyone's fear? Isn't that everyone's fear? That is everyone's fear.
Daddy, you want me to peel the table? Everybody stand back. Boom.
Everybody's fear is that the baby arms are gonna start fucking cracking the big dark obelisk is gonna fucking crack the table in half. That's everybody's fear.
And watch all the white, Latina, and Asian women jump over that table on y'all ass.
Black man on your arm.
The white one already said. I think Z actually played it right. Tell the black one stay in your lane.
Yeah. Stay in your lane.
Okay, hey,
she said it.
She stand to the side. If we take your man, we take your man. Stay in your lane.
Even from a geopolitical standpoint, black men need to take the posture. We need to be willing to collude with China, collude with anyone who wants to compete. If America want to half step and act like they don't want to work with us and leverage us, then we need to be openly colluding.
Which is exactly why Trump is doing what he's doing, right? Okay.
Exactly.
You're gonna need. Okay. The thing is you for 30 years, 40 years, really, you have hampered your boys, and that's the reason you can't compete. Okay. It's gonna take a hell of a lot to actually reverse that. Okay.
Let me play.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, BJ. Land with that because I'm gonna play the clip that you just.
I was gonna say to reverse that you're gonna have to put money into the boys, and basically that's why black men we need to be at the front of the line with our bowl first. More for me, sir.
Can I have some more? This is what BCS was making reference to for those of you who've never seen it, but I'm pretty sure y'all saw it. Here we go.
Why do the white women feel like they need to date black men? And then she went and explained like, oh, it's because of the kids, and they want the kids to look a certain way. Not sure I agree with that, but still we're moving on because the point of this of this lady's video is she gets to the end and she says we need to have more conversations like this because they're not being had anymore. It's called staying in your own lane. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you don't like to date outside of your race, that's great. I love that for you. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you are a black girl that wants to date a white man, go for it. If you're a black girl that wants to date a Hispanic man, go for it. If you're a white woman that wants to date a black man, go for it. You get the point, correct?
Wait, don't say anything yet. Don't say anything yet, anyone. And this is what's happening with the black women.
So everyone is sitting up here encouraging us to date outside of our race. And, to open up our options. But nobody is talking about the fact that shit is mentally and emotionally draining. I just got out of a 2-month relationship with a white man. And the way that shit took a turn.
Jump off.
From love bombing to straight up manipulation and confirmation bias of black woman stereotypes, bro. That shit is so damaging to mental health. To constantly try to be seen and understood, feeling like I have to code switch, no. And to be antagonized in the end is just insane. We really can't win, bro.
Hey, I said get on the black man's program. That's what I said.
Anyone got the smallest violin so they can play real quick?
Hey, I said get on the black man's program. The white woman said I'll do it. The black woman said I won't do it. And well, there you go.
What happened to Black Girl Magic?
Oh, baby. Oh.
She said gaslighting. She said emotionally draining. She said and she said 2 months. If y'all were dating for 2 months, he was smashing you for 2 months. As I've said before, they smash y'all and toss y'all, and now y'all
I don't know where black women getting this idea from. Y'all been smashing white men since you came to these shores. That's not.
It's called Daughters of the Trade before they came to the shores.
Yeah.
Let me say. I think real quick. This is what I think happened. The the crystalline Karazins of the world know better, but her underlings, they really, we're talking about the ones that came of age probably like 2015 and younger, 2012 and younger. These are the ones that turning 18 in 2012, 2015, 2020. They really bought in to the bullshit. So what ended up happening is they came out here in the dating scene naive as fuck because of the crystalline Karazins and the Christies of the world. They got their heads taken off by the white dudes, and now they're like, what happened? And crystalline Karazin and Christy will never say, actually, what? See, I was trying to waste the gender war against black men, and I used you as cannon fodder.
Yeah, because
nobody's telling them the truth.
Because I was listening to Sabrina, actually bought the goddamn book by Sabrina. Because I actually
the torture.
Because I really wanted to see what she was about, right? Because the interview, you can kind of filter that shit. Okay, since high school, you've been rejected by white men your whole life. Okay.
Yeah.
That's where the insufficiently white comes from. It didn't come from black men. It came from you wanting to date white men. Her first half of her book is nothing about her interactions with white men and what white men want from women. That's the first half of her whole book. And then also, but the thing is, when it comes down to when you get onto social media, then it's what black men want. You haven't dated enough black men to even know what black men really want.
Wow.
So that's
like
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, so BGS, what you're telling me is this is another educated black woman, accomplished black woman that tried to do the white thing, got fucking banned, but she refuses to phrase it like that in her interview. So in her book, she's saying it. But the way she's framing it is that men writ large are chasing after pliant. Because when she did the interview with Justin Peterson, she ain't say this. So once again, so this is what I'm saying. Like this, just admit them white guys. Y'all thought this is what we always get to. You thought you elevated into white land with your degree and your class and be able to speak well and enunciate your words and use 4 and 5 syllable words and pull up in the BMW and live in the burbs or live in a condo in the downtown. And because that didn't pan out to white husband, now it's all men. No, bitch. Nope. Fuck out of here, bitch. Fuck out of here.
You thought they were gonna call you Karen, they still call you Keisha. Come on.
Yeah. Basically, this is another bell hooks, huh?
There's more. There's tons of bell hooks. Is just the tip of the iceberg, man. Go back to Pauli Murray. Shit.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
And the fact that she calls herself queer, that's the thing for me. So Dr. Sabrina Strings calling herself queer. Bell Hooks calling herself queer, and how much of this is them calling themselves queer because the white man ain't choosing?
I think it's most of it because they don't talk about their white girlfriends. Because that one time in the whole book she talked about a white girlfriend.
And see, this is
are you queer?
And this is contemporary academia we talking about. Like this is a PhD who's essentially writing books from standpoint epistemology.
Yes.
They're couching this shit as objective research that should be taken seriously from PhDs. But it's really
standpoint theory like a motherfucker.
It is standpoint. But hurt high school issues being couched as sophisticated, research. And this is what passes for academic, what's being social science at this point.
Yeah,
the lady's in her 50s, compassionate.
I mean, I think it's tantamount. I think it's tantamount to malpractice by U.S. colleges and universities and the publishing industry. I think they're working together to pass off fantasies and fairy tales couched as scholarship.
Yeah. That's how come they want to take your mic, Guru, because you're telling the truth.
And me and Z talked about this. We talked about this before that, and we didn't want to believe that. Okay, we're being more objective than the PhDs.
Yes. But that's what I was going to say earlier. Real quick, BJ, real quick. Let me say this real quick. Sabrina Strings is this is a 50-some-odd-year-old PhD who was making. Okay, so 40 some. 40. Oh, see, that's even making it worse. 45-year-old. Right, I ain't even gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it. But 40 some odd year old PhD, right? Who's making reference to when she was literally in high school on a college floor, and the young brothers saying, talking, like the whole pass them around type joint. So she's making reference to something when she was 17, 18 years old, and she's in her 40s. This is what I'm saying. Like, if you're a PhD, go into it with compassion, said about being objective. that you're trying to pass off these stories as like this is what happens in the black
And
community.
she wasn't passed around by black dudes. She was passed around by white guys.
That's the crazy. And what's the other chick name, Z? What's the other girl that wrote the book? The other doctor?
Dr. Chris Marsh. Dr. Chris Marsh.
Chris Marsh.
Yeah.
Same recipe. Exact same shit.
But I think Chris Marsh really tried to fuck with brothers. But I don't. Either way. But she's slightly different. Maybe.
She's a demographer that wrote a book from a subjective interpretation of the demography. It's like, how the fuck are you doing that?
She's trying to what she's trying to do is make an excuse or make a she's trying to make an appeal to the thing about why women should be single and not have kids,
embrace
not
your
be
single,
married, embrace your singleness, okay? Which I had no problem with, but the state says, okay,
Oh yeah, good luck doing that with the population.
With the population and what's going to happen if you do it, because at some point the state's going to have to step in.
Why do you think even states like Texas are reinforcing these paternity laws?
Yeah.
You actively have the federal government potentially going to get involved in this. You already see it coming down the pipeline, and I knew that's what's going to happen. But like
you don't have a choice.
You haven't heard? Have you heard about that case in Georgia? The 30-year-old, I think she's a 30-year-old. No, she's brain dead, but she's pregnant.
Brain dead.
Yeah, so they're keeping her on life support for that baby.
Just after baby.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. And
her mother said something interesting.
Real quick, to go into what Black Guru said earlier, and I've been saying this for a while, and BGS recalled me say, I said this from the jump. JD Vance is a goddamn white manosphere guy, bro. And once I realized that shit, I was like, oh, y'all fucked. Oh, y'all don't realize who y'all dealing with. Y'all fucked. A white dude marry an Indian chick, and he called y'all single cat ladies. Oh, that's a white manosphere. That's y'all last. That's y'all last. Go ahead.
So
him and was it Don Jr. Okay.
John Jr. No. Baron is a fucking. He's a podcast. He listened to the podcast dudes, and if he listened to the podcast dudes, you better believe he be fucking with the white manosphere. You better believe it.
Oh yeah.
I think like I said, like my idea, BGS knows I'm not negotiating, and like I said, as these classes compress, I mean their situation isn't the same. So my energy behind them was never there. It's like, are they irrelevant? I'd rather talk about being free. If you think you can create community with these people that will double trade as soon as they get a check, you're wasting your time. You might as well just assimilate to anything else. If the lady likes teaching your kids to read, they like hyper focusing on their boys, those are the women to pick. That's how I operate. That's how I was raised.
Don't you end up in the same position of having to then, establish some type of, because again, I think we in this individualistic framework that we accustomed to for so long that we think we can.
When I say it, I understand that American blacks are 20,000 different groups mixed with white, French, Swedish, Dutch, British, every goddamn thing.
Yeah.
And trying to operate a culture under that is like
you don't basically it's
not real.
anything artificial outside of the environment is going to break apart, right? Okay.
Yeah.
As long as you're under slavery and Jim Crow, okay, you can hold that framework together. What happens when those things go away? What's going to happen to the artificial construct? It's going to start to decay. Which is as soon as Jim Crow was over with, the thing we call the black community started to decay. Okay.
Yeah. And when I say
Monahan Scissors was just a reflection of that. Go ahead.
When I say it, I'm saying literally my idea of community is me being upfront, and that's not my idea. I'm not being an individual. I'm well aware whatever I do, I'm assimilating it to it regardless. That's the reality of being a black man. The majority are assimilating into something. It's not something assimilating into them. So my existence of this definition of who I am that America made doesn't mean shit to me. I'm here to survive, and I'll let last year's dying motherfuckers.
I mean, if you're a human being,
genetic survival.
If you're a product of your environment, I don't care if you're a human being. Okay, you are not raised out there by wolves. Okay,
Exactly.
There's no way you cannot be affected and be a product of your environment. Okay,
Well, that's what that's the question. I think. I mean, culture is non-negotiable for human beings.
Yeah.
I didn't mean in that way. What I'm saying is,
let me clarify, because I get what you. I think I hear what you're saying. My question to you is, because you framing it as if, all right, cool, the black community is unsalvageable, or black culture is disintegrating into something that's not worth being part of, and black men, we just gonna go out there and assimilate into something else at the individual random level of however that the dice roll. Because like I said,
that's what we've been doing.
Well,
who's ever pet bird is loud as hell.
Yeah, somebody
that's
bird.
That's me. I'm on lunch break.
Oh,
That's what we've been
you at
doing.
the zoo? Are you at the zoo or something?
Right.
Man, no, we have beautiful birds out here. But
No, Leon getting attacked by a bunch of birds. Tell the birds to shut up. You know they always squawking.
Hey, sound like Angry Birds, man.
Hey,
when you
BGS,
really
we ain't talking about
think
the
about
same
it, guys,
birds.
when you really think about it, that's what we have been doing. Like, people are married to Caribbean women, other races of women. Those kids are still identified as black here. My thing is, I'm not signing up to this cringe level of black community shit. Either I'm gonna identify my son as black community and exit the ladies out of the position and continue the culture, but there's a sick part of our community on both sides, and I'm not gonna intertwine in it. That's my result.
And the thing is, intertwining in it, is something
By
that
choice.
stays.
Yeah.
I mean, really, you're not in the black community by choice, man. If
Yeah.
you didn't
You're not
sign up, you actually you look at your
born.
family. You were born in it, right? Okay, you signed up.
Designated.
You're
Born in it.
designated. Okay, you were born in the dark.
Molded by it.
Yeah, born in the dark, and I'm saying, I'm clearly saying, I don't care what form of admixture you pick.
Mm-hmm.
No, and I'm not speaking.
If you add mix, you will start to dissolve and basically dilute whatever culture that we come up with, because that woman does not come up.
Thank you.
Did not come up with your culture, so it's going to be you're going to have to evolve into something new. Is what it is.
Exactly,
Okay?
and that's my whole point.
Let me read this real quick. Let me read a couple of these real quick. And Joe says, "Living crying on TikTok and living off of super chats." Loki, I think he's talking about Real Talk with Yanni, old bum ass. Shout out to you, Real Talk with Yanni. I'm calling you a bum ass, but you definitely make more than Z. Z is a working class ass black man. But I don't live off of YouTube though. Shout out to you. And thank you for the super chat, Joe. Thank you for the super chat. Saint Sear says, "Peep your emails. Yeah, I sent you that video I was telling you about earlier. Just begging black men to come back and work together. Looking sad. That I just played it earlier. I'll play it again for y'all. Shout out to Saint Sear. Thank you for the super chat.
Can I clear up the last part?
Where was she 10 years ago? That's what I might want to ask about her. Where's she 10 years ago?
No, she's broke, living in an apartment, about to lose it. She's talking
you talking about Real Talk with Yanni?
Yeah.
Oh, anybody.
Oh, yeah.
You're talking with Yanni? Anyway.
I just
let
want
me
to
read this
up.
one more. Wait, real quick. Let me read this one more from Detroit. Detroit says, "But Detroit, you gotta send me this one. You gotta send, because I didn't see this in Detroit. Or if it's Twitter or whatever, screenshot it, send it to me through email, please and thank you." And Detroit says, Z, you want to check out Sav's channel, trying to gaslit Shay Sade about black women's marriage statistics and using the ABC narratives on black men. Savvy Sav just said just winning on feminism like a month ago, and like how that destroyed the black family and et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
Savvy is
one foot in, 1 foot out.
Womanist. She's a womanist.
Yeah. I mean, how can you gaslight about black women's stats that they've been pretty much the same for the last 35 years? They haven't changed. So how you gonna gaslight for 35 years? Okay.
That's what Detroit said. Detroit said, gaslight about marriage statistics. Go ahead. Tunnel. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna finish with this. So like,
Tunnel not gonna be long winded. Let him go real quick. You got it. I'm probably screaming on. You got it after that. Go ahead. Tunnel.
Yeah. I just want to let you know I have ginger tea.
This nigga, I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew it. Look. Somebody cut him off. Somebody cut him off. Look. Throw his ass out the damn door.
Yo, did that.
But how was your English?
English is getting better.
To Tunnel Runner right now. That's what we doing to Tunnel Runner right now. Look.
It's the same. It's the same concept as Tunnel Runner. It's like, okay,
Tunnel Runner living the life right now.
BGS knows I clown MOT for thinking that you're going to build something and you're going to be the superior culture. No,
Oh
that's not the
Lord.
reality. The reality is
Hmm.
getting with somebody that you can assimilate with, have
Yeah.
children, have that kid survive. I don't care about this negotiating with terrorists. No, let them fall. I can hold resentment and hand her that $20 when she finished cutting my fucking grass.
Oh,
Let me
and Corey, yeah, Glenn, we still want to see stuff. But anyway,
since you listen to him, Leon, okay, and I have, I've been listening to on our MOT for God knows, got to be 7, 8 years, okay, okay. What is their point? Because I don't understand their point at all.
They really don't have no point. They have a
Okay,
fantasy. Like when I
okay,
when I sent him that super chat when he was on the two ladies shows, the
uh-huh,
gynocrats, he
yes.
said, "That's exactly, you fully understand me." And I was just like, "This guy's a fucking idiot." He
What I'm
actually
saying,
thinks,
yeah, because those two women actually came
based
off my
off,
women's channel. So
yeah,
You talking
based
about
off,
Concrete
yeah.
Rose
based
and
off,
yeah, Sister
Okay.
Georgia.
I
This is
think I
yours. Yeah.
think the
based off.
brothers I think the brothers have the belief that somehow they can form something where they'll have some immense amount of power to put the women in their place and have a culture go on. And I'm like, bro, your kids are gonna assimilate in the other group soon as they go to preschool. Like it's not gonna work. Like it's
Okay.
not gonna work. And you can have this fairy tale thought, but as soon as somebody just places a few dollars in your community and your woman go to work for that white guy, it's over. Have a good day.
Oh,
That's
the thing is,
bullshit.
okay, because man, I've been in the pro-black community, man, for 40 years, man. We have gone through this over and over and over again. And when people talk like that, I say, where do you send your kids to school?
Mm-hmm.
If you
Oh,
send them to the American school, public school system, they're going to be culturally white. That is the job of the public school system. So where you send your kids to school? Well, I said, how come you guys don't set up your own school system or homeschool or whatever you do? Well, wife has to work and we got to yada yada
see,
yada. I
what had
said,
happened was,
well,
mhm.
don't feed me this bullshit about what you're trying to do, okay? Because you're not trying to do it.
And it's not so
Well,
much.
real compassion,
Right.
real quick, because y'all over here talking
Yeah.
about real
And
life and
oh, the
serious issues. And as
last
Gil Gami says, "Tales from Paradise" by Tunnel Runner. Go ahead,
part,
compassion.
Right.
the
No,
last
no,
part, because
it's not so.
I'm about to get off.
Go ahead.
You're breaking up, bro.
Good
But no, it's
Morgan.
not so much a fan. It's not. I don't think it's so much of a fantasy.
It is a fantasy.
I mean, it's a fantasy in terms of the probability.
It's a fantasy
That,
because you know why it's a fantasy, sir? You know why it's a fantasy? Because they don't put no fucking real work behind it because you give them fucking solutions and ideas and then run from it. It's a fantasy.
BGS, what I was finna say
Okay.
is not so much an impossibility, is that black men are not willing to actually do what it will require to take over the culture as it
When
is.
you start,
Okay. If you don't
That's what
include
Socrates was saying earlier. Go ahead.
if you don't include the women in your culture, basically you're gonna have to make a new culture. Okay,
Yes,
you won't have the same culture. Stop trying to hold on to some shit that did. Number one,
yes.
it was
That's what
artificial.
Leon is saying.
Number one, it's artificial in the first fucking place. Okay, your white man made your culture. Okay, you didn't make your
mm-hmm.
culture. The white man made your culture. He's the one that forced you together after emancipation. Okay,
So no.
yeah.
So my question would be, since you saying that the options aren't necessarily that we have to assimilate into another culture. The option could be you can form your own new culture. Now,
How?
if you hold on to the old. Well,
How?
like you just said, if you were to if you can't fix it with the culture, the women of the culture you have now, you'll
Mm-hmm.
have to form a new one. I guess
How?
by using other women.
You can.
Okay,
Go ahead.
BGS, let me answer. Yo, the moment you talk about community and ideas, and I ask, well, who's going to be the sharecroppers and the ones that clean the fucking toilets? And oh, who's going to be within that hierarchy where you look up and you see that black woman with her husband and y'all are below her? That's right when the community breaks down because those ladies want to be equal to the fucking next woman and they're not fucking picking cotton. Okay, so it's over as soon as
Answer my
any
question.
form of fucking hierarchy comes into the conversation. That's why you can't do it with them.
Well,
No, I'm not saying
if I can attempt to answer your question, here's the complexity of your question. Every culture is the result of hundreds, thousands of years of people coming together, wars, people taking over this and forcing people to adopt these practices. Then this new conqueror comes in. So when you say what culture to institute, you have to first start from the premise of how does a culture actually perform? And so if you're saying, well, I'm going to get together and we're going to form this new group of, well, what is it going to be based on? How are you going to enforce it? How are you going to maintain it? Who's going to be the enemies and the adversaries of it? You don't necessarily know that. You can kind of predict maybe who is likely to be your nemesis. And then you got to erect certain procedures to guard and even maintain against the interdiction of what you're trying to do. So it's a very difficult question to answer, because even like food production, what you're going to eat, the culture behind all of that is a product of geography, resource allocation or availability, irrigation. There's so many things that are going to dictate the culture, that it's not something you can just say, well, we're going to go over to this island and then, okay, this is going to be our culture.
Yeah, you would literally have to start someplace else without a dominant culture around you to make a new culture. Okay, literally. Okay,
exactly.
Literally. Okay, because America is not a new culture. America is an extension of an old culture. Okay, it's not a new culture.
Yeah, America is primarily a British, perversion to a large degree, with other stuff as well, but at its basis, a British perversion. Yeah.
How do we explain our influence on the dominant culture in this country if it's a matter of
because you're a part of it?
Yeah. So you've nudged it this way and that way.
Yeah. No, basically, the thing is, the modern industrial culture was built off your backs, in your sweat. Okay, you're integrated into it. Actually, you're a product of it. You're not separate from it. You're a product of it. You're created by it. In fact,
and it's a product of you. It's a product of you.
Not BGS and Black Uru telling us we cogs in the wheel. Not that.
We
are.
Any human beings, I don't care how smart a tribe is, you're a cog in either a small wheel or a big wheel. You can't survive out there by yourself. Okay.
Hey Z, a professor told me that your name is a European name.
Yeah.
The clothes that you wear are European clothes.
Yeah.
You're just a Black European.
You are.
Because you don't have no African name. You don't have an African language. You don't wear African clothes. You wear European clothes, and you have a European last name. So that means that's who you are.
I mean, basically, when you go to Colombia, you're a Black gringo, or you're not Tony Runner.
Correct.
You're Black gringo. You're gringo. Okay, so they say you're Black, and they said, let me say something for me. Oh, you're a gringo. Okay. You're not.
I'd have to try to fit in. I have to try to fit in because I stand out. I'm taller than most of the people.
Yeah. And basically, there's Black people in Colombia, but soon you open your mouth, okay, you're a gringo.
I'll bet even the way you walk and stand is different from the native Black people down there.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I'll bet you they can see you walk and they know you're an American.
Yeah, they can. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They know right away. I try to try to hide it, but it's usually they know.
Yeah, I mean, you look different. You look different. You smell different. You walk different. They can tell that you're not one of them.
Yeah, you also got to remember we do have European blood in us. From
the beginning. Now, all of us have European blood, and there is no pure African ADOS people. None. Okay. Y'all have.
Hey Z, I went to Jamaica and I tried to act like a Jamaican. They said, "Man, we can smell your difference. You smell."
No. Jamaica. Like I'll say this: when you start dealing with Caribbean folks. When you start dealing with Caribbean folks, you could see from the walk, bro. You could see from the stance, the walk. Bro. I know this one. People, and now it's just about figuring out what island we talking about.
Literally, you smell different because your foods are different. So you literally have a different smell to you. Okay.
Yes. That's a fact.
He asked me. He said, "Where you from?" I said, "I'm from here." He said, "You're not from here, man. You're from America or Canada."
First of all, y'all realize, Tunnel Runner still bragging because he talking about taking trips to Jamaica on vacation and shit like that. That's what I heard. I heard Tunnel Runner still bragging about being in paradise.
And
Drink.
it's probably because his wife's never been to Jamaica. She wants to go to Jamaica and
You see what I'm saying?
He's only heard
Tunnel Runner
about it.
taking these trips.
Yeah.
Taking these trips. Well, let me read this from Kanguru real quick. Tunnel Runner, let me read this. And Kanguru says, I can tell that most of these raccoons talking about black fatigue have never been around white, Asians, etc. Yeah, that black fatigue thing. BGS, have you been keeping up with the black fatigue? These folks that want to repurpose black fatigue?
The only person I really heard to talk about black fatigue is out of respect for you is you, okay? Because to me, it's a bullshit argument, okay? It's
BGS,
something
they took the word and ran with it the wrong way.
The thing is, why are you attached to this crap, okay? Of all the things you get attached to, why this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't give a name to a phenomenon that's been gone for the last 150 years.
Yeah.
Well, no. What I'm saying is the white folks in some of these different type of Negroes have now turned black fatigue, which black people tired of white people and they shit in their system and whatever, and then turned it around to say black fatigue is white folks being tired of black ratchet people and loud obnoxious people. That's black fatigue.
This nigga's trying
to. So they did what they did with woke.
You know what that sound like? You know what that sound like to me? That sound like they got an assignment. Them people done gave them an assignment. That's what that sounds like to me. The way it's all forming up together, the timing of it sound like, hey, Negroes, it's time for y'all to do a little buck dancing here. That's what it sounds like to me.
In other words, know your place. You got to get these.
Not the hucklebuck, not the dancing.
I might be wrong, but didn't it coincide with the erection of that statue?
It really did.
Kind of.
I think the first time I started hearing it is after that statue went viral, and I saw the white lady's video about black fatigue.
What's really going on is that the black feminists no longer are in congruence with the white feminists. Okay. And I think that's where it's coming from. Right after the election, basically the black feminists said, "We out." Okay.
They did.
Take a break. Okay, because it's not serving us, and then because the white feminists that thought that black females were actually going to come out for them, according to DEI, and fight for it, and they didn't. Okay, and black feminists go fight for it. It's your job. You go fight for it. We taking a break. I think that has been the frustration of especially white females over the last, I'd say, 6-7 months.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what came to mind when I saw that was, and I saw the backlash, and that made more sense when you describe it like it's been a fissure,
yes,
in the coalition,
yes.
That what it reminds me of what Dr. Neal said in his book, in terms of black women maybe being set up as the fall guy,
yes,
or the fall girl,
yes.
That is what they're being set up.
And
that's their role. It's always been their role,
right? And this random statue being erected by this random artist out of the UK, randomly, that's what came to mind when I saw that, and I saw the response to it. I started seeing people started to say, and the black fatigue issue came up.
If Keisha, you want a representation? Okay, this is your representation.
There you go.
Now what?
I've said that. Yep.
Now
and like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. No, that is exactly, and they are being placed as the fall guy. I've seen it. What you're seeing with the tying of this and the drying up of the liquidity and the tying of the economy and the paying off the debt, other women are going to make a U-turn. How real is that U-turn going to be is a different conversation. Other women are going to make a U-turn. Black women are going to fall off the edge of the cliff into under the bridge.
They just get to the intersection and make the U-turn.
We just said no, they making that U-turn.
Yeah, they're making a U-turn, but they just get to the intersection. They ain't fully made the U-turn yet. Okay.
Oh man,
they're just getting started.
Not them peeling off from the U-turn from the light, not the tire smoke.
You know how you wait for the light to turn before you make that U?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Just before the.
And you're already halfway in the intersection. Yep.
They're coming back to the table, and it's gonna be an awkward ass conversation.
Hey, white men want they pound of flesh. Let me say this again. White men want they pound of flesh. They ain't fucking around with white women.
They ain't because you want to act like Keisha? Okay, what is it? You act like a roadside gal? I'm gonna treat you like a roadside gal.
Hey, I suspect there's gonna be some white women walking around here with some knots and some black eyes and whatnot. Don't just don't even ask her why. Don't ask her why. You know
Yeah,
why.
black women gonna get the representation they've been wanting. They gonna every woman that makes a U-turn, and as this goes, if it becomes a cultural phenomenon in terms of people,
They're gonna throw them under the bus.
it's gonna be open season. Black women have made so many has stood on this type of business for so long.
Yeah,
have
in
become
our picture.
Tip of the spear of this basically dominance feminism shit that it's gonna be easy to do.
Yeah, I got my $3 in quarters. I'm all right.
Yep.
Hey,
Real
Mr.
quick, real quick, gentlemen. What do you? Well, as a matter of fact, ask your question first because mine is gonna go to somewhere else. Go ahead.
I was going to say, last week I had two of my exes.
This thing. Okay, I'm about to say. I thought you were gonna say something in food again. Go ahead. Go
And a
ahead.
Panamanian, an
Okay.
FBA and a Panamanian, both
Okay.
calling me, professing their the good times that we used to have.
Hey, big head.
Hey,
Big head.
hey! Accountable commentary, AC. Oh, that's the reach back.
That's that reach
That's the reach.
That's that
Hey,
reach back.
Alexa, play Drew Hill. The times we had, please. The times we had stay on my mind, please, and thank you.
Oh, that's the reach back. We need a blues song called "The Reach Back." Okay.
Man. But here's my question. And to BGS and to Black Group, what do y'all think about my theory that Black women are going to box themselves into being the Roma or Gypsy class of America?
They already are.
Yep.
Goddamn. There you go.
Too late.
Yep. I think
Too late.
I think that's what Dr. Neal really means. That's what it's going to end up looking like to be neoliberalism's fall guy. Or the decline in the West. The decline in the West. Fall girl is going to look like being that, and maybe that designated underclass shit. That's what it's going to look like for Black.
It's going to be the flattening of the designated underclass because the thing is what the thing is, that's why I follow geopolitics, right? Because now it's not just black against white or whatever inside the country.
Oh no, it's deeper than
it's
that.
you against everybody else, okay? And if you're gonna survive this, y'all got to pull together, and that's what Trump knows, okay? That's why he said that's why it's gonna be a true meritocracy if you can pull it off, okay? If you got the skills, step up. If you don't have the skills, guess what? I don't care what color you are.
See, all these white people complain about, I lost my job. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, white women complain about they lost their job. Well, the thing is, they want Keisha to complain. Okay, they haven't come out yet. But
not only that, they complain about losing their benefits too.
Yeah. Oh
They
yeah.
lost my Section 8. I lost my food stamps.
Yeah, they're gonna have to complain now because Keisha's not taking a rap for them no more. Okay.
Nope.
But and black men are not listening to Keisha no more. We ain't coming to your rescue no more. Hang out for yourself.
We ain't got nothing to lose.
But like the men didn't care about.
I said,
Go ahead.
Well, that's why I said earlier when Dr. Thunder was here, to me, it's time for men to try to make a run at these school districts. It's time for black men to try. If Trump is coming in with a pro-man, pro-meritocracy thing, then now's the time where you might be able to get you some publicly funded all-male schools.
Yeah, you would. Yeah.
This is the time to try to do that.
It is.
I think me and Nameless was talking about this, and I think there's a window of opportunity that in the vein of what you're talking about, BGS, in terms of where we black men can be at the front of the cultural revolution in terms of like a post-racial type America, a truly post-racial type America where
you have to frame it in the proper way. That's what I'm trying to teach you guys how to frame it. Okay, you have to frame it as a win-win. Okay,
I was going to bring that up because I remember Gigi a couple years ago smartly, and I never forgot it, said black men gonna have to start discussing things not in terms of race as much in terms of infrastructure and in terms of how we politically face, like how we speak politically. We can take advantage of this window, and I think it'll just be, I think Nameless is correct, that it's going to be a brief window where we can actually kind of maybe.
It may not be. It's probably not going to be as brief as you think it is, because this is not a glitch. Okay, this is a direction. And if America wants to survive, or at least slow down its slide, it's going to have to bring all do what China
all
does,
hands on deck.
bring all hands on deck, right? So all your citizens that you have neglected cannot be neglected anymore. Okay, everybody's going to have to step up.
Yeah.
Every citizen going to have to be trained.
And you can't give preference to certain industries and certain,
Right.
You can't do this rent seeking by way of industry. We're going to give all the favor just to this particular oil and gas industry or producer, or all to that, because that does not work in a true worldwide competitive system anymore.
No,
you can't do that anymore.
Case in
You
point,
have to
look what they're doing.
truly find the most competitive sources of energy, truly find the most competitive source of tools and minerals and whatever, and the most vibrant producers and refinement of those, regardless of who is providing those goods and services. And that's why I say we got to take the school systems, because the school systems would allow you to begin to retrain the boys into preparing to fight that fight earlier in life.
Case in point, though, look what they're doing to Israel right now.
Okay. Okay. Such as?
Well, them basically
that's a different. Okay, that's a completely different thing than what we talk about right now. Okay. Okay, that's a completely different thing. Trump is a businessman. He's not a politician. Okay, and he understands return on investment in how to cut his losses. Right. Cost benefits. Okay, Israel is not a cost-effective benefit anymore. So that's how come he's probably trying to pull back from them. Okay, you're not gaining anything by fighting this messianic war against whoever you're fighting against. Okay, we know who's fighting against, but the thing is, okay, at some point you're gonna have to do business and go to your accountants like Uru. Okay, look at you. You'll have to sooner the balance sheet will come into effect at some point. Okay, at some point you have to go to your accountant and say, okay, what is the balance?
Let's be real. That part of the world was valuable, particularly after World War II, because they provided a lot of counterintelligence and subterfuge and stuff in a post-World War II Cold World. They provided an intellectual. They provided an intellectual system outside of the rules of America, outside of the laws of America, where they can do a whole lot of sabotage shit all throughout the fucking world. And they were a petri dish for a lot of MK Ultra, all kinds of shit like that. They were good for that in that particular world. We're not in that world anymore.
No, it's gone.
And so now their value is been greatly diminished.
Yeah. So then basically the cost benefit analysis doesn't work in Israel's favor anymore.
Yeah.
But the thing is that the way I would frame it, okay, if I'm going to the schools, right, especially for black boys, okay, I pull out the stats of the black boys in the black schools. Basically, you're leaving a lot of your talent on the table by doing this, okay? And basically, you can't pull it from any place else, okay? So why are the other countries around the world, especially the BRICS, outperforming you, okay? Because basically, you're sliding as far as
like 40
backsliding.
Yeah, you're backsliding. And, you're going down with a bullet, okay? Or dropping like a rock, okay? Okay, so how do you prevent the slide? It is because you made this this policy to under educate your boys and your black boys especially, okay? And where does your technology come from? Where does your infrastructure come from? It doesn't come from women, okay? Okay, you banked on the United States being a service sector economy since 1980, right? 45 years later, turns out to be a mistake. Now you have to reverse
BS jobs.
Yeah. BS jobs, pushing paper. Okay, AI can push your paper now,
and more efficiently.
Okay, and you're trying to hold jobs for women because you need them to have jobs. It doesn't work anymore. In other words, the math don't math no more.
Hey. What you said, BGS? You said you did one of these just now.
Yeah.
BGS just one of these.
Math, the math don't math no more. Okay.
Hey, BGS, what are feminists going to do when I'm independent ain't a thing anymore?
If you're white, you try to find your husband.
They gonna
If you black,
to
yeah,
whoever have them
yeah.
and go to their house and spread their legs. That's what they're gonna do.
Spread their legs, have
No,
their babies.
I think all of you are wrong. The women are amazing and beautiful and proud and confident and queens and fierce and brilliant and determined and proud and sexy. And then I don't know what y'all talking about. I don't know what y'all. They're gonna be straight. They're gonna be straight.
What I've learned, what I'm a move is like to your point of the posture. I think we need to take, and what we need to learn. What I've learned from Kimberly Crenshaw and all these what Black women have done, the feminists and all the NGOs and the nonprofits, and that they've been just running up a check and just getting good off of this type of philosophy.
I'm not mad at them.
And I'm gonna take a page out their book as the tables turn and they need the men to uplift the society.
Yeah.
But if you need us, I'm finna just like the women did for the past
I heard that
50 years. We're gonna soak up as much, we're gonna over leverage the shit out of the direction you're trying to go to with no remorse. That's my point.
Because black men have nothing to lose. Okay.
That's what I say. Over leverage. One thing we haven't tried to do is risk over leveraging the situation. Risk failing over trying to over leverage instead of trying to be fair and be just and all this shit.
Could we even truly over leverage?
And in light of that, I'm hoping P. Diddy escaped this whole thing,
bro.
And
yes, I'm hoping we get away with murder from now on.
I ain't mad at him.
I think we need to have a fundamental change in these women being able to heighten their skirts up, and then cry foul later. And I think if he wins this case, if you want to produce an environment of productive men who are not distracted by a bunch of bullshit because women around, P. Diddy wins this case.
Okay, I'll say this, man, and this is coming from a cat that's been looking at this shit for a very long time, and it is in Los
After
Angeles.
this, BGS, read this super chat for me, please, and thank you because it's directed towards you. But go ahead, what you're saying.
Ain't no feds gonna raid no goddamn P. Diddy's house over no goddamn Cassie, okay? Has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, that's true.
It's
no
bigger
way.
than her.
No way.
Ain't no way the feds will come in and raid P. Diddy's
Especially
house.
after that testament, there's no way.
And take all his files and all his tapes and all his shit, all his recordings over goddamn Cassie. No, I'm sorry. That's my opinion. Okay, to BGS, what needs to be done to create Wakanda in America via maybe Brazilian women? There's no such thing as Wakanda in America. Okay, I know you think no one cares, but why be alive if we don't try? Okay, if you truly want to do this shit, man, go someplace and build it. Okay, why are you trying to build it here with all this opposition? Okay, white men are not going to allow you to build Wakanda in the middle of their country.
Let me add to that. Wait. Let me add to that, BGS. White men are not gonna let anyone build whatever paradise they think they build in the middle of their country.
If you got guts enough to build it here, you have guts enough to build it someplace else.
And why would they? And that's what goes back. I think a lot of times our assessment don't take into account people are willing to thwart, and they're on the offensive.
Like, okay, if the situation was reversed, would you allow white people to build a white enclave inside your country?
No.
I would not. Social dominance theory wouldn't allow me to do that. No.
I'll say once again, we made reference to that little slice of Europe in the Middle East. You see what they doing to them? I'm just saying, we ain't building nothing, and we cutting the grass.
Okay, Israel was taken over by the United States for two things. Okay, you know what they are. Okay, one's on the west. It's called the Suez Canal. And the other one was what? Oil. That's why they were there. So you have a landing base. You have observation posts over the biggest at the time the biggest shipping. Canal in the world and the biggest resource in the world. Okay, that's why they were there.
That's not what I was making reference to, BJ. So I was talking about the natives to that land and how every time they try to build up or do anything, they get back down.
Well, you know that's what. In fact, I'm gonna put that up. You know, if you want to try to do that here, basically, you look to Gaza. Okay.
That's why I made reference to it. Yep.
Because you know, if it wasn't for the mustache man and what went on there, you wouldn't be here, because they were thinking about doing the same thing to you that will happen to them folks in Germany. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
they were really thinking about that. Okay, and basically when Eisenhower came back, he said, okay, we're not like them. Okay, and they're not like us. That's when your integration policy started.
Yeah.
That's you know,
Because Eisenhower knew white Americans would take it there.
The stuff was already on the books, man.
Yeah.
Everybody knew it was on the books.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll probably never know how many people actually got lynched.
The thing is, for that back then, the America was like 90% white. Okay, if you're going to do it,
Yeah.
you'd have done it then. Okay, but the thing is, with all this, the whole. If you read the Monahan report, Monahan tells you straight up the whole motion, the whole reason to have what we call civil rights is to integrate black people into society. Go back and read the Monahan Conference, right? That's been a plan for 130 years, okay? How to integrate the former slaves into the broader society. You were never supposed to be separate.
Mm-hmm.
Ever supposed to be separate. That was the whole thing about it. You were never supposed to be separate.
But that was a contradiction to white supremacy too.
Okay. Can I be frank for a goddamn second? Okay. If slaves produce 75% of your GDP and you freeze them, what happens to your GDP?
Goes to shit.
It goes to shit. So in other words, you want your GDP to maintain itself, what do you have to do to them black people?
You got to keep them enslaved.
Jim Crow. It's called sharecropping.
It's called sharecropping, Jim Crow, right? My mother told me, okay, the only reason Jim Crow ended is because the machines came in and took their place.
Right.
That's when Jim Crow ended, when the machines came in and there's no work for black people on them plantations. They did not need you to actually maintain their GDP. That's when it ended. Okay, it's called follow the goddamn money. Nobody follows the money. Oh well, they hated black folks and white folks is all racist and stuff
it's
like
called
that.
money.
It's called money.
That's why they started breeding you. It was cheaper to breed you instead of to send you
called
from Africa.
Money. And British cut off the slave trade is because of money. It's because you're selling too many of your people on the continent that couldn't get the resources out of Africa. So you can't keep doing this shit. Okay,
they had to jumpstart. They actually used that also to screw with the French in their slave ships. The British with that was genius. That was slick.
But like you said,
because it made it seem like they were ending it for altruistic
reasons.
Bullshit.
I don't mind, I don't, which is why I had to push the pro-black folks away a little bit because I got tired of the same myths. I said, let me go find out what the real story is. Okay, and once you start finding out what the real story is, okay, now the shit makes sense.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe it makes sense to your point. With the fourth industrial wave, as you just described, I guess it's the second, as steam engines.
Well, it depends on how you want. It's probably like the industrial, probably like the second, I would say.
Right.
Industrial Revolution, actually the first, which is in the 1800s. Okay, and then you have the third, whatever. This is the
like you said, that fundamentally changed that changed the interest. Well, that changed the strategy in which the social designers take in terms of maintaining power, essentially.
Yes, or maintaining a society. Period.
Maintaining a society. Period. So with those waves, as we move into this fourth industrial wave, as we recognize that even maybe race or even the return on investment of maintaining white supremacy, so to speak, as you say, is dissolving, or that.
I mean, okay. I don't because I don't know. People have so many different definitions of white supremacy. I have to ask you, what's your definition of white supremacy?
I guess the systematic maintenance of I'm thinking I'm almost thinking it's using Sedanius' definition of racism, but I mean just the galvanization of resources, or race-based galvanization of resources.
Is it local? Is it local? Is it society-wise? Is it global-wise?
It's
systemic. You can have a systemic within a block. Okay, how wide is the system?
Well, nationwide. I mean,
okay. Nationwide, and then that's already dying because basically, white population will well, uh, as
They're
far
they're already
birth
the
rate,
minority
they're
tenant.
already yeah, they're slipping into the not the minority, but the thing is they're less than a dominant. Remember, in the 40s, white people used to be until the 60s, white people used to be like 90% white. Okay,
Hmm.
90, okay. Now we're down to what, 49%. Okay, you slipped, you
Right.
slipped 40 some odd percent, right? And the white population already peaked. It peaked in 2019. You're on the downward slide. The what is it? The median age of a white person is what, 50. What's
Yeah.
going to happen to white people? Okay, and where you going? If you want more white people, where do you get them from? If white women aren't producing them?
Well, as you move into this fourth industrial wave, is that even as the world globalizes and the whole kind of the whole construct changes, the whole economic system changes, do you even really need, like you were saying, like with industrialization, you don't even need as many people anymore to maintain systems and
Well,
maintain
to maintain a market, you need people. Okay,
a certain amount, but you probably don't need as many as if you got robots and shit producing
for who?
surplus.
For whom?
For the society in itself. Like what is inevitable, what I think fourth industrial wave is the opportunities there is that we'll have an ability to produce a surplus with the robotics and all the AI.
Okay.
Which is what.
And you are producing it for whom?
Well, if I'm the social designer, I'm producing it for me. I mean, I'm only keeping the society around, so I got something to stand on. Basically.
Okay. Yeah, you're producing it for you. Then okay. So is you by yourself and your robots, or what?
I mean, traditionally that wasn't even an option, but now that's starting to be, for the first time in history, it's an option that it could be me and my robot.
Okay, if it's you and your robots, do the people that are obsolete have to be in that system?
They're not necessary at that point.
Okay, so they're gonna just die out and say, "Well, woe is me," or they're gonna go someplace else to maintain themselves?
Well, if I brainwash them efficiently enough, they'll be convinced that they're making all their own decisions as an individual.
Now, at some point, reality, you can brainwash them up. You can brainwash people till the cows come home. When the environment
hits, boy,
brainwashing goes away.
Yeah, and then you just die off, right? If you ain't got if you were brainwashed enough to be just essentially useless when reality sets in.
I'm gonna give you an example. Okay, say there's 10 people in front of you, right? Okay, and you're all brainwashed, right? And slowly but surely, okay. Say I'm gonna say you're the 10th guy. Say you're like the 7th guy, right? Okay, first guy dies off, right? So oh shit, okay, that's an anomaly. Second guy dies off. Oh shit, that's a coincidence.
Right.
Third guy dies off. Hey, this is a trend.
Oh,
okay?
hell.
Fourth guy dies. This is getting kind of close. Okay, this is some bullshit that they selling me. What are my options? Right. By the time it gets to you, you're out of that system. Okay.
But you're right. But if in the case that the people brainwashing me was essentially just they've like I said, I witnessed all my peers.
Confession, I got you. You convinced them, and you convinced them, and you squeezed them to not have the children. So that's how they die off. They don't literally die off. They just don't produce.
Yeah.
Eventually,
like
people.
Attrition, essentially.
It's attrition, but the thing is, you got to remember, over a slow period of time, people will start going to a different system that will work for them. And basically, there's going to be somebody else that's not part of your system that's going to thrive. You can die out, but guess what? White folks can die out, but guess what? Global South is going to figure it out.
But you be right on in the traditional, in terms of the human history up until this point. But you even say and even know that we're at the point where now shit is accelerating so fast, you might not have time to adapt. Shit, damn, the first 7 niggas died, but it's shit is
you don't. Oh, you say if you stay in a system, what's the first thing you're gonna jump ship? People are jumping ship.
If it's a global system, where am I jumping ship to?
There's plenty of places that they haven't caught up yet. And look at the Chinese. Chinese have modified our system.
Right.
Okay. In other words, the system. If they wanted to collapse the system, they could have done it already. Okay.
They could have done it years ago.
They could have done it. They could have let it collapse in 2008. 2000 people let it collapse if that's what they wanted. But the thing is, they know they're going to go down with it too. They don't want to go down with it.
the Soviets, the Soviets. I'm about to go there right now. The Chinese said, "What's the best hits of the Soviets and the U.S. system? What could we pilfer from both of them and make and get somewhere with?" And there you go.
Yeah, all
And
right.
there
Yeah,
you go. The best
that's
hits, the greatest hits.
we're supposed to mix the best of what you learn. That's what they did. They adapted. They figured out how to put, at least to now, how to put capitalism and socialism together to where it actually works better.
And they call it capitalism by Chinese. No. It's social.
With
It's
capital, no,
socialism
no,
by
no, no, no.
capitalist. That's
They,
how do they say it?
they call it capitalism with Chinese
Chinese characteristics.
characteristics. Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
Nine
'Cause I
nine
remember
nine
hearing
nine
this.
six is not any different from the from the from the
Our 40-hour work week.
no the Charles Dickens days when they worked 12 hours a day, 14 hours a day, 6 days a
Can
week.
I have some more?
Can I have some more? So 996 is just an adaptation of the old capitalist principles. Because you listen to this one night.
Compassionate to address what I think you were asking. You start from like the most essential. Like, what's the most essential thing to the continuation of life?
Survival.
Air.
Yeah.
Food, water,
No,
air and food
I'm saying
and
in
water.
terms of resources.
Yeah.
Air.
Water.
Well, first and foremost is air, because once you ain't breathing, it's over.
Yeah, it's over.
Minutes, right?
Right.
And then next after that is water. Like those are like that's the shit you got to get in you pretty quickly. You know, everything else, food, your body can survive on itself for some period of time. You know, maybe you erect some shelter or some makeshift or whatever. Clothing, you know, I mean, you know, you can wear the same outfit for some period of time, I guess. But if you can't breathe, if you can't get any water, you're fucking done pretty quickly. So really, to answer your question, you have to ask, how am I going? If I go somewhere else, how am I going to survive? How am I going to set myself up to survive, both short term and then long term? And then that's when you get in terms of building a house and protecting yourself from the environment surrounding your domicile. If there are other people, whatever kind of mutually agreed upon way we're going to work together, hunt together, farm together, you know, that sort of thing. Stay out of each other's business. We shouldn't be fucking each other's wives, because that's probably a bad thing eventually. You know, that kind of thing. You know, those are the kind of questions you ask when you talk about, okay, how are you going to survive outside of the system?
Yeah.
And where could you do that? You know,
as the system advances, basically it doesn't take that much. Okay, with the modern techniques, you don't need the latest and greatest. Okay, you go back to 1950 technology.
And let's say if you establish a fairly fixed diet of proteins or et cetera, or whatever, you essentially eat the same thing every day. You know, and it's modestly creatable, so to speak. Beans or whatever are very nutritious, have proteins as well as a lot of other nutrients and that sort of thing. You can put together sort of a baseline of subsistence and survival, and then just kind of build from there, you know, over time and cooperation of other people. And that's probably what it would take. Now, then there's a question of how you protect yourself, not just from your natural predators, which may or may not be bad depending on where you are, but then obviously human potential, you know, invaders, which would probably be more dangerous, you know, at some point, especially other people who may be desperate, you know, given the fall or the takeover of the robots and whatever, everybody get desperate and start grabbing shit. But that's the kind of stuff you'd have to think about. You have to think about and plan for in advance before the shit collapses.
Right. Yeah.
True. Hey, what did I want to play earlier? It's one of these.
The architects are losing power as we speak, man. Social media is killing it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Social media is killing it. Okay. The Black Manosphere alone is proof positive that you can actually make political change without a whole bunch of people.
You just
A whole
want
bunch of power.
Keisha to fell down, blah blah. Let me shut up. I'll talk about that later.
But if Red Tube keeps using my talking points one more time, man, I'm coming after
Oh
him.
shit! Who used talking points now?
Talking about I hear humiliation ritual all the time now. So God, y'all steal everything. Okay.
No, when Z starts his political channel, BGS, you got to come on every Thursday. And you got to repeat Red Tuber, and then
Probably every Friday or Saturday. We'll
you're
see.
gonna force them to have to debate. They're gonna have to contend with the space. They can't be acting like we don't exist, because that's what
they're getting crushed. I mean, if it wasn't for the woke left, man, they would get crushed. Okay, because they have to rehash old nonsensical talking points. Okay, who gives a shit if you're queer, man? We don't care that you queer.
Hey, BGS. I feel your pain. Hold on. I feel your pain though, because Professor Black True stole my line on that statue. He said, "Mammy," I was like, "Yeah, nigga, I know who you."
They listen, man. They listen. But when I when I actually responded to them directly, man, they didn't say a word. I said, please come at me.
I don't think they want to smoke BGS, but okay.
No,
I think I know who you talking about. Was it in relation to Shador Sanders?
No.
He's talking about Khadijah. He's talking about Khadijah.
And she was talking about it's not a humiliation ritual. I said there's only one place you could have got that from. Nobody else said it. Nobody even thought of it. Okay.
No, wait. BGS, you gotta mention that framing too. She said it's not it's not a humiliation ritual. It's the way you see it. So in other words, she's doing the reason why you're saying it's because you are obsessed with a heterosexual, heteronormative view of manhood and performing manhood, and so you're seeing it as a humiliation ritual because you want to perform a particular brand of manhood that may not be for you. So Black women are obsessed with telling Black men that you ain't gonna be able to perform white manhood like white men, so give it up. Translate to kiss our ass.
When you are 4'11" and you trying to reject the guy that's 5'10" for not being tall enough, okay?
Ooh.
That's the
how does that work?
Humiliation ritual. When you actually walked out and women start popping their balloons and making up excuses to actually reject you, that's humiliation. Okay, let her try to go and pop the balloon with that bullshit. Okay, and see if it's not.
Hey, to tell you the truth, I'm hearing a lot of them admit like they don't like pop the balloon, and I'm like, yeah, because it's exposing a certain type of proclivity from women to be mean and assholes, and that's what.
That is I've learned, man, because I've been around enough women, heard enough, especially Black women, to know that they love doing that shit. Okay, they like rejecting and putting you down. That's fun to them. And then they go tell stories about how many drinks they rejected. Some guy tried to, well, he thought he could talk to me, and I said yada 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 yada. Okay, I don't know who he thought he was, because it elevates them. That puts them one up. Okay.
Yeah, now some of them I'm seeing 3 and 4 talking about we need to remind these men they ugly.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's partly because Black women recognize they seem to be only people in position to actually humble Black men in some way. It doesn't really seem we don't seem to be humbled by. We haven't demonstrated that we've been humbled by any other group's critique. And Black women get a kick out of being the ones that can actually kind of
it gives them
the press.
It gives them an ego boost, by humiliating us, okay, on purpose. Yeah. Who else can humiliate?
Well, I mean,
God damn, you stole the words out of my mouth. I was about to say
that. It also signals to the masters that we still got these Negroes under control. We can still get them to do what we need them to do. Yeah.
Except when Keisha doesn't do what she's told, then you have Black fatigue. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that, but it is interesting that it has more to do with the Black feminists separating from the white feminists.
That's when all this stuff started. When white women start complaining about race. Okay.
I don't know what black feminists gonna do without the protection of the white feminists now. They'll get too big for your bridges now.
I don't know. You burnt the black male bridge, so you know.
Yeah,
I don't
man.
know.
All you
But you strong and independent, man, and you black girl magic and the dark feminine, put it to work.
Yeah, they're gonna have to show us. Yeah, we're gonna see it now.
I'm waiting. You know, I'm from Missouri, man. Show me.
I believe in them.
They're showing me things, man. No, I said it. They stayed the gypsy class and the Roman class. Go ahead, Betty. Go ahead.
Yeah, Cameron shrugged, but I believe in them. They'll figure it out. They got it. They got it, big fella.
Yeah, they strong.
They're strong and independent.
Make a T-shirt out of that statue.
We are talking about the backbone of the black community now.
Yes, we are. I mean, they are. They really are. They are.
The real test is going to be what are y'all going to do when they come hand in hand?
We are.
You know what they're gonna
That's
do.
where the real test going.
Oh, well, we already know. The YNs are in the house playing PlayStation. They're playing, they're playing video games, GTA 6. They already their answers already come, right? We
Yeah. And the only problem would be because I know a lot of black men will respond to them coming back hand in hand. The unfortunate reality is likely a lot of black men will perceive it as a good faith effort. And that would set you up.
Wait, so they're not gonna sound like this no more?
Niggas be so quick to let me take you on a trip. Let me take you on a trip. Pay a fucking bill. Pay a bill. Pay a goddamn bill.
Always begging. Damn.
Can we get on the phone? No, get on the phone with billing. Don't talk to me. Talk to billing.
That is black.
Before I get on, we have to talk return on investment.
What top tier? Your dick is not equal to my fucking pussy. Point blank.
His dick ain't equal to your fucking bills neither.
And I pressed that one by mistake, but it still applies.
Look, at the end of the day, I ain't.
Them bills got your name on it. They don't have his dick name on it.
At the end of the day, I ain't fucking no broke ass nigga. Do what you want with your pussy.
Yeah, you don't have to fuck no broke ass nigga.
Straight up.
You can fuck a nigga that ain't broke. That's not a problem. But just because he ain't paying your bills, don't mean he fucking broke. That mean it ain't his goddamn responsibility. Your bills got your name on it. It don't have his dick name on it.
Okay, you're right.
Damn.
I land my plane.
You see how that mouth tighten up right there? That's when that.
BG, can I say something?
Yeah, damn. Point taken. Reality again. His dick ain't got his dick don't have your.
I wish I came up with that because that was perfect. I love every second of that. Yeah. I wish I came up with that. Go ahead, Leon.
Okay, I told you that foreign man in a foreign land listened to me, you, better you, and compassionate, and took the white guy job thing verbatim. And I sent you the live, and I was like, you got to watch this. And he tried to blend Tommy Curry with bell hooks together in a talking point.
Wow.
And
Curry and bell hooks.
I sent it to BGS, and I sent it to Mr. Z. And I say, y'all got to watch this. And he
I
made
didn't
it
get to see the live.
private.
I missed exactly that because I tried to it, and it was exactly.
I really have a hard time listening to these people, but with you, I'll make an exception. Okay.
Look. He tried to remix the intersectional view of what Bell Hooks said about black men and question why black men would be dating white women or any other race of women. And then I'm just sitting there like Bell Hooks says it in her book, bro. On page 80, it's before the chat. It was like 79. Read that page and she says it right there. Stop it. You've read this book 20 fucking times. And you're trying to remix Curry. So I asked him a question and he eventually got mad because people were talking to me. And he blocked me from the stream.
Yeah.
But this, when I say he took the white guy job like verbatim, he didn't even change any words that we said about working with white guys and their sexual proclivities and how they operate and want to be touchy-feely and shit. I'm talking about verbatim.
What is their point, though? I don't get what they're fucking.
They getting money, BGS.
I understand that, but
there's that. But no, some of them are true believers. Some of them are true believers.
In what though?
Yeah, that's a good question.
They believe that they're on the right side of history, and we are punching down. They believe that we are punching down. Go ahead.
Look. No. What it is, hey, in academia, they're trying to find
a space for them so they can speak the same bullshit and be on a stage and confirm people's feelings about shit they already know. They want to be the fucking woman on stage. The one black guy in the room saying the same bullshit that's already been interpreted
Okay.
50 motherfucking times.
The thing is, okay. The thing is, what is their worldview and what is their proposed outcome of what they're proposing? What is it? I don't get it.
Postmodern, post-structural Marxism with some
It's not Marxism.
transhuman. Well, some of them are like open Marxism. Like
Okay.
that's
Marxism is a social financial system. Okay.
It's
What is it?
Y'all missed
it's gobbledygook all to maintain the gynocracy. In the end, let's grab this, let's grab that, let's grab this shit that sounds a certain kind of way so we can maintain this gynocratic system where a small number of men can use the majority of women to keep the rest of the men at bay. That's all.
Yes, they understand that there's enough space for a few black guys to be in prominent positions in academia.
Well, no,
you can have 3 Negroes in the room.
Okay, all college graduate millennials. They all are educated. Like Z said, a lot of them truly they start from the premise that standpoint epistemology and structural framework is the cutting edge theory of anybody who's worth their salt. No. So they start from they start from that premise alone. And you can, once you understand that, you understand they can go literally anywhere in any direction with how they're making analysis.
But they've run the experiment for 40 years and it's failed. Now what?
They don't go off.
That's not their concern.
They don't go off. I mean, standpoint. It's not about. It's about the subjective.
Yes.
Subjective truth.
Fuck your facts, BGS. I told you this when I first got here.
Oh no, I have the wordplay.
Wait.
When you
prove
we gotta get that something is wrong in intersectionality.
One at a time. Okay. 4 people talking. Who's first?
No, go ahead, Leon, and then we got better you. Go ahead, Leon. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Leon.
When you prove something is wrong in intersectionality, it proves intersectionality. Because you're taking that from the dominant society, and due to the fact that we're subjected to the dominant society, that confirms the proof that this is still true. It's like yo, fuck out of here.
What did you just say? Wait a minute. Say that again, because I didn't understand the goddamn thing that you said. Say it again.
I don't think it was meant to be understood, bro.
Okay.
That's it. No, that's the point. That's the point. It's like if I go and show them stats, they're gonna say, wow, those situations come from the dominant society. So that proves intersectionality is right again. Because you're utilizing your maleness to justify why we should change things when we're the oppressed groups and we align with this, and that proves more intersectionality. It's evident, and I'm just like, yo, that's bullshit.
I mean, I'd ask them, have they ever read Jane Crow? Because that's intersectional, the theory of intersectionality from its base. Okay,
they haven't, but anyway,
where race and feminism actually mix. Okay,
I lean towards like what Uru.
Wait, compassion. Let's let better you get in, and you got.
My bad.
Go ahead, Better. No, you good.
Leon basically stole my shit because I said it a little bit better because I was basically just about to ask BGS like, how can you be wrong if you never have to cite your sources?
Ooh, that's a good.
Why you punching on the dead, nigga? You're punching on the dead, better you're punching on the dead.
It's even worse than that because Dr. T highlights all the time and has done consistently when he goes over. I forget what is it, the African American Institute? Was it Kimberly Kenshaw's Institute? Yeah. When he goes over, it's like Uru said, it's damn near borderline fraud in a lot of fucking cases. Like intersectionality, the way they're interpreting the stats and the way they explain and justify the stats.
I say that's why I refer to it as university and collegiate malpractice.
Yeah,
because they are academicians, they're scholars. That stuff is supposed to be peer reviewed. It's supposed to be sourced. Bibliography, all of that. And so the fact that they can repeatedly publish works and have them them advertised and featured in the New York Times and all of this and such. The what they call it, the letter of record or whatever of the great
Yeah.
New York Times.
Yes.
To use that, it's a gross malpractice that the entire system, in my view, is a scholastic, is an educational academic malpractice that everybody is colluded together to facilitate. And I think at some point, black men in particular, in some format or whatever, should sue some of the accreditation entities that accredit these universities.
Well, you know how that's
Hold
possible.
up, hold up.
Hey, you don't mind if I say that?
Hey,
You don't mind if I say that?
Wait. Better you, and then BGS, and then you got it, Leon. Go ahead.
So I identify as they, them, and I am my peers. So it's peer review.
I identify as us, man.
No, but no, y'all laughing, and that's like Gigi again. I keep.
But for real though, they dead ass serious when they say it though.
No, that's what I'm saying. Gigi is the word. I only know the terminology and the concept of standpoint epistemology from Gigi, and that the way like what Uru does, how they can get away with that, is that framework that has essentially been accepted across the board.
Yeah,
that's the framework they use. So if you
there's another framework in there.
Oh, hold on.
No, if you're looking from it from that standpoint, you don't need numbers.
No, you don't.
You don't really need
because only your standpoint and your
exactly
observation matters.
How do you peer review somebody's experience?
The personal is political.
And you got people who are having PhDs confirmed upon them on the basis of writing thesis and performing research on this fallacious intellectualism. That's where the malpractice, in my view, comes in with the university.
It is.
Let me make sure to say this. This is, for all of you that heard me speak about postmodernism right now, that's all we're talking about right now. That's all we're talking about. When I say fuck your facts, that's hood ass way of saying postmodernism. That's just postmodern. Go ahead.
The part that makes it so complicated, right? And I think I kind of see it, and I'm trying to talk to my aunt about it. Okay, so if bell hooks say that black women are defined as loose, sexual, blah blah blah, demonic, whatever white dominant society says about it.
Insufficiently white. I like Sabrina Strings'
yes.
Yeah,
inefficiently, right? If they write something and we attempt to disprove it, it actually inflates that negative image of them, and that's why they say this proves intersectionality more, because you're trying to demean us in our experience to justify why intersectionality isn't real. But our experience says that it's real, and they're saying you're actually bringing more negativity towards our image for white supremacy.
If they go back to the original theory that Pauli Murray actually had, about Jane Crow and intersectionality, it's about white women making a just society, which they did not do. White women failed.
Well, bitch, yes, you're asking them to do research. You know they ain't gonna do that.
What I'm saying is, no, they the one thing that taught me that these women, I'm not gonna call them the B word this time, know what they're doing is when Dr. Neal told me about what's her name?
Brittany Cooper.
Brittany Cooper's book, right? Her thesis. She has a whole chapter of Pauli Murray. They know where this stuff comes from. They're lying about it. They're lying about it.
Well, that's what I say. Like, how does Pauline Murray even? Why are they starting from the premise that white women were genuine? Because like when you listen to Tommy Curry and when he goes down into the history of even like the first wave feminists and what they said and how they spoke, it was never characterized from white women that they weren't, that they just wanted to stand next to white men as they conquered the world, essentially.
Yes,
it was never no actual. They didn't never intend to lift black women into no equality with them. How is she is she genuinely characterizing that?
White women have been lifted into equality with black white men. They have.
Well, no, I'm saying how is Caroline Bryant or
Pauli Murray?
Pauli Murray assume it? saying
She
that
was
white women
is
fail.
because Eleanor Roosevelt convinced her that to have a just society, you had to have enough people,
Oh,
enough
and black women actually believe that
and
shit.
and,
Okay.
and the black female elite believed it because only 10% of society was not sufficient enough to actually overturn or change the way society runs. But since white women actually had the vote, okay, that's the most important thing. White women got the vote, okay. They have the political clout to actually change the whole society, which they do. Okay, they do. They have. They have. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I want Black Uru to read this. Black Uru, if you don't mind to direct your eyes to the screen, please, and read this, please, and thank you.
Okay, Better You says, all of my personalities have four PhDs. I mean, that's kind of
I mean, at this point,
that's kind of what we have going.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys were talking. You were talking about Pauli Murray and her misinterpretation or reinterpretation or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, their interpretation of what Pauli Murray, what her theories were. But
Yes.
again, citation. You know what I mean? What is the basis? Because I'm just looking at all of these people, all their positions,
Yes.
their foundations,
Yeah.
their professoralships and entities that fund their lofty professoralships at Harvard and Yale and all of this, and
Yeah.
it's all built and based on lies, and
Yeah.
everybody have colluded together to
Yeah.
make it happen. And I think at some point, if you're really going to take on black feminism or feminism in general, you got to make plain the malpractice that has the intellectual malpractice that has occurred.
Yeah.
And I think that this is actually the perfect time to do it with Trump and all.
Yeah, it is. Because Trump has
He's
no choice.
antagonistic to academia anyway. So
but see,
this is the time to do it.
This could only happen when the institution, the academy. I mean, they handed over the entire institution essentially to women. So this can only you can only have, to your point. How's the lack of peer review not being addressed? And it's just when you got the institution control.
It's the peers. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what they would let that shit ride because all they doing is just milking the federal grant system essentially.
Yeah, I mean, and basically the Lyndon B. Johnson and the white society just handed over the whole society to the females, to the feminists. Just handed over lock, stock, and barrel here. Okay, started with the kids in the educational system, just here.
So that explains why Kimberly Crenshaw legal theory like that can actually be perpetuated, and then and none of the statistics black women aren't actually at the bottom rung of the intersection of race, class, and gender.
And that's why
they never been.
That's why they ran Tommy Curry out of the country, because he was one of the first people to actually challenge and to speak on the lack of scholastic integrity that was at the foundation of all.
Yeah, and he won't come out and really say it like that because and he needs to protect his position.
Yeah, because he want to still stay alive.
He wants to stay alive.
Be real, them people are crazy.
Yeah, they are.
This is more for.
Go ahead,
this is more for BGS and Black Uber.
And we got to get
Womanist
on to whenever he's ready.
Go ahead, Leon.
Okay, womanists and black women said that they put their black men out front in the civil rights march to make them feel like men and let them approach all that kind of stuff. They both say it in there. That's what they say. But then Pauli Murray and the black ladies that sided with white women said that black men forced their way up front and they pushed us out and they would not give us a front seat at the table and all this and I'm like, that is bullshit history.
If black women were willing to die and get beaten and dog sicked on them for their rights, they would have done it. They didn't want to do that. The black civil rights leaders said, "How come you guys went out front?" Is because the men actually protected us from the white people.
Right.
That's why they were
simply put.
Also,
black men and black women.
There's one other element. There's one other element that you got to consider that was very much at the heart of most of those meetings. Most of these were religious people. They were Christian. They were black Christian people.
Yeah.
The man was supposed to be out front. That was the proper order.
Okay.
It wasn't
This
about propping women up and positioning women up in front of men like that. That's not where them people were coming from.
This comes from the women that actually participated in it, right? Because they asked them straight up, how come the men were out front? It's because of protection. They didn't want you to get hurt, okay? Because a lot of these guys that actually were out front doing this shit just got disappeared, okay? Most of these guys you never even heard of. Look what happened in St. Louis with the St. Louis riots, right? Not one woman was found burned up in her car, okay? Not one. It's all men. Hung in trees, all kind of shit. Still goes on,
Rest
right?
in peace, Darren Steele.
Rest in peace, Darren Seals, right? You had 9 guys that led that protest that are not here anymore, right? None of them were actually women. And once they started getting lynched and hung and burned, guess what they did? The women backed the fuck off, okay?
Pauline Murray is like Thomas Sowell and tries to mischaracterize the shit to kiss white people's ass. That's
I mean, she did, but she truly. One thing I can say about Pauline Murray, she truly believed in what she thought, okay? And she did, she did to do her. She wasn't a grifter. She wasn't a grifter. No, she put in her work. Okay, she went to jail. Okay, and she noticed that what she didn't notice is that her feminine protection worked for her where it didn't work for her black male colleagues. Okay, so something that she said that black men couldn't say, right? Because even that case where she tried to go to North Carolina. Okay. Getting to North Carolina, her and another black man actually protested, actually tried to get to North Carolina, actually break the racial barrier, right? Okay. She got rejected. But guess what happened to the other guy? They never found him.
Damn.
That's how serious it was. Black women know that at the end of the day, the worst they can get is rejected, maybe even put in jail. Okay. Black men know, okay, they may never find your body. She knows that. Okay. She was raised in that. She saw her family members get disappeared. Okay.
Simply put, black men and black women were both in agreement that black men should be up front because we knew that they were throwing bullets.
They're throwing bullets, yeah.
So why would she characterize it as that black men had to push them out and not what you just said?
No, it didn't push them out. Didn't include them,
which was bullshit, though.
In other words, I know it's from her point of view. Okay, black women should have been given a seat at the table. Given a seat at the table.
So basically, black female scholars been fucking doing scholarship subjectively.
Yes,
from the fucking beginning.
In other words, men have to take, women have to be given. Because all the same thing with white women. In other words, I want to be CEO. Okay, well, bitch, start your own fucking company. No, I want to be given CEO by you. Okay,
don't talk about KK like that.
I got into a debate with this woman on Medium, right? Because talk about women don't want to be looked at gym. I said, nobody makes a woman walk into a all male gym. Okay. Or mostly male gym. You do that on your own. Okay, don't want to be looked at. Don't walk in.
Call me Captain Reckless Eyeballing them.
Yes, and that's what I mean. Like they got to write that in all their books, like as if they were being held back from getting bit in the face by dogs and sprayed down and beat the hell out of when it's a total lie.
You know what? Basically, this is funny because this is something that Dr. T told me, right? BLM was making all that noise until Trump got in, and Trump threatened, you guys go out and block streets and protest again. We're sending all y'all bitches to jail. That's what happened. They backed off, okay? They weren't out there no more, okay? They're not there because they're not about their life.
I mean, it makes sense, though. Most women don't have that instinct to stand in the gap like that. Like
women fear consequences.
Yeah, they do. If you want male rights, because one thing, what's the name? Phyllis Schlafly actually saved a feminist, right? Because ERA was supposed to go through. They were going to have to strap up some gun belts, or some bullet belts, and invest and get out there and fight like everybody else. Okay. Phyllis Schlafly said, you bitches are not about this life. Stop playing. Go ahead and cancel this amendment.
The ERA would have made it impossible virtually all of these pro-female women
Child
and girl
support,
programs.
Mhm.
It
child
would have
support,
made illegal
alimony,
all of that
illegal.
stuff.
All that been gone.
Yeah, it would have made illegal all of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So all the child support and female welfare and alimony would have been eliminated. Okay.
Female
That's kind of what I was.
scholarships and all these
Yeah.
favorite female
Yeah.
schooling programs,
Yeah.
all that would have been illegal.
Eliminate. Yeah. Yeah. You got to stand on your own merits.
That's not fair! That is not fair!
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah,
Every time.
Yeah. Because they stopped. They at first they were mad at Schlafly, but they're not anymore. Okay.
Eventually, they figured out Schlafly was right, and they
He was
backed
right.
the fuck off. Because I remember that time. You remember BGS?
Yeah, I remember it. Yeah.
They were all. It was a lot of talk about ERA in
Yes,
the
it was.
70s. A whole
It
lot
was.
of talk,
It
and then it
was.
suddenly went away.
It went away.
It just quickly went away.
It
start
went
reading
away.
that fine print. Bitches start reading that fine print.
Yeah.
And oh hell no, never mind.
Yeah, hell no. Selective service and have to
I
go
gotta
to
grab
war.
a rifle.
Oh,
What?
had a rifle? What?
And now understand, this was during the time when we had just gotten out of a war. This was a time when we just got out of Vietnam. So even just the notion of a woman having to strap up and go to the jungle somewhere was a real thing.
Yeah.
I wonder what that if that was to happen to if the ERA conversation was to come back up today.
It did.
What would the sentiment of these?
It
Because you know
did.
these bitches like grandstanding and shit.
They brought it up.
They killed that man.
Came back up and went back away.
You didn't even notice the shit even came. I didn't even know it came up.
They dropped it like Superman and
Somebody
Kryptonite.
read a webpage.
Black Earl.
Somebody read a website and got the hell on up out of there. That's what happened.
Black Earl, you got to tell the truth though. Like if we sent women to Vietnam, they would have conquered because they could have fit in the holes and they could have seen the traps because they only like 4'8" to 5'3". You know what I'm saying? It would have been better.
Nope. As a matter of fact, the Viet Cong would have been fitting in the holes, if you get what I'm saying. But and it wouldn't be comfortable neither.
No, women are useless in kinetic warfare. Niggas done tried that at some point in history and figured that shit out.
Even Israel knows that they're useless.
They're useless. It's a good. I mean, I think it's a good thing to just remind women of the hierarchy around this bitch. Selectives. Everybody need to go to the army and understand that. Hey, if it worse come to worse, you're gonna be out here with a rifle like the door kickers, like the big big burly men. Yeah. So, and it reminds women that no, I don't want to do that type of shit. So
yeah. Even down to the vote, man. The reason that men got suffrage is because if you want us to fight your wars, you're gonna have to give us a right say in government. Okay.
Yeah. And men don't even realize that. A lot of men don't realize that's why they have the right to vote.
Because if you were a female teacher, would you teach that?
Exactly.
You wouldn't. Okay. No.
And then somebody might ask, well, why do you have the right to vote, Miss Anderson? And then
yes, I would.
Conversation.
Yeah. That's how come women didn't get it. It's because you're not willing to strap on a helmet and a vest to go out there and kill people.
And I don't think men need to stand on that more because that's not a trivial thing either. Like I talked about that on somebody's panel recently. Like the fact that we are all to a certain age, you're just automatically eligible for the draft.
How many female women and guys are actually have strapping on a vest?
Our scan cards?
Okay. And shooting at people.
You off mute, Z. But yeah, no.
This is one of my issues. My issue is, bro, y'all not even. I'm going right to this, AB. Bro, y'all not even having kids no more. Why should y'all? What exactly are y'all contributing? We're sucking up all the BS jobs out the market. Y'all are falling off. So what exactly have you been doing for the past 40, 50 years? What exactly have y'all been doing? Y'all ain't having kids. Y'all ain't contributing. Y'all just buying nice shit. But y'all buying nice shit with other men's money.
And they will. And the thing is, they will not shut the fuck up. Okay, because we want it. You actually make them.
Oh, that's the most important part.
Yeah, that's what they gave it to you for.
I don't know which one is more important, them shutting the fuck up or them having the kids. I don't know.
They got
I'm not gonna lie to you.
It sounds so mean.
My boy laughed when
You start to
I
sound
said
like
that
me.
shit.
Z, all I know, I need you to play that clip I sent you on that IG. That was foul.
They'll look you dead in the eye and tell you that they don't have to contribute to the society, and
yeah, they do.
They get to conspicuously consume till they die.
Yeah,
and disproportionately contribute and take more than they put back in, and that's just because you play that clip all the time with the girls say we can do that.
Oh,
we
yeah,
don't have to have a job or have to have a car or have to have.
We're women,
right?
So
and we let them get away with saying shit like that, even though
we
we drafted and we have to go stand on that wall and defend that motherfucking wall without our permission or care about how we feel about it. I might add.
We don't have to stand on that wall either. We don't have to do it.
Well, you get your ass court-martialed.
I can always say
the niggas like you, BG. That's what niggas saying.
And how's that gonna help them?
Well, it's gonna be a deterrent from the next nigga with sand that think he don't want to get on the wall.
Yeah.
Let me play it for you, Compassion. Let me play it for you.
Oh no.
As a man, if you don't have house court job, don't look for a woman with house court job. And for the man that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three, and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant.
I don't want that.
You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard, and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
Saying that shit.
Are we sure she wasn't the model for the statue?
No. Let me say this. Look. The BGS fucked the world up when he introduced that. I was like, oh, I gotta have that one. I gotta have that one. Look, she said everything that needed to be said right there.
But then she looks like Chewbacca.
We civilized the world and got the world so safe that women on all over TikTok are willing to say that.
Yeah, these bitches on TikTok are a whole nother level. They talking about we don't need men for anything. I was like, okay.
I got to see you a clip of this Chewbacca doing a Biggie rap. Okay.
Please, God, I need it. Elston says she has a nice mouth. Elston, go ahead and put your bid in so you can be dictated to.
Yeah.
So she can bark at your ass.
Bow down.
Guard, nigga. Then you hear her.
Yeah. What is about black men in these fours, man? I don't get
it. Hey man, black we love fours. They're adjustable fives.
Wait a minute. Wait, adjustable fives.
You can adjust them
That's what you call in the hood. That's what you call in the hood the sweet spot.
Oh, you're not shit for that, Black Room. That's probably true.
When y'all not,
I hate you old niggas, man. That's some bullshit.
And when y'all not arguing, she give the best gawk.
Oh yeah.
That gawk is on a million.
The best part.
Oh man.
This is the best part. She got them crazy ass eyes, man. So you know it's good.
Oh yeah.
Just don't go to sleep. That's all.
Exactly.
Man, I could never go to sleep with a crazy woman, man.
Make sure you have your clothes close, man.
Good. And one eye open, man. You got to sleep with one eye open. Crazy sleep with crazy woman.
You might have to get out of there.
Elston says, "I don't get out much." Elston said, "I don't get." That's why he chose her. Elston said, "I'll get what I can. I'll take what I can get."
I'll take what I can get.
Be honest, man.
Low. I'm not jumping for shit. Low hanging fruit. Okay.
Hey.
I never heard that before. That shit's hysterical.
And call us
I ain't jumping for shit, nigga. Let me have the low hanging
fruit.
I have no hang time, Z. Okay.
Hey.
Oh man.
They don't call us the garbage men for nothing, man.
Oh my
God.
Yeah,
that's true. Shout out to Charles.
Hey, them Fords, man, they be good in bed. They put in a whole lot of effort. Don't sleep on them, okay?
That's really why black men choose Fords, because typically the better looking black women the better looking a black woman is, the less effort she's gonna put in.
Yeah, that is true.
So black men just resort to
it is true. Fords get better pussy.
Exactly. More enthusiastic.
Fords is that great pickup basketball game you played if you remember. That's what that Fords is, that batting practice, man, where you get that full workout in.
The only exception is a good looking baby mama. That's the only exception.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She trying to hook you, so she's gonna perform a little better.
Although the problem with her though is you definitely sharing her with a lot of other homies.
You don't care. Any good looking woman you have, unless you got a lot of, even if you have a lot of money, you're sharing her. You better.
But the baby mama in particular, because she's she just a straight up hoe, So it's like
Yeah, she's a vessel. So.
Leon, I got you. I'm gonna play it in a minute. I'm gonna play. Leon wanted me to play something. I'm gonna play it in a minute.
Crazy, BGS.
Say what?
I said a vessel is crazy.
Oh yeah. It's cracked.
A broken, busted in vessel.
It leaks. You pour something in, it's gonna leak out. So don't it's
leaking on all sides, man.
All sides, it is.
That's what I'm gonna start
calling. The broke genius is Fords are drop busters. Hysterical.
Broken vessel comes from. Crazy bras, okay. I've had a couple of broken vessels in my life, okay.
Oh, hey,
let me play this for Leon, and here you go, Leon.
Why now? Because black women never get a chance to have a second act, which makes sense if you think about our first act, because that was crazy. We were basically brought to this country to breed, and that's it. It was like real life Handmaid's.
Leon, I can't play with the music. The music, Leon. The music.
When did she become a black woman?
Exactly.
She turned it on and off. I've seen different interviews of her.
She's been a fake white woman for about 20 years now.
And hold on, was that theatrical?
That's Rashida Jones. Yeah, that's Rashida Jones. That's what's his name? Daughter. That's Rashida Jones. That's the younger one. That's the actress.
Okay. Quincy Jones' daughter.
Quincy Jones' daughter. Yeah.
Was that a theatrical performance or was that an
interview? No,
that's a real interview, if I'm not mistaken.
That's Peggy Lipkin's daughter. That's one white woman when I was coming up back in the day that I would have. Peggy Lipkin. Yeah, my squad. She was like that. She was really like that.
She went to the breeding in real in public.
Yeah, Leon, let me do this. Let me say this to Leon real quick.
Money being a white woman, that's why.
Leon, I'm gonna take the music out and then I'll play it, but I can't play it with the music. The music gonna get me. So that's the problem. So I'll find a way to get the music off of it and then I'll play it.
Yeah. She was telling the truth though. I ain't never heard nobody in public say nothing about the breeding.
Yeah, that's true. They're not.
Yeah, that was a first.
Well, because we made it. The Black Manosphere made it known. As you pushed it out there.
The popular consciousness has changed a lot.
It's crazy. Yeah, because I've literally never heard anybody on a public platform bring up.
I heard Jason Black use the term gynocracy the last stream he did. And there you go.
It's called escape velocity.
He keep on making fun of us. He calls the Black Winosphere.
Hold on, wait a minute. I think I know where he got it too, because I posted this picture yesterday, so I think I know where he got it.
He knows.
But at the same time, remember he mocks us over here. He calls us the Black Winosphere. He say all of that shit. He make fun of all of us. But then he uses the term gynocracy though.
I was telling Roger the other day I found Corey Holcomb in my subscribers.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I watch his show and I hear him say little shit that I'm like, damn, how is he? That's a little too close.
Yeah.
But he's one of my subscribers, so he's hearing all the shit in the space if he follows.
Yeah. Basically, it's a tar baby theory, right?
Yep.
Go ahead, Better You. What you was gonna say?
So it sounds like you niggas like sprinkles on y'all ice cream.
Oh my god.
Let me play it for them. Let me play it for them. Let me play it for them because they ain't see that. They ain't see that yet. How you go?
You icked unlock. Why the heck I just go get some ice cream, right? I get my ice cream. It's another guy in the store. He ordered his ice cream after me. Why the heck he get sprinkles on his? I ain't give you sprinkles on mine. And he looked a little like rough around the edges. He looked a little hood. I was looking like, interesting. Fruit Loop.
Oh, she said, new ick unlocked.
The list.
836 things that we can't do because it gives women the ick. Yep.
Breathing.
Everything gives them the ick. What gives women the ick? Breathing.
I was thinking about
putting
some sprinkles.
Yep.
She was kind of cute. I was thinking about putting some sprinkles on
her face. I saw that joke. I saw that joke. I saw that joke being formed. When you said she looked kind of cute, I was like, I know where it's going.
In other words, he looked kind of good. In other words, I was attracted to him before I saw the sprinkles.
Right.
But
no, black women concoct these lists to justify why they don't get shows. So it was really dude wasn't paying attention to her, which bugged her a little bit. He had to concoct some reason why he had to be gay.
And thank you, Compassionate, for calling a sneak this what it is, because you just felt invisible in front of that nigga. That's all it was.
That's what the whole thing is. I mean, they quite advanced rhetorically, so they get ahead of the embarrassment as best they can about some of the shit they can
by trying you.
Well,
I like sprinkles on my ice cream.
You strike first. I don't blame her. Strike first.
But the thing, he ain't strike. The whole thing is that this nigga don't even know who you are. He don't even know that there's a video of random chick that he saw at an ice cream store. And that's her point. And that's her point.
That's all they problem, Guru. That's Yanni. That's all they problem. Like they don't get noticed by the men that they low-key attracted.
I feel so sorry for Yanni sometimes, man. Sometimes.
Why? Yeah, I didn't even know Yanni. I was just on the IG. She decent. She just probably just most.
She used to be a fat girl and overlooked. She's a fat girl. She's massively introvert. She was overlooked.
Oh, okay. So
she even said she was overlooked.
She perpetually bitter. I got you.
Perpetually bitter. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She made a video about that too, by the way.
Yeah.
She made a video about that. The glow up.
Usually the ex-fat girls be cool when they get decent and not fat. They usually be a little cooler than the average.
If they don't mind and accept their role as being a fat girl, okay. If they hated being a fat girl when they get thin, then they become bitches. It's because I'm gonna make you niggas sorry that you didn't choose me when I was fat.
The problem with Yanni is that she's in a hyper competitive market, and that you can hear me now.
Yeah, I hear you. Now, yeah.
Okay, my apologies. But yeah, the problem with Yanni is that she's in a hyper competitive market in somewhere in Texas. I think it's Houston, and so the Negroes around her. Say it again.
Yeah, Houston is horrible for black women. Houston, Atlanta, and DC are horrible for black women.
Yeah, that's what I said. I saw her.
So what's happening?
Go ahead.
So what I know real quick, what I think is happening with her is that she don't get to be bitches to the niggas that she wants to. They're not checking so much, and that's the problem. When you say I'm gonna teach them niggas, what happens when them niggas are not around for you to teach them shit?
And the cats that are approaching her, they want her for target practice.
Yeah, and money because she got a little YouTube money.
Yeah, she's
driving a nice little car, and the guys that are approaching her, she can sense that she's not getting chose.
I mean,
she's the come up for them.
Yeah.
The thing is, okay, on YouTube and social media, the makeup works. Okay, you look as good as you want to. In person, that you can tell that it's makeup. Okay, you can tell that it's not real. You come out with a face full of makeup, men can tell. What are you hiding? They can tell. And they can tell that you're a former fat girl by the way
Alexa, play Casey and JoJo. Tell me it's real, please. Go ahead.
I could tell that she's a former fat girl, and she's a bitter.
She is. You're 100%. Yeah, you're 100%.
Her face is a little round.
It
Her
is.
face is a little round. That's kind of that's a little fat girl feature.
Yeah, a little fat girl, and she got those thick legs.
And why did black? That was funny the way Black River said little fat girl features. That shit killed me.
She does. She does.
That is funny.
I mean, she's not bad looking, but the thing is, she's a former fat girl.
Like, no, you were 100% right. You either be super cool because you had to develop a personality as a fat girl, or you be bitter and mad. And
what's your name? Toya is the opposite of her.
Right. Exactly. That's exactly
fat girl, but she was cool. Okay, she was a jolly.
Yeah, you could tell Toya was cool as hell. Yeah, you could tell she was cool.
Like Lizzo and her would be more in it. Like Lizzo is gonna lose being fat, but still be a bitch.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Let's be clear. I didn't send y'all DM pictures of Yanni. She bad build. It don't matter if you lose weight. She bad build. What you see on IG,
I fucking hate Leon.
Makeup.
I hate this nigga.
Go ahead. I literally sent y'all. BGS knows. I sent him pictures too. Look, it's makeup. It's makeup angles. It's in a nice building, good light, all type of shit.
Okay.
But that's not what she looked like when you see up from like just normal from feet to fucking arm.
Yeah.
Freaking skin and shit. Like, let's stop it. It's angles in IG. Okay.
So
that's all that is. She's not doing nothing in H-Town.
And she's like a pimp selling a woman a dream.
Yeah.
Women will buy dreams.
If she was broke before this and she getting the bag off of this shit, you know what she doing. Yeah.
I ain't mad at her.
Yeah.
This is what I
do how the men do and buy. Do how the men do. The men buy pussy, buy dick.
Yeah.
This is what I call, ladies, you're not truly ugly. You're just broke. That's what she should sell to her women that follow her. You're not really ugly. You're just broke.
She's trying to sell that you're independent men. Go ahead. Somebody saying something?
Somebody's background, your automated whatever the hell is going off, whatever that is.
Hey! Tell her you got $3 of quarters in your cup holder.
Hysterical. And Compassionate, read this for me when you got a chance.
Detroit 313 with $10 says Doc Ock sprinkled chili cheese ice cream, calories 90 trillion, sugar 40 million teaspoons, protein 87 million milligrams. And I'm starting a restaurant. Y'all don't hear me though.
I heard that. It might work.
Let me play it for him. And here's the torture. Here you go, MD. Here go the torture for y'all.
Decenter men. This is not coming from a place of hurt, trauma. This is coming from a place of peace and happiness. And I just remember when I used to go out, and I used to just go out just to have a good time, laugh, great conversations, and just being a personality. My personality wasn't about getting a man. It was just about having fun. And I just want to get back to that. I just want to get back to me. And I'm tired of social media. I'm wanting to decenter men, decenter social media. And I just want to just be about me. I want to be selfish and self-centered as an ex-people pleaser, because everything nowadays is about getting a man, keeping a man, having a man's baby. And it's just too much. And I'm just getting nauseous. Just thinking about it. There has to be more to life than just men. And so now that I have decentered men for my life, I find myself actually having a good time. I go out in social settings. The objective isn't to get numbers, to get a man, to get a date. It's just to have great conversation. And I've been enjoying myself. I have. I'm flirting. I'm having amazing conversations, meeting new people, and I'm just keeping it at that. And I like that. I feel in control, and I like how I have this I don't give a fuck attitude, and it's just very freeing. Whereas before, it was all about getting a man and hanging around women that wanted to go out just to get attention and to get a man. And it's just so exhausting. But now I actually go out. I'm actually having a great time. And
when you say conversations mean sex,
I love it here, actually. I'm just tired of these videos. It's a man, it's a woman telling you, get a man, you need a man. You're going to die alone. And I like being alone. I like it. It's peaceful. And this decentering men thing, I think it's necessary because a lot of women are exposing themselves to like temporary relationships just because they're listening to people online. And I don't know, I think it's kind of cute. I think it's funny because I'm a woman that actually enjoys being alone, right? I enjoy my aloneness. I think it's funny because some women feel like they're one-upping you because they have a temporary relationship. And I'm like, but your relationship is temporary. Even the women with rings, your marriage is temporary. Like, it's not lasting. It didn't last. A lot of women are in situationships, temporary relationships, friends with benefits, temporary relationships. They're just in these temporary relationships because social media is telling them that they need a man, or they should get a man, or hurry up, girl, better get your man before you hit the wall. It's like, it's just too much. And now I have moved to a space where I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. And it feels so good because I just don't give a fuck. And nobody is going to force me to give a fuck. And I like it. And another thing, when it comes to this decentering men, I have embraced my masculine. I've embraced my feminine side. I've embraced my light feminine. I've embraced my dark feminine. I've embraced all of myself. And I love that for me.
So how,
BGS, as a person who has daughters, what do you say, sir? What do you say? What say he?
I said, I'm looking in your eyes, and your mouth is saying one thing, your eyes are saying another.
Thank you. Bullshit. Thank you. You so got, bro. They act like we don't know black women. Go ahead, BGS. Go ahead. Before I get on my rant.
But you're still going out, still flirting. You still having conversations, drawing attention to yourself.
Still bending over.
Yeah. So why do you still need to do that?
Exactly.
That means you don't give a shit about men's attention.
AB, even if we grant her, AB and compassion, even if we grant her, I'll grant her she's not having sex. I don't believe it. But fine, let's grant her she's celibate. You still getting off on that energy though? Why?
Yeah.
And see, I just popped my balloon. I don't like her shoulder girdle or her clavicle.
This nigga's the worst. Why do I let this nigga on the panel? I don't even know why I be letting this nigga on the panel. This nigga's the worst.
What I'm saying is, you know, I know women go for it, and our women talk about it. Okay. Social media has nothing to do with you want the man or getting married or saying that you're gonna die alone. It happened thousands of years before social media was even a thing. Okay? It has nothing to do with it. Okay. Social media has probably actually done the opposite of what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Kind of underwater, BGS.
Yeah, she mischaracterized social media and saying women get into relationships. Relationships.
Like, wait a minute, no, wait. People haven't been getting into relationships since ages immemorial, and like forever,
millions of years. Yeah.
Well, especially since the pandemic, like relationships have been down in every metric. Like, if the internet isn't influencing women to get into relationships,
no, it's doing the opposite.
The exact opposite.
And she straight up sounded like a hater when she was like, "Temporary relationship. You had a wedding ring. Temporary relationship. Temporary." I'm like, you sound like that bitter ass hater shit.
So in other words, the thing is, the question you should ask women is, why do you want it? Nobody's making you get into a relationship with a man. Why do you want it?
Yeah. Well, that's
Alexa, play D'Angelo. How does it feel, please? There you go. That's your answer.
Even at her, when she goes out, is she flirting with women, talking to women, having conversation with women?
But see, that's what we were just talking
BGS
about.
Actor, are you getting your B Taylor on? Go ahead.
Exactly.
Yes, are you? Yeah.
And she probably is. Let's be real. But like that's what goes back to what we was talking about, that post.
No. She would have said if she was talking to women. She's flirting with men.
Yeah, she's having great conversations with
men. With men, you know.
But she's going off of that premise of that postmodernist shit, which is it's a narrative. She says basically women are getting into women seek attention of men because they're being told to by the internet.
Thank you.
Not that it's a natural part of female psychology to seek out.
It's biological.
Exactly. But we know the educated. If you're educated enough, BGS, you know, we just some dumb niggas. If you're educated enough, you know that we're way past biology. Biology isn't the motivation behind it.
I think she's saying that to make herself and other women feel better about
ding, I agree with Black Rule.
So rather than acknowledge her own sense of loneliness and lonesomeness as well as that of the other women, she's projecting it onto these, you know, fallacious people and entities that they're trying to force to get relationships.
Yes. But the problem, Uru, is she's backed by Sabrina Springs and the other chick that wrote the book.
That's because they doing the same shit she doing.
I mean, they've written about it, but the thing is, you know, just like the reason the red pill works so much is because no matter what they tell you, okay, because they tell men the exact same thing, but the thing is, when you actually go out to try to make it work, it doesn't work.
Right.
Shit don't work. Okay.
And even what she described socially. Now, how does this work where she's going out where by herself, just randomly flirt? I mean, what women really do that? Usually, if women are going out with men, they're going out with other women. Women aren't too apt to just by themselves. I'm just gonna just kind of go out, at least very often. So you're gonna go out and by yourself, and you're just randomly flirting with men. A lot of women would be actually afraid to do that.
Yeah.
So I'm not even
though she's a big girl,
visualizing
she
how
might
that
not.
even works. Yeah,
Was
she's
she
a big girl. She's a big girl. She might.
Ooh, she's a millennial. Millennials, they go out with their friend. They go out a lot actually. Millennials, because they don't have relationships. So they're
wait. Millennial women in particular.
Yes, that's what I mean. Millennial women, they do go out a lot and flirt and try to get into those scenarios where they have quote unquote good conversations with strangers at bars, and it probably turns into one night stands over and over.
I was hoping you didn't say the end part. I just wanted you to imply it, but you didn't say that.
Do they go out? Do they go out alone?
No, they usually
Very
got a road dog. They got a best friend that they're going out and getting drunk.
Yeah,
Both of them in
usually,
the same boat.
yeah. So I mean, because she doesn't really say, or maybe I missed it. Did she describe going out with friends, and we're just kind of?
I think she goes out by herself.
I think she does. I think she does because she's a bigger girl, and she's almost 6 feet tall.
That's a weird.
It
chick,
is. It's very
man.
strange.
That's a weird chick.
She's a Sigma. She's a deranged Sigma. That's what's wrong with her.
No, Uru, you from Chicago. She's a YouTuber making over $100K a year, single, living in downtown Chicago, and she's going to Wrigleyville to bar hop essentially, and they would do that with groups or by themselves. And like I said, this the one night stand recipe for a single, Sex in the City black girl that's trying to play that game.
Man, let me say this better. That is the epitome of an expensive five to maintain her being a five. Okay, like that's YouTube money, guys. They got her looking like that.
Money is a hell of a thing.
Yeah, and to get a five to invest to maintain that, it's way too expensive. It's way too expensive. I'm just saying.
That's why she won't discipline men because men won't do it for her. She wanted to live that lifestyle and a man to pay for it, but she couldn't find a man to pay for it.
She can't. Not in Houston. Like I said, with the competition she's going.
Houston is fierce, man.
Yeah, she's in competition with a lot of chicks. So she got the money, but like they all have to figure out that's not
gonna do it. That's not gonna do it in Houston. Not in Houston.
Not in the dating market.
No. No.
So she's bitter and pissed off, and it reinforces.
I missed that compassionate. Say that again. What you said? What did you say before? Not the dating market. I missed that because I was bored.
What did I just say?
Houston is fierce as far as dating.
Yeah, she's in a highly competitive market with the money to get her in the circles with the men she likes, but she can't secure them. So she just monetizes that rage.
Yeah, you think LA is bad? I mean, Houston is fierce, man. I mean, really fierce.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
And they have to compete against Latina and white women too, and Asian all at the same time.
Yeah.
It's fierce in Houston, man. For black men.
Well, the problem, and going to what Leon said and what Compassionate said, the issue that the real talk with Yandy's have is that you financially you are the dude in the relationship. Now pay up, and they don't want to. That's the thing. You don't want to pay. You're 5'11", so pay for the 6'2", 6'3" chiseled chin ass nigga.
What your girl say? They get off the bus.
I consider this.
Yep, exactly. Anne-Marie Slaughter, exactly.
I consider this buying a new car, but it's a Hyundai with a 24% interest rate. I'm just not gonna do it.
Yeah. She basically, okay. She's not feminine. She's a dude. Okay. She's a 6 foot, chunky dude. Okay. Yeah. And you're not feminine at all, so you can't attract a man because you don't have no femininity to begin with.
Right. So pay.
Pay.
Oh, BGS, so you hear
Wait, Leon, wait. Find one of them niggas that's 6'3", 6'4", that need a place to stay. He gonna make sure the house is clean when you get back from your from getting coffee, right? He gonna pipe you down, right, and pay for it. And you get to bark
So
at him and
BGS,
dictate to him like Munchkin does, and there you go. Go ahead.
So you hear the horse in her voice that says she hang around dudes? Oh, amazing.
What I'm saying is, okay, the way her posture, the way she talks, the way she holds her head, she's masculine. She's not feminine. Okay, there's no femininity to her at all. You can sense that.
Yeah,
Detroit
I'm gonna
says, let me
say
read
this
this.
too. I noticed a lot of. I shouldn't say this. I noticed a lot of sniffing. And a couple times she ran her finger up under her nose. Is that a coke habit?
No,
I doubt it. No, I seriously doubt it. I seriously doubt it.
I think she's trying not to cry, and that's what's going on with her. Trying not to cry.
You know, I never read that out of that, but if that's it, oh, that's bad.
I have seen some coke folks, and I was just kind of getting some coke vibes.
The part that stood out to me is when she got super furious out of nowhere.
Yeah.
When she said I like being alone and nobody's gonna make me not like it.
Yeah, she's hurt.
And that's where it gave it away. Like, okay, so you don't actually like being alone.
No, she
that's let me read this from Detroit real quick. Detroit says, wait till y'all see Crystal Swirls talking about Innocent. I'm a little about
Crystal
lost. Second. Yeah, send it to me, Detroit. Send it to me.
Okay, she got herself another white man because the last one didn't work out.
They never work out. Crystal Swirls is off her goddamn rocker.
Yeah, so there's a whole lot of chicks, white chicks and blacks off their rockers. So you can get a stand-in. If it's fire, if there's fire below.
Ain't she really attractive? Well, no, I'm not even saying that at all.
She isn't. No.
Ain't nothing ridiculous. You know what? I ain't even gonna do it. Look, I'm gonna be like Zoe Williams and call every woman attractive.
Good for Zoe.
Shout out to Zoe.
Zoe get paid for it though.
Shout out to Zoe.
I would hate
Corey's tried to get him to call a woman ugly, and he couldn't do it.
He couldn't do it. No, he can't do it.
He couldn't do
it. It goes against his brand. So
yeah, like FD and them. Like at a certain point, it really has to suck to have to say things or believe things.
Shit, I don't know. Compassion FD making that money now.
Yeah, but like I said, bro,
you should have got on. You should have got on the gravy train. See.
Man, I done messed up. I'm over here with the red. I'm over here in the back of the bus with the regular Negroes.
Yeah, you struggling, man, at the back of the bus, man.
You gonna be the spook that sat by the door.
Here, Z. Here, I'm gonna pass you this joint. It'll make you feel better, Z.
Yeah, I need it. I need it. I could have had me 1,000 horsepower 300 ZX right now.
Oh man. Basically, you and Ms. Z could have had that penthouse overlooking the.
Look, and I'm over here with integrity and shit. What the fuck is wrong with me? What did Papa Z and Mama Z do to me? Integrity and shit.
That righteous
yeah, you let the morals get in your way, man.
In the way.
You know that's the black
Jesus
man.
Christ.
He's trying to school you, dog.
Yeah.
Man, you could have been closing on the.
Go ahead.
You could have been closing on the house with the 4-car garage in Brooklyn right now, man.
It wouldn't get no reckless streaming anymore, though, because he have a studio.
No, it wouldn't be reckless anymore. It'd be straight up streaming all day, every day.
I can see come out in his purple his purple robe and his plum wine and skinny jeans. Mr. Z's corner.
You know he made it when he comes out with the robe and the plum wine.
Don't forget the pinky up.
And And the glasses. Don't forget the glasses.
He closing in on $1 million. Okay, closing in.
Wait,
on
no,
$1 million.
Compassionate, you ain't saying it right. The fake glasses.
Yeah, fake glasses. No prescription in the lenses. Just for the look.
But my lady actually wears glasses, and the first time I told her, yeah, babe, you know these glasses fake. And she was like, nigga, are you for real? I was like, yep, watch this. I have no problem telling people. I'll be telling people that shit with pride. I tell people, and my sister, not my sister, but my lady said, you over here, what she said, she said you pump faking. What did she say? The first time I told her, she said, I actually have real glasses. Oh my God, what did she say? It was a phrase that she used that had me dying. Oh, you're imitating. She just said you're imitating. Something like
cosplaying.
That. Like, yeah, cosplaying. Yeah, she said cosplaying. That is what she said. Thank you. That is what she said. She said you're cosplaying a person that needs glasses. And she sounded concerned and hurt. I was like,
what is wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
And I made it worse. I was like, babe, you met me now. When I gave a bunch of them shit, so I was like, babe, you should have met me when I was working at the firm. I said, when I was working at the firm, I had like 12, 13 fake glasses, a bunch of different type of frames. I was that nigga. Like, you met me. You ain't meet me in peak. I mean peak freaking like wardrobe out. She didn't meet me and Z going to the mall every other weekend. She ain't meet me then.
You weren't at peak 92, huh?
Yeah, no, she ain't meet me then. Like that, I promise y'all, I had more clothes than most of the women I dated in my 20s. I'm dead ass serious. I'm dead ass.
I don't know why I believe you, but I believe you. Okay.
No, I'm dead ass.
I used to be a sneakerhead, man. I was a super sneakerhead when I was in my early 20s. That's all you had as you're a millennial. You know, we ain't buying houses and shit. So we just
so we spending all of our money, and I was broke as shit. We spent all of our money on clothes.
Hey, I've been a gearhead, so.
Yeah. So here's the kicker, right? When I didn't have the money, I had a Z that I couldn't keep up with, but I had a fresh ass wardrobe. Now I'm doing ish, and I have the Z, but I still have a couple of nice pieces, but I'm not in the mall. As a matter of fact, I don't have time to be in the mall. I just don't. Yeah. So there's that. Good. Longo says Z down there, eye hustling.
Cosplaying at the stick system.
Right? No, seriously though. Oh yeah, I forgot better you got glasses. Yep. I'm imitating y'all whole shit, better you. I'm imitating y'all whole shit. No, man, this shit look. But it looked good on. It looked good on me though. The glasses, the Wayfarers especially. Yeah, them just look good on me. Yep, I said it. Yeah, man. But yeah, no, it's a good look. It's a good look. And Detroit says, Z, nah, I'm the new simp god. Pandering in around this bitch. Look, man, look. I really want to be see, I don't have Derek Jackson's build. I'm not tall and big like that nigga. Because if I was tall and big like that nigga, I'd be selling y'all out big time. Fuck the black manosphere. I don't even know who these niggas are.
We missed our wave, bro. I think it's gonna be the industrial the female apologist, industrial complex. That shit gonna be coming to an end sometime soon. So we probably fucking missed our wave. They got good.
Basically, somebody has to catch all these crazy hoes, man. When we crying on somebody's couch.
Yeah.
Baby, there's hope for you yet. Just because you're in your van and with your kids, okay, there is a way out. Okay, there can't be prosperity for you, baby. He's just around.
You talking about a certain type of millennials, BGS. Many of these millennials, women don't have no kids. Ain't gonna be no kids. These two ain't gonna be no kids. They just gonna be in that van by themselves. Ain't no kids or nothing.
Ain't gonna be no van.
They gonna have a dog. Yeah, true. But some of them ain't gonna be no van. It's soup kitchens.
I know you in that tent, baby. I know you in that tent. Okay, but I'm gonna show you there's a way out. Okay, there's a way out for you.
It's always a place for emotional dope dealing.
Yes.
You know what? You don't need them. They just dusty me. You know, man, all you need is this Click Hammer 6900 right here.
Now, y'all gonna have. One of y'all gonna have to do a channel on how to maximize living in a storage container. That's what y'all gonna have to do. Bring the whole channel around how to live in the storage containers.
Pause for the cause. Black Guru is being funny, but dead ass serious. Because for real, I could see that being a profitable ass channel.
No,
I'm not joking. Like serious though. All jokes aside.
Y'all think I'm playing? I'm finna buy a building and actually build it out and market it as a little coven for single women that need to cut costs.
I was thinking about this, right? So I was watching something about the Bay Area where they're renting out office spaces and like putting cubby size, almost like Japan, right?
Yeah.
Putting the cubby size shit where you could barely fit, but you can, and they have the little lockers for your shit. They have showers, and I'm thinking like, bro, that might be the next wave.
Hey.
These little cubby style hotel shit.
They call them coffins. Yeah.
I don't like the phrases. I don't like that phraseology at all. But yes.
Hotels, yeah. That's hotels.
Little Fifth Element cubby holes. Yeah.
Not the Fifth Element. That's a good reference. Yep. Yep.
Hey, we got to monetize this shit. Like you said, somebody got to monetize it. Why not the Black Manosphere?
Hey, if everybody else is monetizing people's misery, and you got Karna and all these other people for easy pay, I'm glad I said. Did y'all see it yet? BGS and Black Guru. Remember we were talking about them financing food?
Yeah.
I posted it in my community tab. Yeah, they really financing burgers and shit.
Is it 94 months?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the end at that point, man. When they finance the sandwiches.
Yeah, DoorDash.
Yeah.
You say you too far down in the trenches, Z.
Bro, I'm telling you, we financing pizza now.
Apocalypse level tech.
Yep.
Hey, it is.
That's apocalypse level.
Hey, they said we would rent everything, man. They wasn't playing.
Dead ass.
We already renting these iPhones. These motherfucking the new iPhone come out before you pay the fucking one you got off.
Yeah.
True. That's dead ass. Hey, my phone.
Yep.
I got the S25 Ultra.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did. I got the phone and the what? Because I upgrade every once in a blue. So I was holding on to my Note 9 since like 2018.
Oh,
so
okay.
so that's why people be like, damn, Z, you spend how much on the phone? I spent. My phone was 15 and some change, but I'm gonna hold on to it for like 5-6 years. So
yeah,
bro.
I got an S23, so yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not the guy that upgrades. I just make sure I get the best, but I'm not the guy that upgrades every year, every 2 years. No, I just get the best and I hold on to it for 5-6 years.
Samsung's pretty good, man, trading them in.
Yeah.
So
yep. But I could have got the S24, but I just wanted a nice prime number. So I just waited for the 25 just so I could say S25. That's the only reason. I'm not even gonna lie to you. And so that's what I did. Then got to watch it. Now we're good to go.
Yeah, S24 was not as good an upgrade as it could have been. So S25 probably is better.
It is. But I've seen the comparisons. It's better. But I like to be honest with you, I kind of like the way the S24 looks more. I like the S24 looks more than a little bit more rounded. Yeah, than the S25. S25 give me too much iPhone-ish vibes.
That's because because One UI 7 is they've copied a lot of stuff from Apple. Yeah, because I got One UI 7. It's upgraded on mine, so they complaining about that. But at the end of the day, as long as it works, man.
Man, Apple's UI is. I mean, you can't beat Apple's UI. I be trying
the integration, but thing is, if you use a Windows,
ain't nobody talking about y'all fruits.
If you have a Windows computer,
don't be repping Apple over here. And I'm playing. Go ahead.
If you have a Windows computer, then Apple doesn't work as well. So if you in the Apple ecosystem, it's fine. But Samsung actually integrates better with Windows.
Yeah. Thank you for reminding me about that S24. The Bluetooth pin, we still got it, but it doesn't do what it used to do for every phone up until S25. So that's a drawback. Yeah. Go ahead, Betty. Go ahead.
Hey, Z, new ick unlock. Add iPhone having niggas to the list.
Right? No, serious. No, serious. All jokes aside, one of my coworkers said that shit to me. He was like, yo, one of the girls I used to rock with, I texted her my number. She was like, oh, I'm glad you got an iPhone, right? Because if you did it, like, it's a real thing. It's a real thing.
No, the ick is the niggas without iPhones.
Without iPhones.
Yeah, that's what they say. No, yeah, the niggas without iPhones is an ick. That's what they say. Yeah.
If don't come up blue, then they're not fucking with
it. Then because you're not spending enough money on your iPhone.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, my phone costs as much as an iPhone Pro Max. Okay,
but
don't really
make it brand.
But you got a pin and a better camera and really a better ecosystem.
Can I say
something? But it's not an Apple, so it's like spending it's like getting the. Let me see. What's the best one I could say? It's like getting the vet instead of Ferrari.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Androids are for peasants, and I don't care.
Get your bum ass up. Goddamn Haitians.
Because peasants have to do real work, sir. That's why.
Right. Goddamn Haitians. In Haiti, we call the peasants and like the really it's not really peasants. In Haiti, we call the people that don't know any better, and that's kind of country folks. We call them Munandeo, which literally means like outside people, which is like the hillbillies of Haitian, right? The people that don't know no better.
No, I'll
go
tell you
ahead.
exactly how we call them. We call them Congo.
What does that mean?
Go into detail. Go ahead.
No, it's straight. No, we don't call them Munandeo necessarily. We just call them Congo. Who's on Congo? Meaning that you don't know anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Ignoramus over here. That's what they're saying. Like that's exactly
bumpkin.
Yeah, bumpkin. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the way. Exactly. Perfect translation. Yeah.
I thought you was about to say something else. I said, oh wow.
So basically, they're the YNs of Haiti, huh?
Yeah. I don't care for that term. I don't know why. I gotta use the word feel, y'all. It don't feel right. There's something about the term YN that comes off very like borderline anti-black, and I hate that I'm hearing too many folks use it. It feels weird. I don't know.
I think that's what they call themselves. Just like they call white people whitey versus YNs. Yeah.
There's something about that shit doing.
That's a Z thing, okay?
And hearing black women use the term YN, I'm like,
yeah,
bitch, you calling me nigger? Like it's like you say, it's like you saying the N word with the hard ER.
Why don't they call them the women YB? That's what I would call them, YB.
Young bitch.
It's probably in the works.
That's what I would call them. Yeah. If I'm gonna be YN, you gonna be my YB.
No, the thing is that's what the young men are calling themselves. Okay, YNs. Okay, because we're supposed to.
I can't do it. I can't do it. Yeah.
You know what?
Young niggas sound better than me than YN all day, every day.
But you're not a Generation Z person, though, son.
I'm not. It's official. It's official. I'm a millennial. I'm not old yet, but I'm not young. I'm older.
You age out of being a Y.
Oh, yeah. My daughter told me that. That's because we talk about her boyfriend, right? And I told her because he's from the South, right? And I said, well, they got YNs in the South too. She said, "Oh, Dad, you using that term?" I said, "And okay."
Shit ain't cool no more when the old folks start using it. It's officially not cool anymore, y'all. BGS using it.
Yeah, you too old. They said you too old to use that term. I said,
I do that shit to my mom all the time. Look, we can't. I tell my younger sister, I'm like, we can't use that shit no more. Mom's using it. that shit done with. That shit dead. That's over. Push in the trash. But no, I just don't know about the term. It feels weird. But you're right. It is a young people's word.
It's young people's term. That's what they call themselves. They call each other that. So I do by what Neely Fuller says. What do you call a man? What he wants to be called. You want to be called a YN? I'm good with it. Okay.
True.
Thug, gangster, whatever. You've been through it all. Okay. So YN, it's probably better than thug and gangster. Personally,
it's been the same name for a while. I mean, when they call themselves Young Thug or whatever,
yeah,
right?
Young Thug.
What the hell? I ain't put on this channel. No, I'm playing. Go ahead.
You did, and as a matter of fact, this is a new rule. Every time you say "I feel like," it's 10 push-ups.
That's why I said I feel. I can't say I think because it's not really justified by anything other than a feeling.
No,
that's why I don't use feel and think interchangeably. No, this shit's weird, bro. It just. So something ain't right. And that shit just don't. It just feels weird. It just something ain't right. That ain't right.
It's funny, man. How go into BGS mode for your own daughter?
Oh man,
it's funny. She said, "How you know so much, baby? I do this for a living." Okay.
I was gonna say it's funny that your daughters don't even realize you probably talk to more millennials and Z's than they do.
Then they can even imagine. Yeah, then they can even imagine for real. Infinite Observer says YN is the shiesty mask wearers, sleeves and hoodies in the summer toting switches.
I
Yeah,
mean,
no. Yeah.
What's the difference between the baggy pants and oversized shirts and the Raiders caps and stuff like that turned back?
Because now they're wearing the skinny jeans with
Yeah, skinny
the
jeans.
straight leg fitted
Yeah,
jeans
yeah.
with the mask and the shiesty mask and the hoodie in summertime, like he said, with flip flops or Crocs on.
They
With Nike slides. There you go.
In other words, they took Pookie, they merged Thug and Pookie together along with COVID and put in what is it? White supremacist culture was carrying around the guns. Okay, that's what you got. You marry Thug with Pookie and COVID with the mask and shit like that. That's what you have.
Hold up. Are you basically saying that young black men have become a caricature of themselves?
They have
a caricature of the caricature of you.
Yeah. A copy of a copy of a copy of a copy. Okay.
A copy of a copy of an insult of a.
So you trying to say there's a YN Agent Smith?
Yes. Somewhere.
That's a good one.
If there's one good thing about being me, there's so many of them.
So many.
100 degrees with a mask and jogging suit. That's right. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. No, that's true. That's true.
I see Amiri jeans. That's what they're wearing now.
And getting ready. What happens when you have young W's, man? Well, I guess YTs are the opposite of YNs. Okay.
Yeah, because YNs is young niggas, so I guess.
Whiteys or YT.
It'll be YC for them. Oops.
Yeah.
YC.
Yeah, YC's for them.
You got YT. You got YTs and YNs.
Young crackers.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't want to say it. Yeah, thank you. YC for them.
Nah, YT is YT. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, but it sounds foreign. YT sounds foreign. It sounds like you got an accent or something. But YN just that.
Because that's what they refer to themselves as online.
Yeah, they do.
YTs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they definitely do.
Yeah.
I saw you playing Yanni. Why?
Yeah.
Oh, got it. And for reference, okay.
For reference.
Yeah, Yanni doesn't make me mad. She makes me sad. I said,
she does. Yes.
Because her and Stefko.
Yeah. No, Chrissy annoys me. No, you know who? The person I think that makes me mad. Is probably Kim Foster because I know she knows better.
Yeah,
I know she knows better, and she's just doing that straight spite. For her, it's just extra average smug spite, and that's what I think gets me.
If Michelle Obama hadn't married Barack and become first lady, she'd have been Kim Foster.
Yep.
Right, exactly. Damn, right? Everybody's like, oh, yep. Right?
Take a shot for that.
Hey, bro. Damn, BGS. Hey.
Kim Foster is married because she didn't find her Barack, okay?
Michelle Obama is the worst podcaster ever. I've never watched a podcast where I haven't agreed with at least one thing the person is saying. She's just the worst. Like if you listen to or try to listen to an episode, you won't agree with anything she says. Amazing somehow.
I don't even get mad about what comes out the women's mouth. It's her brother. Like Jesus.
He's going along for the ride, man.
And this is the nigga that was.
I know he's along for the ride, but it's just Jesus.
I never pictured when I heard. I remember my mom loves Michelle Obama, and she always talked about the book and how her brother, when they met Barack, her brother was the one who vetted Barack.
Yep, by playing basketball with him. Yep.
Yeah, and this is the nigga that was playing basketball and vetting Barack for his blackness.
Yeah, he played basketball at Princeton. So yeah, he plays ball.
But his vibe don't even give me the vibe of
I've seen a lot of guys that are like that are even pro ball players, okay? Even pro ball players are can be like that. They have that kind of vibe.
You don't even give me the vibe of a Chicago cat. Uru, does he give you the vibe of Chicago cat? Michelle's brother?
Certain black Chicago dudes, they get on that Princeton track.
and they get kind of redirected from a lot of the socialization that we had.
Okay.
And that's what I get from him. That well, I mean, you gotta stay, you gotta be in certain environments. At some point he had a white wife, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, he still has it. And you gotta be non-threatening. So.
And you said he played for Princeton?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. All
Yeah.
right.
I mean, well, at the end of the day,
he might have been the reason. He might have been the reason why Michelle got in prison.
He was.
Probably was.
Yeah,
he is,
because he went there first.
Yeah,
he went there first.
Then she got mad. She said, "I'm smarter than him. How come he got in Princeton?"
So that's why Michelle resent niggas. She
does
owes her whole life to niggas.
He always got more attention than she did, and he went to Princeton first.
From her dad's hard work to her brother getting in Princeton to Barack.
Yeah.
She been trying to
Like
prove.
that, but that's the thing. You mad? How you practice hypergamy with attitude?
You've been married to a black woman, sir?
She was supposed.
Have you been married to a black woman, sir?
Yes, I have.
She wasn't supposed to have to. She wasn't supposed to have to get a man. She was supposed to be the man.
Exactly.
Yeah, she was, and that's the problem.
Because
if you listen to some of the stuff, because Ooh was actually in the town, right? And basically, she has over time she actually said that she actually wanted him to drop out of politics so she could actually be the man.
Yeah.
She never wanted him in politics.
Yeah, I heard her talk. I'm like, well, man, you ain't going nowhere because you like no one's checking for you, man.
She was gonna make her 200,000. He was gonna make his 200,000. They're gonna live in this nice little cul-de-sac in Chicago and raise their kids. Okay, and she can run them.
In Hyde Park.
In Hyde Park.
In Hyde Park,
yeah.
He was gonna be.
I'm telling you right now, Obama would.
That little professor. Yeah, that little professor gig over there at the University of Chicago. You know, Ivy League of the Midwest. That kind of thing, and that's what they're supposed to do.
And and she's supposed to get in, and they're supposed to run things. She's supposed to best be in charge of him.
Been part of the faculty and everything.
Yeah,
we couldn't have it. And I'm like,
damn, outmaneuvered by the guy that you were supposed to be walking through this shit,
quote unquote, better than, because she claimed she was his tutor of some sort.
She was his advisor when he first.
Yeah, when he first got into the firm that she worked at.
When he first got there,
and she didn't know
because she made it a point to bring that up.
Yeah, because she didn't really know who he was. Okay.
Well,
because that was the last time that she was in a better position than him.
Even though he's older than her, she went to law school right out of college. He didn't go to law school right out of college. He came to Chicago, and actually he was involved with the Carol Moseley Braun campaign, Senator Carol Moseley Braun campaign, and he did for a few years. He did community stuff. Then from there he went to law school.
Yeah,
but she went directly to Harvard out of prison.
Yeah, she didn't.
And that's why
she really
was a year or two ahead of him.
Yeah, she really didn't know who he was until she got involved with him. With things, she started finding out who he really was, and basically he was always ahead of her.
No. Let me say this like this. She realized who he was to other people.
Yeah.
Share my screen, Z. Share my
That's
screen.
what it is.
No. The thing is, she realized he's a global. He was born to be a global elite.
Yeah.
Because she wasn't.
This is behind what bugs black women. This is what bugs Michelle. This is what bugs pretty much every black woman around the planet.
We were. Because we have money, right? Power, respect.
And powder.
But no, you did. Because I've been running this thing, right? And you see that. But our customers, all they see is you. Every deal we make, they talking to you. They look at me long enough to wink or lick their lips. They ain't dealing with me.
Is that enough to die over?
Self-fucking-worth. Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe it is.
Is it Snowfall?
It ain't the way I wanted it.
Okay. Now,
I can handle things. I'm smart. Not like everybody says. Like, dog, I'm smart and I want respect.
That's Rado.
Yo, that scene pretty much was.
That's exactly
what Snowfall, right?
That's what they don't. That's what they will never say. But that's really what it boils down to.
Yeah. Respect.
Yeah, self-respect. And I'm willing to die. Yeah, sure, we're rich and successful. Sure, I'm in the White House. Sure, I'm bigger than I would have ever been able to make myself. But nigga, they respect you. They don't respect me.
Daddy about to wash the car.
This is what you saw, and I'm so glad that Compassion has that clip, because what you see with that clip is everything that we talk about. That's it right there in a nutshell. That's that resentment. That's that. So when she says self-respect, is that not? Are we not seeing Sojourner Truth all over again? Are we not seeing like this is that shit? It's a reoccurring theme with Black women that at least make me better than the Black man. At least give me that.
And you know what?
At least give me that. Go ahead.
And here's the thing. That Kamala Harris losing was their last shot.
It was.
That was their last shot.
It was. It really was.
We almost there.
Yeah, we've been climbing up this mountain. We're almost at the top. Yeah.
And the one person that you wasn't looking at, Becky told you no. Becky told y'all no. It wasn't. It wasn't even Black men.
Becky did this is the thing. Becky did what she always does, but this time it was too damn public. Because Becky's been doing this, but we didn't have access to social media, high-speed internet. So and we didn't have, people weren't pulling, white women voted this way, Latinos voted that way, Latinas voted this way. We didn't have that information so readily available up until recently, right? You would have to go to the library, you'd have to go find it somehow. Now it's just boom if you want to find it. So the repudiation of and I think Compassionate says it best. The repudiation of this kind of neoliberalism Black woman style, it was very visceral, and everybody saw it. So that's what fucked Black women up is they can't pretend like nobody saw it.
Mr. Z, play the video I posted in the background.
Okay. Let me ask you a question real quick. Okay, I get the impression that Michelle Obama really does not like white women. I just get the impression. That's why
let me tell you something. Most educated Black women in Chicago can't stand white women.
Okay. I get that impression when she's around white women. She tolerates white women.
Real quick, let me ask this real quick. BJS, when you get a chance, could you bring that up and I'll just play it because I would have to download it.
I got it already up. Share my screen.
Okay, boom. There we go. Gotcha.
I'm gonna have to review this series.
What series is this?
Snowfall.
Heard y'all had a bad day.
Hey, what else you heard?
Like, who did the shooting?
Fuck we look like? Shaft and Company?
I'm just asking you to keep your ear to the ground. It was a big hit, a lot of people involved. Somebody gonna talk.
Yeah, all right. What about that drop, though? You heard what she said, right? Nigga, I just said, all right. Trey won't know about that drop.
How about you get the drop when I say you get the motherfucking drop? How about that then, nigga?
You know what? Y'all should try to be a little more respectful, because then maybe niggas try to light y'all asses up.
Back the fuck up.
Gynocracy.
Go ahead and pick up your boy. Pick him up.
Teach your man how to squabble. Get that trigger next time, nigga.
And when they say protection, this is what they mean.
That's what they mean.
When they say you don't defend us, this is what they mean. This is what they mean.
That is why they respected Jerome more than they respected her. Because when push come to shove, when some shit gotta go down, the man has got to throw hands.
And that's a testament to what Black men. That's what makes it so sickening that Black women are jealous of Black men's position, because we've died and fought for that respect and that attention that you see us get. Y'all not willing to do what we're willing to do.
Nope. No. That's why I was having a conversation with my girl about respect. I'm like, the difference between you and us between respect is y'all won't kill for respect. Y'all will never. Y'all fight. But y'all won't kill for it.
Oh, they'll kill for it. They won't die for it. That's the difference.
Yeah, you won't die for it. Yeah,
exactly.
You won't die for respect.
Anybody can
Okay,
kill for
they
respect.
won't be the guy on the floor. That fight that just happened, they won't be the guy on the floor for it.
No,
they won't risk that.
That's the difference.
They don't want to risk that.
Yeah.
You want respect, you covet respect, but you're not willing to die for it.
Because
That's why
men, particularly black men, know that's a 50-50. You flipping a coin when y'all get into that fight. You could be him, or you could be the one on the floor.
Yeah.
For that respect. The women are only gonna gamble that if they think they're gonna be the one on top.
Yeah.
And even with the video, the first video, when
just like Jerome say, teach your man how to squabble.
Teach your boy how to squabble. Yo, Jerome was like my favorite character of that show. I ain't gonna lie.
And he was ready to escalate at the triggers.
Yeah.
So like you said,
He was ready to go all the way with it. And,
it was
like
ironic.
you say, it's a 50-50 proposition. It's a 50-50 proposition.
The only person he respected was his nephew.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And she asked him, why do they look at you as respect? And he's looking at her like, do you know how many niggas I have to kill?
Yes.
For them to be afraid of me and to
Yeah.
have any respect for me?
Yeah.
You think this is a game? You think I asked these niggas for respect?
No.
Yeah.
They just give it to me?
No.
Yeah, I
you
remember
earn
that
it.
scene.
You have to earn it.
You have to earn that.
But Kamala said y'all was just supposed to give her the presidency just because.
That's how come feminism does not work, right? Because they give you the opportunity to actually earn your keep. Okay, you didn't. You still begging for CEO position, for roles and for
Here's the irony of that. But when you bring her up, here's the irony of that. And you look at the exit polls, the women didn't want it.
The women wanted results, and they knew black women were not going to bring it. Okay, they needed results. Okay,
black women's going to bring symbolism.
Well, that's all they have, and then beg you for results. Okay.
Yeah.
That's how come they always beg men to save the black community, because women can't do it.
Nope.
But they don't want to cooperate.
Leon, read this. Not Leon. Lion, read this super chat.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I have a shout out to Leon with the $5. I have a 4 that makes me want to leave my wife from 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. Tuesday through Thursday. I got another 4. I can tell. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
There's always that good man.
Well, BTS, they should start looking up the dodo bird. At this point.
Dodo bird.
I ain't got no problem with it.
But that's how it be, though, Leon. That's how it be.
Yeah, it be. Okay.
That's how it be. Men made a crossing down men made a crossing down. That's why it's easy.
yeah, Z's still here. I'm getting ready to get off and let Z, and Miss
I need
Z.
to get off too. I need to prepare for my stream later.
Yeah.
But good stream, D.
No.
Yeah, y'all know how to do it.
But I probably will have to start doing the Patreon on Snowfall, because I grew up in the era. I was right in the middle of that shit, so I know exactly.
Oh no, yeah, BGS, it's a gold mine, bro. That episode that I played the short of, I was like, damn, that was some gynocrat. That was like some. So I wonder who wrote the scene, and it was a black dude. As a black man writing a lot, doing the screenplays and that show. Yeah. So it's probably a lot. It's full of the gynocracy and
because the producer is the guy that made
John Singleton.
John Singleton, right?
Yeah.
That's his life. That's his life. Okay. So he's going for what he knows. He's not going for what he doesn't know. That's his life. He was raised and born, went to SC. So he's born and raised here.
He was raised by it, molded by it.
He was molded by it.
Molded by it.
I was blown away.
And before you leave BGS, let's read this from Leon. And Leon says, "I told you cornbread tubes steal and I don't have content, right? But and don't have content." He said, "Let me read that. I told you cornbread steal and don't have content."
They don't. They don't. They got tired of repeating the stuff they learned from their professors. Okay.
I was about to say, how many times can you say, "Oh, that"? For those of you, by the way, Better You and Lion and everybody, I'm still going back and forth in that post that I did about FD. I'm still there's people still commenting randomly and saying misandry's not real. Yeah, I can't take you seriously if you think misandry's not real. I'm like, bro, hey, I keep on saying misandry's not real, so tell black women to get comfortable munching on each other, playing with their rose toys, because this is what men are on. You're not gonna sneak distance. You're not gonna put the thumb on the scale against us. You're not gonna advocate for the thumb to be against us, and then say misandry's not real. The misandry's not real. Get comfortable being single. Then.
I'll say it even clearly. If you can acknowledge misandry, but you can't. If you can acknowledge misogyny, but you can't acknowledge misandry, you're a maggot with an F.
Yes.
Now, before you leave, BJS, you got to watch. I got to share this. Share my screen real quick.
Okay.
Just we can go back down memory lane since y'all brought up FD. Boom.
Reeves and Chetty, all these people are not here for no reason. Not here for no reason.
You know, I've heard you say those names a couple times. What are the first names so I can look them up?
Bro, yeah, I remember. Yeah.
And Ross Chetty of Brookings Institute. Of Boys and Men, one of the best sellers this year, last year. You aware of them?
Also, Professor Scott Galloway also.
Galloway is third behind them. Okay, which is why they have to put people like Andrew Tate in jail.
I have devoted all of my adult life to the subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.
Yeah, I was done with FD once he did that. I was like, okay, you're not even serious then.
No, he's not. You never heard of Richard Reeves?
Yeah, and Ross Chetty.
You know what bothered me? You know what bothered me the most about that? It wasn't that he was ignorant of the men and what you were referencing to. He wasn't even smart enough to just shut the fuck up
and
listen to what you listen to, and then look them up after you were done talking.
Right.
He wasn't even smart enough to even do that.
He stayed and still tried to argue.
Yeah.
No, he got off already.
Even
Too
though
long.
he
got off shortly after that. Yeah.
He exposed himself as being ignorant in that moment, and not only being ignorant, because there's a lot of dumb people or people who are uninformed in media, but he wasn't even savvy in his ignorance. He wasn't even savvy in his ignorance, because there's no way you would say as an intellectual, as a person who presents themselves as being this formally trained person, you wouldn't expose your ignorance that way.
Well, the context, the even funnier context behind it, that was like 30 or 45 minutes into the debate, where he said, "Hey, you keep saying these people's name," and it occurred. That's when it occurred to me, nigga. Do you realize we're not just in a fucking barbershop running our fucking mouth? You didn't know we were referencing these actual studies?
Real people.
And that's when it occurred to me, nigga, you're running your mouth. You're not actually citing anything. You didn't think you thought we were doing the same shit you were doing.
And this dude is in academia. That's why I say it's university and collegiate malpractice.
It's malpractice.
That's a sign of university. That's malpractice right there.
Yeah.
Correction to everyone: FD is making his money now, and he is not a part of academia. He's no longer a teacher. He is a YouTuber. Okay, he is a part of cornbread too. He is a YouTuber, so you cannot hold him to those standards of any academic rigor or intellectual curiosity. He is out here getting hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, pushing the same thing they've been pushing for decades. Anyway,
making hundreds of thousands.
He's gone from part-time scammer to full-time scammer.
Do it right. These niggas are making hundreds of thousands of dollars off of think pieces without studying anything.
Yeah.
Which is fucking amazing.
No. Let me say this, Compassion. I do think they study. I think they frame it the way they want. They lie by omission. They frame it a certain way, and then they let the public. They know who they're advertising to. And so, I think for FD, he said it multiple times. We're kind of messing him up because we're loud. He thinks that he's gonna try to slowly inch them into not being so misandrous towards black men in particular. Right, and I'm like, bro. You're gonna keep on running into the wall, and he saw that with Rhoda. He saw that with a couple of things he said in the past. That when he even looked like he in perfect lockstep with him. They take his head off. I've seen them do it on Twitter.
No, but bro, that conversation we just played with BGS proved, because like I thought that the bread tubers are reading all the same material. They in college, they in these PhD programs and shit. I'm assuming they're familiar with Chetty, familiar with it, and like you said, interpreting it how they want to make money.
Yeah, but
he's not even aware of this shit.
They don't read it. Yeah.
So it's worse than them like manipulating what they know. They don't fucking know.
No. Kim Foster knows. Maybe FD, but Kim Foster, I've heard her reference things. She knows. She will reinterpret and she will lie by omission. Go ahead.
I don't know, man. I really don't know. I don't know.
They listen to they don't know it.
They don't know it. They don't read as much as you think they do.
No. Even Kim.
Yeah.
Their audiences punish them so heavily. Like even in that post you made, Z, one of the first comments is some black chick. Yeah, I watched your video, FD. I'm unsubscribed.
Right.
Yep. And notice what Better you were saying. Because FD even isn't as harsh as she would like him to be towards black men, she unsubscribed. And remember, he's still jabbing at the men throughout that production, but he's just not as harsh as she would like. That's who we are with it.
And what really shook him up was this last election. It's really shook him up. I mean, really to his core. Because what he really believed is worldview.
Because he swore that Kamala was going to win. I remember watching that.
Yeah. And he thought what he really thought, and what he really thought was the men were going to be against Kamala and not the white women. The white women actually came on the side of Trump. He didn't expect that.
Again, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to black whoever is. Shout out to Black America if you really thought that white women were to choose Kamala over Trump. Shout out to you if you really thought that. And by the way, Kim Foster's also banking on that too. So she's banking on it on the long term, that as more and more white women don't get married and they stay single, that more of them will vote for the whoever the Democratic candidate is than the Republican, because they show that there's a correlation between obviously white women and marriage and voting Republican along with their husbands. And she says, well, if y'all don't got no husbands, then y'all gonna vote the way they vote.
It's because they're putting politics is sexual politics, then it's not. Okay,
right?
Yeah, they were all paid. We know how much YouTubers got. We know how much our big breasted friend got.
Yeah,
she said it live. She said, I trusted in y'all, I believed in y'all, I thought what y'all were saying were, and it's like, yo, you blaming everybody because you bought into propaganda.
Yeah,
like it was propaganda. Me and BGS, we were talking about it. We just didn't see him winning by that large of electoral vote. We knew he was going to win.
Yes, yeah.
Mm-hmm. The thing of it is, all of that left wing space was very delusional. Like it was very apparent that this election wasn't going to be close in terms of electoral college, and everything said it was leaning Trump. But everything that you would point to and that would tell you, yeah, this don't look too good for her, they'd be, oh no, this is great. I'm like, what? Am I missing something?
It's because your left wing space is not a left wing space anymore. That's the problem.
Paid. It was paid for, but the part is they didn't believe. They really didn't believe because they were talking about coming up with ways to talk about, you know, if she does something wrong without being considered misogynist or sexist. And I was sitting there laughing. I told BGS today that it happened. I told Z too. I said, yo, they on live talking about how can they frame topics and not get like sexism or misogyny pointed at them because she's a woman and if she does something they don't like. I was sitting there laughing.
Yeah, just take your ass whipping and go on somewhere.
I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to guns and butter, man. Wars and money is what it comes down to. Okay, that's what it comes down to, and that's what this election came down. It came down to guns and butter. Okay, the wars and the financial situation with the economy, with the migrants and all that kind of stuff. So that's what it came down to.
And another portion of it is, I mean, people aren't really recognizing how anti small hat land people are on both sides. So when she got on that stage and said that, yeah, it was like, yo, she didn't have to do that.
You okay? The reason that so-called the chosen ones have gotten grace is because of what the mustache man did to them. They've been riding off there for 80 years. Well, what happens when you do the same thing to other people? Okay, your good graces go away. Okay.
I mean, identity politics had a tremendous amount of capital up until this point, so they were just operating off of a antiquated. They thought, like you said, BJ, it was coming down to guns and butter. We didn't have the luxury of playing around with this shit like they essentially been getting away with for a long time. So they just didn't read the room politically.
I like how Z said it 4 years ago. He said the leftists won the culture war, the conservatives won the capitalist war. Good luck winning. He said that like 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, it always comes down to the guns and butter, man. I don't care what it is, especially in the United States. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for referencing Z on Z's channel. That feels. Thank you.
That's how come that's how come I keep their foot on their neck about the environment. The environment dictates people's culture. I always will.
Man.
And we had to tell the truth. I love clipping FD. Now 51% of my subscribers are white liberals. Yeah, bro.
You were lying all along.
The whole time. The whole time. I remember, I forgot what live it was, but I was like, Mrs. Z, better you go in the comments and tell me if that's really Black Americans. I identify as, I said, they not black. They not black, man.
I know they're not black. But you got a cosplay.
What video was it? What video was it?
I can't remember which video it was. It's been like 2 years now, man. But I do remember it because it was just so weird. It was like, as a non-binary, such and such, blah, blah, blah.
No, what happened was, this is what happened, BGS. Okay, so we were watching the video. We were like, this is some bullshit. Like, he's trying to frame stuff.
It was on his second channel. It won't be hard to find. I can find it.
Yeah. Okay. And so I put a comment, Mr. Z put a comment, and we were live. And I said, wait, hold on, Mr. Z, read the comments. I was like, better you read the comments. And they start reading them. I was like, how many of these are FBA or ADOS black men? And it just, everybody like, hold on. None of these people are Black American. How many black men identify and say all that type of shit?
No, it was even worse. It was even black. No, thank you. So Bruce Wayne, going to what you said, that's exactly what they were saying. As a trans, such and such, such and such, such and such. I think, no, for real though, but go ahead, Bruce Wayne, go ahead.
Man.
I identify as a non-binary fish.
We didn't have a problem with it, but it's like, don't come up and say that 80 to 90% of the people that are subscribed are black people, and it's just like, it only takes a few months for you to be on somebody else's stream ranting accidentally and saying you're from Southside Chicago and you're from Northside, and then say, I'm mad because 51% of the people that are subscribed to both of my channels are white. It's like, bro, we know.
He made a stream about it. He mentioned it in one of his pieces on his second channel. He finally said it. He was like, "Yo, like this is was it the second channel or the first one? I can't remember." But yeah, no, he said it on his own channel too. He said it on his own channel. But I remember when he said that in the interview too. Yeah.
I sent both clips. I sent the clips in slow motion. I put that thing on like 50%.
Yeah, Hey, shout out to all my crack researchers out there. I'm not BGS level. I'm not getting those type of emails, but I'm definitely getting emails. But y'all flooded my emails. Thank you.
Oh. The one thing I wanted to talk about, because I talked to BGS about this before, but just like when you sow Snowfall, I told you about my grandma. She told me it was probably the first year of COVID that she regrets sending like her cousins and her uncles on those dummy missions. You know, when she looks back at it, because I told you about her. You know what she was in. She was a drug dealer, everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that grandma, the one FBA.
Put them out on
FBI and everything.
Send them on send-offs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she sent them on. She was like, I regret it a lot, and
No, she don't. Stop lying.
No, she does. She does. She does. Then like I told you, they chased her husband out of the state, not out of the county, out of the state of Alabama,
Mm-hmm.
and she was just talking about the kind of stuff that happened when during the drug wars and all that, and how
Mm-hmm.
she sent uncles and cousins on dummy missions, and she
Mm-hmm.
was like, I truly regret that stuff now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well, thanks a lot.
After fast,
So,
Right.
but hold on. Are
did,
they
did you get back the money?
dead? Are they dead? Are they
Oh, a
dead?
few are dead. A few are dead. A
Or in
few are
jail?
locked up. Like she basically
So
what
how much?
happened
And
was
she's still,
they
but she's still alive. She's still
And,
alive.
and free,
well
yeah.
well my grandma got locked up for 15 years.
Oh,
She
did
got
she?
locked up. They locked her up because basically what happened was
Somebody
both
told.
times. Well, you saw the paperwork. Both times
Mm-hmm.
the FBI knew that the cops were stealing drugs the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So like they'll know that the FBI knows how much drugs is in that town, and she ended up getting caught with
Yeah.
like 100 grams.
Oh God. Okay. Yeah.
And in the paperwork they said that they know that the cops were stealing, and so she didn't go to jail until the 90s. And the bad thing was she tried to inject her hands when the cops came in, and it blew up her hands, and
Oh
they were
really?
laughing. They're like, "You're not a fucking druggie." Yeah, she blew up her hand because she tried to like inject and didn't know how to do it because all she did
Oh.
was sell drugs. Yeah,
Okay.
and it blew up her hand pretty much.
Mm.
And but yeah, she did 15. So
Okay.
I met her when I was like 23.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. It's complex. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
They got swayed by the money. It was fast money,
Hmm.
and the people she sent off were disposable.
Yeah.
She regrets it
And
now, but yeah, back then.
It gets okay. So basically, her grandfather is African, and he
Okay.
used to sell boats, and so she has cousins that are from the country under Nigeria.
Okay.
Just one line out of all our family trees.
Okay.
And they were selling dope too. And I'm like, how are Africans in America this time? She was like, oh, they were both selling.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
They've been. It's not. They
yeah,
sell it in Africa.
yeah,
The biggest transportation hub for drugs going to Europe is through Nigeria.
yeah, yeah.
From
And they're from the country under Nigeria.
yeah. They're from Colombia to Brazil and to Nigeria and then to Europe.
Yeah. And his, I'm not gonna say the company he worked for, but they now named him Athena, like some big ear female elf.
Yeah.
That's what they named him.
Okay.
And he has kids, and he had kids in Nigeria, the country under Nigeria. He had kids in Florida, and his boat docked in like 1930 or 1920 in Alabama port.
And it says
that's where he settled.
Steve Harvey's wife went through 2 of them and never saw a lick of jail. Came away with the money.
Yeah. Yeah, they locked her up in the 90s though. So
they got
she got
her
locked
the Snow
up.
Queen.
Yeah, she was a snow queen. Yeah.
Yeah, but she sent them on those missions.
Yeah, on go
you know
mission.
what I'm saying?
Yeah. Basically, yeah, that's what I was trying to tell people. After the Soviet Union fell in '89, they started clean. They went and got down to Panama, cleaned that up, got rid of the Escobars, and then that's when the crime bill came in. It's a cleanup operation.
Translation: your services are no longer needed.
Exactly. Yeah, time to clean it up.
But BJS, this is the most craziest part that most people don't even know that some of their grandmas is the head of the shit. Really.
Same thing with civil rights, man. Black women did that shit because they know they weren't going to be the women that won't face the same consequences as men do.
Yeah, it's crazy.
There's no way that what your grandma did ultimately. It took a lot probably for them to finally get to her. Okay, but the thing is, for a long time she didn't get touched because she's a woman.
Yeah. And then part of it was because the cops were robbing while arresting people, and they were like, okay, this is
it's called a tax. Okay, they were robbing people as a tax, so you doing business. Okay, you get taxed. That's what it calls 20% slippage.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did the same thing here.
Yeah, because
Leon, if you don't
when I
mind
met
reading
her,
this super chat for me.
you still here, Z? All right, give me a head of steak, triple bacon, junior Luther burger. Then I don't get it.
Oh no, okay.
Detroit always ties shit to food when it comes to
Oh,
stuff.
All right, give me a head of steak triple bacon junior Luther burger then.
The Luther burger was the
Martin Luther King.
No.
No.
If you watch the Boondocks,
okay.
the itis, the Luther burger was Granddad's burger.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit.
It was 2 all beef patties, 16 slices of cheese, 18 strips of bacon, all
Translation,
between
that
2
shit puts you
Krispy
to
Kreme
sleep.
buns.
Yep, that shit puts you to sleep. Yeah, that itis gonna be real.
Yeah.
Thank you for the reference, better you.
Yeah.
Wake you up in the middle of the night though.
Hey,
you're
but
actually had
BGS,
one of those. I've had a Luther
FYI,
burger
BGS,
before.
we don't really rock with Better You like that because he's over here playing with niggas controllers and pouring your beard oil in the drain. I'm
Damn
just
right.
saying.
Damn Skippy. You touch my motherfucking controller.
That don't sense edge.
I swear to God.
What was funny was when I met my grandma. I went to her house and my dad was like, "You can go over. I don't have no issue with her." And they're like, "Yo, she mad crazy from back in the day." And so I knock on the door. She opened it up. She like, "Oh, you my grandson, that nigga that's always talking shit and fighting. Come on in." I was like, I like this lady.
I like this little nigga. Yeah.
I like this lady.
Oh
man.
Heart.
I was like,
As they sit on the porch and share some ice cream.
Hey, you know how to squabble, don't you, boy?
Yeah. They're like, yeah, she be smoking weed with all your cousins.
Yeah.
She don't want to move out this area.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, she good. She don't care.
Why should she? She good.
Yeah.
She an OG. Why should she?
Yeah. That lady's something else.
Probably out front watering her grass in the evening.
Oh yeah, smoking a Newport or smoking some weed right up in front.
Yeah, watering the grass and waving to the people. Yeah, that's when you live long enough to retire out the game. That's what you do.
Yeah, she interesting. She's one interesting. Cause that's where I talk to her and I talk to my other grandma and they just tell it. They don't care.
They will tell
that's both of them.
They tell the grandchildren. They don't want to tell the kids. Okay.
Yeah. She doesn't have the greatest relationship with them, but it's like even from her.
You think?
Yeah. Even from her.
Mama was a drug was move weight. Okay, come on.
Yeah. But even from her, like the framework on family, and some of that comes from both of them and my grandfather, and it works. So I just take notes, try to pay attention. Yeah, she crazy though. She crazy. I love her though. She's interesting to be around.
Your grandma was the money to hand out your family.
She's a G. She's an OG.
Yeah. She is.
I mean, you would not guess how many guys sold drugs out of the mama's house or the grandma's house.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what she tells me. She's like, there was no confusion. The women knew that their sons were selling drugs.
Yes. Probably put them out there on the street. Half of them.
Yeah. She said that. She said the only reason that your dad wasn't out there because he played football.
Yeah.
And the girls play sports too.
Yeah.
She's like, now his cousins, I'll put them anywhere.
Yeah.
They about it.
They about it. Yeah. They want to make some money. Yeah. Oh yeah. She with it too. So
yeah.
So the women telling you about what happened to the crack here, how men ruin it. No, don't fall for that shit. Okay.
Oh yeah, she didn't say that.
No, I'm talking about the women we hear online talk about that shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
A lot of women lie about it just being a black man thing. But if you're plus, say, 55 years old and you saw the whole thing, you saw a lot of women involved in the drug trade. Everything from the mixing and the stirring to the handling of the money, in some cases even firing a few offensive motherfuckers. I saw all of that.
Who probably could tell you the countless time when women try to recruit him to go out there and do that shit for him.
Oh yeah.
You gotta say no.
No, if you were, if being an accountant, Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Several times people,
Yeah.
you know, hey man, I'm trying to move this around and launder
Yeah.
this and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
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 My grandma told me you get the women from that were originally in the brothels or selling dope. Then you think black guys couldn't travel like black women during anything. She straight up told me, she was like, from the 60s to the black guys still couldn't travel like we could.
Yeah.
And so we were traveling getting the drugs.
Oh yeah. Oh,
And,
either one or two things. Basically, that's the reason you have a square girlfriend, right? Because if you traffic in drugs, you use her car. Because her car is not marked. Okay, your car is marked.
Mm-hmm.
And if you drive it, they're gonna pull you over, right? But her car, they're not gonna pull over. So where you have several girlfriends that use their car to transport the drugs.
All of the most successful dealers I knew, their girls were straight.
Yes.
They worked in government. They worked in banking. Yes. They worked
Nurses.
in corporate. All of it. All of them. I mean, all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to the most classic, beautiful hood relationships: black female nurse, black man dope dealer. The beautiful, classic hood relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Don't talk about the nurses, man.
Part of them, yeah.
Hey,
I mean,
look, if he gets shot up, she can do some emergency repair.
There's a lot of chicks from that are from well-to-do families that like to delve into the wild side, man.
Yeah.
A lot
like
of
the
Alexa,
what do
play
you
Hot
call
Boy
it?
by Cash Money, please.
What do you call it when like your dad's cousin marries a lady and you just call her auntie pretty much?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So basically she's probably like almost 70 now. And she used to, basically not snitch, but she worked for the government.
Okay.
And she said they sent her to Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, yo, I went back to Baltimore, not knowing Baltimore no more. And soon as she was doing her job, people were getting lit up outside. She's like, yo, I'm done. I'm not working here. Y'all can send me back to Memphis or somewhere
Yeah.
else.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And I'm sitting down listening to her. I'm like, damn, so you work for the feds? Wow. They had you going in dope houses? Oh, Lord. Good God.
A different world, man.
Yeah.
Different world. They don't do that to the white boys though.
Yeah.
But they're willing to let the white boys die. Otherwise,
Yeah.
they'd be.
What is this? 70,000 white boys down a year of fentanyl or meth, pretty much?
It used to be over 100,000, but it might be down.
Mm.
I checked. I think it peaked like 120.
Jeez, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's why I think Trump did cut when he first came in, cut off the fentanyl supply, killing too many white boys. First thing he did, okay, with Canada and Mexico.
White boys do love some.
It's a whole lot of single white women, y'all. Shout out to all the snow buddy lovers out there. Snow bunny lovers. There you go.
You can't kill off a whole bunch of white working class men. It's going to affect the economy.
With skills.
Yeah,
with skills.
Yeah.
A meth head can still fix shit. Give them some meth on lunch break.
Yeah. But things when they start overdosing and tweaking too hard, then the ones that don't get killed, they drop out. So he had to squash that real quick.
And we need to let Mr. Z do his thing. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
My last minute. No, we've been reckless for hours, y'all. Don't put it in the comments. We've been reckless for hours. Reckless times. We've been extra reckless.
You and Ed are the kings of the reckless streamers, okay?
Yeah, they be driving.
That's right.
Streaming, reading, talking. God damn. They be doing 80 things that I can't even drive straight.
I should send Z a little clip of my 4 with big tits.
Ooh.
Like, yeah.
Oh yeah, I used to have a 4.
I've never been a big breast guy, bro. Like it's actually a turn off to me. I'm weird. It's a turn off to me. Big breast has never been my thing. It's never been my thing. Even as a kid, Mama Z said that one time we were on the elevator and a chesty ass woman walked in and she said I backed up like 3 paces. I was like, yeah, I've never been. And she said I was like 4 or 5 at the time. So,
my high school
it's never been my thing.
Was 46 triple D with a 24-inch waist.
The fuck?
D's. Goddamn.
See, I'm
Put
good
some
with
D's on that. Anyway, go ahead, y'all.
See, I like to be in relationship with a size under a D, where it maxes out and it never becomes a D. But short term in play, I like some titties. Okay, but I don't. I know my great aunt and all them ladies with them big ass titties. Them things sagging down to their kneecaps.
Yeah, they will.
So,
They do. They do. Yeah, they will. Yeah, that's a
so
downside.
yeah,
Well, she was 16 at the time, so they were prime.
Lord.
I don't mess with big titties, man. I love pretty. I love pretty feet, pretty toes, man. I don't mess with
Pretty
big
feet?
feet. Yeah, pretty toes.
Yeah,
I'm a toes guy. Oh.
yeah,
toes.
Ah, come on, man.
Ick.
Come on, dog.
That's a black male ick. Feet, ick. Okay.
Oh man. Man.
Unless you Eddie Murphy and what's it called? What's the name of that movie? Someone Hammer Time in the Toes. he like pretty feet. Like,
I love pretty feet.
My thing is that that's too much work.
Why do you like pretty? Why do you like pretty feet?
I just like them, man. Them pretty clean toes, square toes, with well done. Oh my God, gets me all the time.
Oh my God. Yeah.
I just can't.
Where are my feet, guys? I know they're here.
You on your own, man.
see, I'm gonna keep it on it. I'm slightly different. Black Uru heard my woman say what I like doing, but I do it as like a perversion, like smelling panties after she get off work while giving her the demon face. Like I do funny shit like that as a joke. That like it's a like Black Uru was there. Black Uru remember. AB and Black Uru remember.
Don't tell me you're part of the stank gang.
I don't sniff panties, man. I don't do that, man.
No, it's more sarcasm. You know my attitude, so I give her the Joker demon face, and she's like, "You nasty! I just got off work," and I'm like, I'm putting it up to my face while I look at her with the Joker face.
Ooh, okay, yeah. You and Grandma have a lot in common, man.
I like you.
Black Uru heard my wife say it. She was talking about. She's like, "Yeah, he be smelling my pennies when I get off work, and I be telling me nasty." And they're like, "Okay, that's the end of the
Then you guys laugh.
He's part of the stank gang. Stank gang.
No.
Yeah, but yeah, feet. I would do it jokefully, but that's too worshipy for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, chick end up saying, "Yeah, he's sucking my toes and doing." No, I'm not. Don't even say that.
I like athletic women, so their feet are not going to be the most dainty thing on them. So,
You forgot though, Leon. You're supposed to be bound, so you already down there anyway.
Nah, bro, I don't have an FBA, so I'm not bowing to nothing. You know what I'm saying? She's not FBA, my guy.
With that, y'all, Mr. G's technology is at
all right.
7%.
All right. Have a good one, G.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, take care, man.
Thank you for coming up.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
No, we can't.
What about now? I could not hear you, but you heard me say you not hear me.
You sound like me at work trying to sneak away, Z.
I'm just saying.
You sound like Z sound like when I try to like get in the corner where I can get one bar off Wi-Fi at work. That's what you sound like.
Content, other non-minister content to look at. We just don't end up right there. All right, y'all. See out.